Chapter 1, Chapter 1 Prologue. Before we delve into the new life of our main character, Axel Woods, let's reflect on the events that led to his current situation. In the year 2030 on Earth, tensions were high as world powers engaged in conflicts that could have been avoided if not for the people in charge. As a result, Axel Woods was conscripted into the military at a young age while he was still pursuing his master's degree in physics. This was just one aspect of his impressive journey. Despite being born to low-income parents, he earned the title of Prodigy of the 21st Century with his academic achievements and hard work. At only 16 years old, he had completed high school and received scholarships to pursue his desired field of study. His initial choice was biology, which he completed in just 2 years. This brought him recognition around the world, thanks to technology and social media. From there, he delved into computer science as his next major. In the midst of studying this subject, he developed a personal AI that aided him in his plan of creating a universal cure for all diseases. He was completely unaware of the gravity of the situation, and by the time he finished his work at the age of 20, it had already been stolen and destroyed. At the same time, he was conscripted into war. You might be wondering why the government didn't attempt to recruit him. Well, the main reason was that his beliefs and values conflicted with what they wanted. He did not support the ongoing war and had no interest in contributing to the production of weapons or any other forms of support for the war effort. His public statements and interviews made him unpopular with the government. When the draft was initiated, he was forced to join the military as a Marine. Despite his intelligence, Axel was unable to avoid the draft and had no choice but to go and fight. However, he excelled at officer school and quickly rose through the ranks, outshining all other officers. The government was determined to eliminate him because he posed a potential threat to their ideologies, considering his growing popularity. Their wish was granted when Axel was assigned a reconnaissance mission in enemy territory where he was ambushed and fatally injured. However, before his death, his AI was programmed to send out all the information he gathered on government officials and make it public for the world to see. Axel was not a hero or a villain, but he refused to accept his death without some sort of compensation. He braced himself for the fiery depths of hell, but instead, an old man with a white beard appeared before him. This man claimed to be God and offered Axel a single option: to be reborn into a new universe where he could live freely and fulfill his desires. Axel enthusiastically accepted the offer, and soon found himself reborn with the same name in the Halo universe. But before he left, God granted him a special gift, an enhanced intelligence that would make him unrivaled in the entire universe. On January 21, 2490, Axel Woods entered the world of Halo. However, his birth was not without its challenges. His mother, Alina Woods, passed away during childbirth, while his father, Commander Joseph Gardner, fell victim to an attack by insurrectionists amidst rising tensions within the unified Earth government's colonies. Axel was left without parents or a guardian after the death of his mother and father. Despite efforts to locate any living relatives, none could be found by the hospital. As a result, Axel was placed in an orphanage where he spent the next 10 years of his childhood. During this time, it became evident that Axel possessed exceptional intelligence and potential, prompting the orphanage to enroll him in school. He excelled among his peers, catching the attention of Commander Preston Cole, a naval officer. Commander Cole had read about the brilliance of this young child and wanted him to join the UNSC in the future once he is of age. Commander Cole was not doing this out of the kindness of his heart. No, he was doing it because if he manages to get somebody like that in the UNSC and he thrives, then he would be able to get promoted fast. On March 11, 2500, Commander Cole officially adopted Axel Woods and decided to keep his name. As someone who was no stranger to the manipulative nature of politicians and those seeking power in the military, Axel suspected that there was a hidden agenda behind the adoption. However, he didn't plan on confronting Commander Cole about it just yet. Instead, he would use this new alliance to his advantage for now. On August 24, 2500, Axel was transported to the colony of Circumstance, located in the Epsilon Eridani system and known for its prestigious universities and courts of justice. Commander Cole had specially chosen Axel to attend these universities and continue his education in order to contribute to the ongoing research and developments of the UNSC. The government covered Axel's tuition costs as they believed in investing in his potential. And so, Axel embarked on a new life at the university on circumstance. Axel was determined to make the most of this opportunity, knowing that he needed to stay one step ahead of those who sought to manipulate him. As he settled into his studies, he quickly realized that he was surrounded by some of the brightest minds in the galaxy. The university was a melting pot of talent, with students from various backgrounds and disciplines coming together to push the boundaries of knowledge. Axel found himself drawn to the fields of astrophysics and artificial intelligence, recognizing their potential for revolutionizing humanity's understanding of the universe. Under the guidance of renowned professors, Axel's intellect soared to new heights. His enhanced intelligence allowed him to grasp complex concepts effortlessly, and his insatiable curiosity drove him to explore beyond the confines of his coursework. In his spare time, Axel immersed himself in the study of Forerunner technology, fascinated by their advanced civilization and mysterious artifacts scattered throughout the galaxy. He spent hours poring over ancient texts and deciphering intricate symbols, unraveling secrets that had eluded even the most renowned researchers and archaeologists. As Axel delved deeper into the study of Forerunner technology, he began to notice patterns and connections that others had missed. He unearthed a hidden language within the ancient texts, a code that revealed the true purpose and power of Forerunner artifacts. Word of Axel's breakthrough discoveries spread like wildfire through the academic community. Professors and fellow students alike were astounded by his insights and begged to collaborate with him on research projects. But Axel, ever wary of being used for someone else's gain, decided to keep his findings to himself, at least for now. He continued his solitary exploration, poring over every scrap of information he could find about the Forerunners. He discovered that their technology was not just advanced, but otherworldly. It seemed as if they possessed knowledge that surpassed anything humanity had ever dreamed of. With each new revelation, Axel's ambition grew. He couldn't help but dream of harnessing the power of the Forerunners for his own achievements. But throughout this time Axel had caught the attention of another bright student at the university who was interested in him. Her name was Catherine Halsey. And she was a prodigious scientist specializing in the field of genetics and bioengineering. Catherine had heard rumors of Axel's unparalleled intelligence and his groundbreaking discoveries in Forerunner technology. Intrigued, she sought him out to discuss a potential collaboration. Their first meeting was filled with intellectual sparks, as they delved into the depths of their respective fields. Catherine was fascinated by Axel's understanding of Forerunner artifacts and saw immense potential in combining his knowledge with her expertise in genetics. As they continued to work together, their connection deepened not only on an intellectual level but also on a personal one. Axel admired Catherine's determination and drive, while Catherine was captivated by Axel's unconventional thinking and fearlessness in pursuing forbidden knowledge. Their collaboration led to groundbreaking breakthroughs in both Forerunner technology and genetic engineering. Together, they unlocked the secrets of the Forerunners' ancient artifacts, discovering how they could be harnessed to enhance human capabilities. They become known as the two prodigies of the university by the year 2507. Axel and Halsey was both 17 years of age at this time, and their relationship had developed over the 7 years that they have spent with each other. Halsey was obsessed with Axel and his knowledge. She was also attracted to his looks, as he had black hair, brown eyes with a well-toned body since he worked out almost every day to maintain a fit body. He also stood at a height of 6 feet 6 inches. But she didn't make any moves on him because she was too scared to get rejected. And for her that was a mistake, as Axel was given a special assignment by the UNSC which would put him through the Naval Academy, where he would become an officer so that he can be able to advance in the UNSC to help better develop it. And unlike other officers, Axel started off at the rank of lieutenant at the Naval Academy because of his achievements, and the government wanted him to rank up faster. After he got done with officer school, he would be given another special assignment to work with ONI. Prior to departing from the university, he had pursued and earned degrees in various scientific fields, ranging from bioengineering and genetics to robotics. Meanwhile, Halsey was left to her studies alone, sad that Axel had left her alone on the planet. But she still continued her studies and had posted multiple thesis papers. Halsey thought about Axel every day that he was gone and couldn't wait until she could see him again. Chapter 2 Prologue. On December 1, year 2509, Axel had graduated officer school as he was now 19 years old and was the youngest to ever do it. His intelligence was not the only thing that he had, as Axel had excelled in all forms of the officer academy. As a result, he had been promoted from lieutenant to lieutenant commander. After he graduated, he had been sent to work with ONI on the rising insurrectionists' movements in the outer colonies of the UEG. Axel was specially tasked by ONI to come up with countermeasures against the rising insurrectionists. ONI gave Axel a lab and some subordinates to use his knowledge and genius to advance the military capability of their forces to counter the rising insurrectionists. There were talks about restarting the Spartan program, since Axel has the knowledge of genetic altering which would allow him to create a better super soldier for the UNSC. But that idea was shot down by the UNSC command. And right now Axel was on his way to the planet of Algalis, which was located in the Algol system, where he would take his position as the head of ONI Section 3. But his rank was too low for him to head an department, so he was once again ranked up to a commander in the UNSC Navy. He is the youngest person to ever reach that rank at such a fast pace. And his name has already become a well-known one throughout the UEG and the UNSC command structure. At this time Axel was sitting down in his room inside of the UNSC Bastion-class carrier, which was transporting himself and a bunch of other crew members and supplies to his new facility on Algalis. As he was sitting down at his desk, he was looking over the schematics for a robotic military unit which could work as a deterrent for the insurrectionists. The robot would have its own small AI core which would give it the ability to act and respond to situations like a human soldier. The robot would contain some form of basic intelligence to allow it to be commanded like a normal soldier and to fight like one too. For right now this is what he would create and give to ONI to use in the field. He already knew that this special assignment was due to the great amount of knowledge that he had and the reputation that he has built from being at the university. He is only 19 years old and he is already a commander. He smiled at the thought of this, since his plan was working. He was going to use the ONI resources that he is given to research more about the Forerunners. Because when he deciphered their language back at the university, he had discovered new knowledge that could truly transform humans genetically. But he kept that information to himself and to his best friend Catherine. She was the only one who he felt comfortable around when at the university. While Axel was sitting in his office doing some minor adjustments to the robot project, the ship had arrived. That's when the voice of the captain was heard over the intercom: "All hands, we have arrived at our destination, start prepping the transports for departure." "Commander Woods, I'll see you at your transport before you leave," announced the captain. Hearing this, Axel had packed all of his stuff up into a large briefcase and had exited his room, where a soldier was waiting on him. The soldier saluted. "Sir, allow me to carry that for you," said the soldier. The soldier in question was a boy named crewman Noah Taylor. Axel had picked the boy to join him as an assistant. Taylor was straight out of schooling and was shocked when he seen that he had gotten a special duty assignment. And when he saw the name, he couldn't believe it, who he was going to work for. And from there he was taken on board the ship with Axel and would accompany him during his time as the head of ONI Section 3. Axel handed his briefcase to Taylor. "At ease, Taylor, as my assistant you don't need to salute me unless it's at a formal occasion, is that understood?" said Axel. Taylor did not try and argue and simply replied with "Aye, sir." Axel smiled, since Taylor had passed the first test of not being annoying and simply following the simple orders that he gives him. "Good, now let's go to the hangar," said Axel as he started to walk to the hangar with Taylor behind him. Once they got to the hangar, Axel saw the captain, whom he approached. The two of them talked for a few minutes before Axel boarded his Pelican and flew down to the surface of the planet. The flight didn't take long, and after about 20 minutes they had arrived at the facility, where the staff for the facility and were waiting on Axel to greet their new commanding officer. As the Pelican landed, the staff along with the security guards for the facility was all standing at attention on both, waiting for Axel to get off of the Pelican. Once Axel started walking down the ramp of the Pelican, all the staff and guards starting saluting. Axel looked at all of them before he said, "At ease everyone. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. My name is Commander Axel Woods and I will be the commanding officer for Section 3, stated Axel. And I'm sure you have all been informed of our first task and mission, so I will not keep you here long enough and waste time with useless small talk. There will be time for that later," stated Axel. "So everybody is free to return to their duties for the day and I will make the rounds tomorrow to meet each and every one of you," announced Axel as he dismissed the group. Once he dismissed the group, he was taken to his quarters, which was quite a spacious room that had everything that he could need. First of all, his room was quite big, which showed that ONI wanted him to know that they were not wasting funds on him. Connected to the room was his own personal lab where he could research and design his own projects. Of course it was quite limited since it was not as big as the research lab for the facility itself, but for Axel it was enough for him to design some of his major projects. And so for the first thing that he did was create a personal AI for himself which would help him in his day-to-day activities. So Axel had dismissed crewman Taylor for the day while he walked into his personal lab and sat down in front of the massive computer before he started to type on it. The creation of the AI would take some time since he would need to bypass a lot of security programs and then build the AI itself from scratch, which would take up to 2 hours for him. And for the next 2 hours that is exactly what he did. Once he was done, he had taken a shower inside of his bathroom and then went to sleep for the night. Tomorrow he would meet with all the staff under him and also introduce the robotic military unit to them to solve the problem of insurrectionists. Chapter 3. The following morning, Axel was awoken by the AI which he named Yvonne to get started for the day. The time was currently 0500, which was the time that Axel got up on most days so that he can exercise to maintain his body. Yvonne had gave him directions to the indoor gym that the facility had, so Axel went there for his morning workout. At this time of day the gym was closed, so Axel just his authorization code to get in and work out. He worked out his entire body for 2 hours until 0700, where he went back to his room and put on his uniform. As he was getting dressed, there was a knock at his door. "Sir, Lieutenant Aaron Campbell has forwarded some classified documents sent directly from the UNSC to your personnel computer, and he wanted me as your assistant to make sure that you are aware of this information," reported Axel's assistant Taylor. Axel had finished putting his clothes on before he walked out of the door. "I'll look at that information later, for now let's go and explore the facility and meet all the members of Section 3, said Axel. "Okay sir, I have already went around and got familiar with the facility yesterday after you dismissed everybody, so I know where everything is at," explained Taylor. "Good then, lead the way," said Axel, as he was surprised that Taylor had already familiarized himself with the facility when a day hasn't even passed yet. Taylor had taken Axel to see all of the facility's important locations and its facilities, which were few since the facility was not meant to be an actual lab, so its size was rather small compared to other research facilities. Axel had met with all of the staff and had gotten to know them to better improve his standing with his subordinates. Once he was done meeting with everybody, he had gathered the R&D team and had given them the completed project of the robotic military unit. "This is the project that I have already come up with," said Axel as he pulled up the data on the robotic military unit, or the Mechanoid Combat Unit, MCU. "I have developed this project which should give us a solution to the insurrectionists' problem and also introduce unmanned soldiers into the UNSC," said Axel. The development team had looked it over and was shocked at the things that the data contained. All the information on the unit was displayed and showed its various functions. The only problem was that it was still an untested project. "Sir, we could possibly create the MCU robot within a year, but the problem will be what materials will we use to construct it, because if the MCU is going to be used on every colony, then we would need cheaper materials, which would also make the MCU weaker because of the cheap materials used to make it," the head of the R&D team, Michael Owen, had explained and pointed out the potential problems. "We don't need to worry about the materials since we will just use cheap reinforced steel that's used for construction and will make it to be used in a MCU," explained Axel. Hearing this, Michael and his team felt a little bit confident in the creating this experimental robot since all the information that they needed was right in front of them. Michael has been leading the R&D team for about 2 decades now before they got reassigned to a special assignment for working in this facility, and he could tell when a project had potential from how much information the creator had presented and how much of the information was actually doable without requiring years of researching. The data presented to him about the MCU was something that they could accomplish within a year or even 6 months depending on how the tests go. Michael couldn't help but be amazed since this is his first time seeing and working for someone known as a prodigy or genius in this time. Well then sir, with this data we should be able to finish this project in 6 to 12 months depending on how the tests go, but even then you would still have to convince the top brass about utilizing robots in the field since they are already putting tight restrictions on AI, and looking at the data on the MCU it will need some of those restrictions lifted in order for it to perform at optimal task in the field, explained Michael. For Axel this was something that he was already aware of. But he didn't think about it too much since he was doing this for the betterment of humanity, so if they didn't accept this idea then it would take years for another successful project to be completed. Why would it take years? Well, he would make it take years since the top brass wants to act paranoid and stop the human race from advancing their technology in the robotics field. Because if robots were used then it would stop the wasting of UNSC soldiers and also make research into robotics grow. If the top brass doesn't accept this project then the issue with the insurgents will only grow out of control until they are forced to either spend the lives of UNSC soldiers or try and test out the MCU, but no matter what happens they will be forced to make a choice, explained Axel. Michael, hearing this, didn't ask any more questions and had gathered his team and started to work on the project immediately. He wanted to see for himself the results of this project. Chapter 4. 9 months had passed since the start of the project and the development was almost complete. Michael and his team has gone through a ton of trials with the MCU to make sure that when in the field it doesn't cause problems and to ensure the stability of the AI programming inside of the MCU. The cost of one MCU was a lot of money and required a lot of resources. This would require a lot of convincing on Axel's side, as he would have to convince ONI that the cost was well worth it. The AI programming would give the MCU the ability to respond to their superiors just like any other soldier. Hundreds of hours were spent testing the combat capability of the MCU, which after the first test needed some major adjustments to the aiming calibrations and targeting module. The MCU would be unable to aim its weapon at friendly forces unless it's given an override code, which is something that only Axel knows. As part of the test, a team of MCUs went up against a team of ONI soldiers as part of the final phase before the project was finished. By this time the MCU was already 100% completed and had an 100% operation capability, meaning that the MCU will not have any operational problems at all in the field. A board of people including an admiral was present to watch the showdown between the ONI soldiers and the MCUs. Once the battle began, the ONI soldiers moved with tactical precision as they wanted to corner the MCUs and give them little to no room to operate. The thought that they could minimize the operational space of the MCUs, which will allow them to corner them and finish them off. But the MCUs were equipped with 360 cameras and sensors and had the data of thousands of battles in their memory core. Unit 3843 was the commander for the MCU side, and he had picked up what the enemy was doing. This tactic would have worked on normal robots maybe, but the MCUs were made exactly for combat and had the thousands of tactics in their memory core. And so by utilizing their tactical advantage, the MCUs had came out on top with an overwhelming victory over the ONI forces. The group of people sent by ONI had all stood up and started clapping before they came down to meet with Axel. "Commander Woods, I must say that the MCU is beyond what we would imagine," said one of the executives of ONI. "Commander Woods, I must admit, I was skeptical about this project from the start," the admiral said, his voice filled with genuine admiration. "But you and your team have exceeded all expectations. This MCU has proven to be a force to be reckoned with." Axel shook the admiral's hand firmly. "Thank you, sir. It's been a long and challenging process, but I'm glad that we were able to deliver beyond your expectations." In truth, it was simple for Axel to come up with something like this. He just didn't want to make it seem like he didn't put any effort in at all so that he could fool these old fools who will only use him for their benefit. The group of ONI executives began discussing amongst themselves, exchanging impressed whispers as they assessed the MCU's performance. As they continued their discussion, Axel's mind wandered to the potential applications of this technology. With the success of the MCU, he could envision a future where these robotic soldiers would become an integral part of military operations. Their adaptability, tactical prowess, and unwavering loyalty made them invaluable assets on the battlefield. Axel's mind raced with ideas for further enhancements and improvements. But the MCU wasn't the only thing that Axel had in his mind. He had plans to create a more powerful weapon for the standard use by the MCUs. He planned to further surprise the ONI executives by creating a more powerful weapon than the already standard use MA5C created by the Misrai Armory. The newly created weapons would be standard use for the MCUs. While Axel was lost in thought, the Admiral and a few other men approached him with a document in hand. Axel had snapped back to reality and took the document which was handed to him. Commander, this document will allow for the funding and construction for a total of 500 MCU units which will be used against the insurgents across the galaxy, said the Admiral. Axel nodded his head as he read over the document while listening to the Admiral at the same time. In addition, since you are a military officer, the top brass at ONI has decided to place you in charge of leading these 500 robotic units as the battalion commander of the 1st Robotic Battalion, continued the Admiral, which caused Axel to look up from the document that he was reading. Don't worry, you will retain your position as the head of Section 3, only your responsibilities will be expanded and you will receive more funding from the top brass, explained the Admiral as he got closer to Axel to where only the two of them could hear each other. I don't know what the top brass see in you, but you are young and you have proven yourself numerous times already. And I like to see those who are young rise in the ranks, so from here on out you have my support if you need it, said the Admiral. Axel had snapped to attention and performed a almost perfect military salute. Thank you, sir, I won't let you down. The Admiral smiled as he turned around and walked away. I know you won't, son, so keep striving for greatness. The ONI executives stayed for a few more minutes talking before they left. Axel had already returned back to the lab to begin development of a new rifle to replace the MA5C. Meanwhile, the engineers got to developing the 500 MCUs as requested by the top brass at ONI. With additional funding, Axel was able to expand the facility and request additional personnel. Chapter 5. The progress on the new rifle, which Axel has named the MPCR-1, Multi-Purpose Combat Rifle, was progressing well. His knowledge and understanding of the Forerunner's technology and ancient data enabled him to create a more powerful weapon than the MA5C. Sir, what is this? Asked Taylor. Axel picked up the weapon, which was slightly smaller than the MA5C and its weight was less as well. But the amount of damage it could do was much greater than the MA5C. It still uses the 7.62x 51 mm armor-piercing rounds, but the increase in rate of fire is what makes it more powerful. The standard use MA5C has a fire rate of 750 to 900, while the MPCR-1 has a fire rate of 900-1100, making it deal more damage because of the speed at which the bullet traveled. A single clip for the MPCR-1 could hold 50 rounds at once, compacted into a lightweight clip which shouldn't put too much weight on the robotic units which would be carrying them. This is the new standard use rifle which I have designed for use by the MCUs, said Axel as he then went on to explain the new features of the new rifle and how it compare with the MA5C. Taylor was fully engrossed as Axel described the functionalities of the MPCR-1. With each passing day working alongside Axel, Taylor gained valuable knowledge and became increasingly grateful for the opportunity to work with someone who seemed almost superhuman in their abilities, like Axel. This is the finished product and I want you to take it down to Chief Engineer Jackson, said Axel. Chief Engineer Jackson was the chief engineer under Owens, who is in charge of the building of the MCUs and any other project that is sent his way. Axel had placed the weapon in a case and handed it to Taylor. Take it to him and tell him that we need enough for all the MCUs and enough as reserves, ordered Axel. Aye, "Sir, I'll make sure it gets to him," responded Taylor as he left the room and went towards the engineering section of the base. Axel was now alone in his laboratory, or so he thought until a call came through on his computer. He crossed the lab and pressed the button to answer, transferring the call onto the large screen in front of him. On the screen appeared a face that Axel hadn't seen since his graduation from officer school. It was his adopted father, Captain Cole, who had been promoted from commander to captain in the past few months. "Commander," Captain Cole said with a stern expression. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything important." Axel straightened up and stood at ease. "No, Captain. Not at all. It's good to see you." Captain Cole nodded, his eyes studying Axel intently. "Likewise, Commander. I've been keeping an eye on your progress, and I must say, I'm impressed with what you've accomplished so early in your career. Though that is to be expected, since someone of your dedication and intelligence shouldn't have had a hard time surpassing their peers at all." Axel showed a fake smile to Captain Cole just to show his respect to the man who will use him to advance his career. "Thank you, Captain. It has been quite easy so far." Axel was not lying, since he has just been given ranks like it was nothing. "Easy, you say? It may seem that way for you, now that you've caught up to me in rank. But don't expect any more promotions coming your way anytime soon. I had to fight for you to get those ranks, along with a few other officers who recognized your brilliance. And if it weren't for getting assigned as the head of ONI Section 3, you wouldn't have even become a commander." Captain Cole wanted to keep Axel grounded and not let him become too confident in his future success. The reason was simple. Although Captain Cole wasn't his biological father, he was still his adopted father, and he didn't want to see Axel pass him in rank when he has to fight tooth and nail just to get captain. In truth, if Axel kept getting more success, then he might be promoted again in the coming years and given more responsibility. "Of course, Captain, I will not let my quick success get to my head," said Axel, but he didn't really mean what he said. Axel was never going to let the success get to his head. Instead, it was all just a step in his plan to use the UNSC to get valuable resources and ancient artifacts which he could use to develop better technology. "All right, I won't keep you any longer. Have a good day, Commander," Captain Cole said as he hung up the call. Now that he was free, Axel looked at the time. 12:21, "It's time for lunch," said Axel as he walked towards the chow hall to get something for lunch. Usually he preferred to have meals brought to his lab, but today he decided to dine with the rest of the base's staff. He wanted to learn more about them and get a sense of the people working under him. Chapter 6. Once Axel had entered the mess hall, everybody of course was a little shocked, since he never ate in the mess hall with everyone. Following behind him was his assistant Taylor, who has just been promoted from crewman to petty officer 3rd class. Not to be confused with an actual officer, a petty officer was an enlisted rank and not an officer rank. Axel and Taylor had grabbed their lunch and headed to an empty table, greeting all the people around them. Once they got to the table, they both sat down and started to enjoy their lunch while also talking about each other's past. For Axel, he was quite surprised to hear that Taylor was also in an orphanage when he was younger, but he was never adopted into a family. Because of this, he had to move all over the city to survive until a recruiter came to his orphanage to recruit some young men between the ages of 17 to 19. Taylor was 17 and he didn't have a plan for his future, and he certainly didn't want to stay at the orphanage, so he joined the UNSC as crewman recruit. From there he went to basic training and had showed his dedication and hard-working ability as he outshined all other recruits in his training division. Because of this, he was promoted from crewman recruit to crewman, skipping directly over crewman apprentice. He received special duty orders and was chosen to be the assistant to the renowned genius, Axel Woods. This news filled him with excitement, as it was a rare opportunity for someone of his rank. Special duty assignments were usually reserved for emergency situations, like war, where immediate action was required. Axel intentionally selected someone young and open-minded, rather than someone with years of experience, because he wanted to have a good working relationship. This doesn't mean he wouldn't be able to get along with someone older, but it would just be easier with someone younger. However, that was only one aspect of his decision. The other factor was Taylor's impressive results on the physical exam. His scores were ideal for Axel's future plans of genetically enhancing humans to increase strength and abilities. Besides fulfilling certain criteria, such as high scores, someone must also possess strong character to be considered for genetic alteration by Axel. He wants to ensure that those who undergo the process will be able to maintain control of themselves in the future. Despite the potential consequences, Axel will inevitably be chosen to lead the resurrected Spartan program in a number of years. As he takes control, he will modify the genetic code from the original program, ultimately creating an unprecedented type of soldier whose actions and values will greatly influence their future as a Spartan and their longevity in the program. A person with a strong moral compass and good character could withstand the demands of being a Spartan for 25 years. However, someone with a negative character would not be able to endure the constant battles and ridicule from regular soldiers for very long. However, someone of good character would likely have more resilience and be able to withstand stress for a longer period of time. This is because their innate nature is already virtuous, making them less susceptible to the negative effects of stress compared to someone with a flawed character. As Axel and Taylor finished their lunch, Axel leaned back in his chair, his thoughts lingering on the future of the Spartan program. He knew that the top brass only needed time before they figured out that they needed the Spartan program, and he would be the only logical choice for them to choose to lead it. "Well," Taylor said Axel as he got up with his plate in hand as all the food was already eaten by him. "Let's go and learn more about the staff." "Aye, sir," said Taylor as he got up and followed Axel, who went to talk with the other staff members in the mess hall. Meanwhile on Reach, Dr. Halsey, who was recruited by ONI to be a civilian consultant, was sitting in her office bored out of her mind. "If only I could see him again," said Halsey as she was referring to her friend Axel, who was the only one whom she could talk to equally. Her time spent here was filled with boring work, so she often wrote in her own personnel journal about her thoughts and concerns, as well as pen important research notes. All she could do was wait until the next time she sees him. Chapter 7, Chapter 7. 9 months later. March 11, 2511, it has been 2 years since Axel became head of ONI Section 3, and in these 2 years he has made a lot of progress. First was the creation of the MCU, which would revolutionize military capabilities if the UNSC uses them correctly. Then there was the MPCR-1, which was better than the MA-5C and was a personnel weapon for the MCUs to use. The production of the MPCR-1 was done, and each MCU unit was equipped with its own MPCR-1, with a secondary weapon being the standard M6H pistol. After Axel reported the 1st Robotic Battalion as ready for battle, the top brass wasted no time in deploying them. Just 2 months later, on May 25, 2511, the battalion received their first mission. Axel was selected as the mission's commander due to his experience and qualifications. Having gone through officer school and graduating at the top of his class, he set new records that impressed those in charge. The top brass needed to witness his capabilities in the field, making this mission a perfect opportunity. It would showcase both his leadership skills and the combat prowess of the MCUs in an actual battle scenario. Axel observed the MCUs as they loaded up the Pelican with all the necessary gear. He had given the commander of the 1st Robotic Battalion the nickname Hammer. "Hammer," Axel called out, catching the attention of one of the MCU units. "How much time do we have left?" he asked. Hammer reported, "It shouldn't take longer than 15 minutes to gather the rest of the equipment, Commander." Axel replied sternly, "Be thorough and don't miss anything." Hammer responded, "Of course, Commander." And just like he said, 15 minutes later and the Hammer had reported that everything was ready. Axel boarded one of the Pelicans along with Taylor and a new addition to his group, Lieutenant Talia Baker, whom had just been transferred to the base to be something like the second in command for Axel. Once they boarded the Pelican, the doors had closed and the Pelican took off, heading towards space to land on the Orion-class assault carrier, which would transport and support Axel in his mission. Trailing behind his Pelican were 4 other Pelicans carrying more MCUs and supplies for the mission. After leaving the planet, the 5 Pelicans landed on the Orion-class assault carrier, where Axel was greeted by the admiral of the vessel. But he was a one-star admiral, meaning that his true rank was Rear Admiral, lower half. But even so they were still referred to as Admiral since it would be a mouthful to call them Rear Admiral every single time. As Axel walked down the ramp of the Pelican, Admiral Josiah Wiseman was standing there waiting to greet him. Axel paid the proper respects that he should to a superior as the Admiral returned the salute. "How are you doing, Commander?" asked Admiral Wiseman. "Good, Admiral, how about you?" responded Axel. "I'm doing fine actually, thanks for asking," said Admiral Wiseman as his focus shifted to the MCU units behind Axel who were unloading the supplies from the ship. "And these are the robots that I have heard so much about him. I got to say I still much prefer a normal soldier over a machine any day since you never know what can happen on the battlefield," said Admiral Wiseman expressing his opinion on the MCUs. Axel didn't want to respond by saying something smart since most of the UNSC was like this when it came to AI since they are afraid of what could happen should the AI go out of control. But Axel has spent hundreds of hours creating the AI core for the MCUs, so chance of something happening was less than 0.01%. "Well, Admiral, you won't have to worry about them going rouge if that's your concern since there is a fail-safe in place that prevents them from targeting members of the UNSC," explained Axel. Though he was lying since there was no such thing like that. Adding something like that would only limit the MCUs since what if somebody from the UNSC is discovered to be a traitor, then with that feature the MCUs would not target them since they are registered as members of the UNSC. "I see, well, that is a good feature that has, but I still have my preference, and if we are at war I would prefer to send some real soldiers than a robot," said Admiral Wiseman as he continued to voice his own opinion. Axel just shook his head as Hammer approached him. "Commander, the supplies will be done offloading after 30 minutes, reported Hammer. "Okay, good job, Hammer. Just continue to offload and make sure to not disturb the other soldiers. We should be at our destination in about 2 months anyway," ordered Axel. "Yes, Commander," said Hammer as he turned around to carry out the task that Axel gave him. "It seems you have already been informed on the time it will take to get there, so I will leave you to your business and inform you when we get there," said Admiral Wiseman as he turned around and walked back to the bridge. Once he was some distance away, Lieutenant Baker walked up to him. "Sir, what do you think about the Admiral?" asked Lieutenant Baker. "I think he might be affiliated with the insurrectionists," was all Axel said as he turned to look at Lieutenant Baker, who had a surprised expression on her face. "How so, sir?" asked Lieutenant Baker, since she was curious as to how he has guessed that from one encounter. "Let's just say it's just a hunch, and I might have also looked him up and did some investigation into his career, emails, and such," explained Axel. "But sir, isn't that illegal? And since he outranks you, I'm sure that some of that stuff is classified information," said Lieutenant Baker, voicing her concerns. "Don't worry about it, as long as nobody knows it's not illegal. Plus, while he does outrank me, I have special privileges when it comes to my position as head of ONI Section 3, and once I find the evidence that he is conspiring with the insurrectionist during our mission, I will take him down," said Axel. "I see. Well then, sir, I will follow your lead," stated Lieutenant Baker. She was put under his command and she would not betray him. Plus, if he is caught, then it would be him who is court-martialed and not her. The ship had started to move, meaning that they were plotting their course and preparing to jump to slip space. This was one thing that Axel wanted to fix since slip space just took too long. 2 months of travel just to reach a planet which isn't that far away. In the future he planned to create a new engine which would completely change the way people travel around the universe. Chapter 8. 1 month into the trip, Axel was resting inside of the Pelican, which brought him here. The reason being is because he found it to be much safer than his quarters, which were located on the other side of the ship. He didn't like this since he already didn't trust the Admiral, and he didn't want to risk being far away from his MCUs since they would protect him should anything happen. But as he was resting, he heard a commotion from outside, so he got up and walked down the ramp of the Pelican to see some Marines and his MCUs mighty close to each other, and it seemed like the Marine was acting provocative towards the MCUs. Axel sighed and put on his boots, then walked over to see what was going on. As he approached, Hammer, who was face to face with the Marine, had turned around and looked at Axel. "Commander, there seems to be a problem," said Hammer. "You're damn right there is a problem," said the Marine as he pointed at the group of MCUs. These robots think that they're superior than us, showing up to the shooting range and showing off in front of everybody with their targeting systems and taking up space in the shooting range, voiced the Marine. But we are better, replied Hammer. Hearing this, the Marine stepped closer to Hammer. Calm down, Colonel, said Axel as he noticed the rank on the Marine's uniform, which didn't mean anything to him. I just want to see what these robots can do, since no matter how good they are, they can't beat the instincts of a normal soldier, said the Colonel as the other Marines agreed with him. I'm sure somewhere in your mind you think that you are right, but you don't have all the information on their training and such, so don't say things without first knowing the full picture, said Axel as he was getting annoyed as the Colonel for causing such a stupid commotion for nothing. Hearing what Axel said, the Colonel smiled and turned towards him. That's to be expected from Mr. Genius over there, since he has been given everything only because he is smart. And I heard that you broke a few records at the Naval Academy, said the Colonel as he started walking towards Axel. Seeing this, Hammer was about to grab the pistol which is holstered on their sides, but Axel shook his head, telling him not to. The Naval Academy must have some weak officers if somebody like you were to break a few records at such a young age, and I guess they don't teach you to respect your superiors, since as a colonel I outrank you, so how about I teach you how to respect your superiors as a lesson for the future, said the Colonel. It was obvious that he was suggesting a fight, but Axel couldn't be bothered to fight the Colonel. Hammer, don't let these guys bother you and just continue doing what you were doing, said Axel as he turned around while yawning to head back to the Pelican. See this, the Colonel got infuriated. Hey Commander, turn around, don't walk away from me, but Axel continued to walk away, ignoring the Colonel. That's when the Colonel grabbed Axel by his shoulder, causing Axel to grab his hand, turn around and trip him, making him fall flat on his back. All of this happened in a matter of 2 seconds. Seeing this, the other Marines moved into position and surrounded Axel since he just attacked their Colonel. I suggest the rest of you to leave now, or all of you will be getting court-martialed for disobeying a superior's orders, said Axel. All the Marines looked at each other, hesitating on what to do, since they could get court-martialed if they were to beat him up, but at the same time he had already beat up their colonel, so it would be justified. But before they could make a decision, the ship's own security soldiers had rushed into the room with the Admiral behind them. Such a quick reaction, thought Axel, since it was too fast for them to arrive unless they were already aware of what was going on, or the Admiral had orchestrated this entire thing. Stand down, Commander. What do you think you're doing? Questioned the Admiral, acting oblivious to the situation. The other Marines picked up the Colonel, who was knocked out, and carried him to medical, while the Admiral stayed behind to reprimand Axel. I could get you court-martialed for this incident, since as a colonel in the Marines he outranks you, said the Admiral. Let me know how that goes, Admiral. I'm sure the top brass would ask the reason why, and telling them that I assaulted a Marine officer will only prompt them to ask more questions and launch a full-scale investigation, which I'm sure is something that you don't want, said Axel as he showed a smug face, since he now knew that the Admiral was associated with the insurrectionists. Axel didn't talk further and turned around to walk back to the Pelican, while the Admiral didn't do anything and just watched him walk away. I need to eliminate him, thought the Admiral as he dismissed the soldiers and returned to his quarters. His plan of using the Marines to incite the MCUs to attack them had backfired, and now he could tell that Axel was onto him, so he needed to play his hands correctly or else he would be caught. Meanwhile, Axel returned to the Pelican and went right to sleep, not worried about anything, since if they tried something, Hammer would not allow them to hurt him. Chapter 9. During the rest of the journey, Axel and his team were left alone by the Marines on board, as well as the Admiral, who made no further attempts to interfere with them. During that time, Axel started to plan for the future of his career, since he wanted to climb to the top of the ranks of the UNSC so that he would basically do whatever he wants without being ordered around. Or his second plan, which was to just leave the UNSC and develop his own faction. The creation of the MCUs were just the first step towards his plan, because he wouldn't need to demand loyalty from them, since as the creator they are programmed to be loyal to him. The second would be the development of more powerful technology. He already had an AI for himself, but that AI was limited in its ability. Instead, he wanted to create another more powerful AI that would not be limited by the UNSC rules and regulations regarding AI. But all of this was for the future. For now he would focus on the present. After another month of traveling, the ship had arrived at its intended location. Eridanus II, where the insurrection faction called the United Rebel Front had become active on the planet. Previously, back in 2494, Eridanus proclaimed its independence, though a UNSC fleet responded 2 years later with a small force which put down the militia, at the cost of 4 destroyers. While the colony's government had officially restored its ties to the UEG, insurrection sympathies remained. Now in the year 2511, insurrectionists were starting to become active once again. The United Rebel Front had taken control of Terebus Island and used it as a staging point for their operations across the planet. Axel and his battalion of MCUs are to head to Terebus Island and eliminate the insurrectionists' hideout, taking anybody who surrenders as prisoners. Once they arrived above the planet, the 5 pelicans carrying Axel and the MCUs flew out of the hangar of the carrier and to the surface of the planet. As the pelicans descended towards the lush green surface of Eridanus II, Axel could see the beauty of the planet. Once they landed on Terebus Island, Axel and his team quickly disembarked from their dropships and took cover behind nearby trees and rocks. They were immediately met with resistance as gunfire erupted from the insurrectionists' hideout. But let's got back a few minutes before Axel and his MCUs landed on the planet. The admiral who was in charge of taking Axel to Eridanus II had contacted somebody on the ground just before Axel left. "Colonel, the target is heading towards the location now," said the admiral to Colonel Robert Watts. "How many are we talking, Admiral?" asked Colonel Watts. 5 pelicans without 100 MCU units in each. But with your superior numbers it shouldn't be a problem, Colonel," responded the admiral. However, Colonel Watts was a little bit concerned, since while he didn't think that those robots could win, one must remember that they are not normal soldiers, so a single shot in the right spot for a human might not stop them the same way. Watts knew that these MCUs were not like normal soldiers. They were stronger, faster, and more durable than any human soldier could ever be. A single shot to the head might not even faze them. "I'll take your word, Admiral," was the last thing Colonel Watts said as he ended the call. Fast forward back to the present. Axel was taking cover behind a tree as the MCUs spread out to the surrounding area. Taylor was close behind Axel, hiding behind a tree. He had training with a rifle and his aim was a little below average, which is why he was hiding behind a tree with Axel and not shooting. Meanwhile, Axel was returning fire with the rest of the MCU units, while Lieutenant Talia was behind another tree beside Axel returning fire. He didn't even need to tell the MCUs what to do, as once they hit the ground, Hammer had already started organizing the battalion into separate divisions to start pushing the enemy back. The battle on Terebus Island raged on, with Axel and his battalion of MCU units pushing forward relentlessly against the insurrectionists. The sound of gunfire and explosions filled the air as they advanced, taking out enemy combatants one by one. As they moved forward, Axel noticed a group of rebels trying to flank them from the right. Without hesitation, he signaled for a portion of the MCU units to break off and intercept the enemy forces. The robots moved swiftly and efficiently, overpowering the rebels with their superior strength and firepower. With each passing minute, the insurrectionists' resistance began to crumble under the coordinated assault led by Axel and his MCU units. Lieutenant Talia fought fiercely beside them, her expert marksmanship picking off enemy snipers with deadly accuracy. Finally, after what felt like hours of intense combat, the last pockets of resistance were wiped out. The once bustling hideout of the United Rebel Front now lay in ruins, smoke rising from the debris. That is what Axel thought, but what he didn't know was that Colonel Watts had managed to escape during the battle and had fled the island to the nearby continent. He didn't even contact the Admiral and instead went into hiding, since right now he was so infuriated with the Admiral at this time. He was told that these robots could not overpower them and were just pieces of metal that could be destroyed with bullets. But instead the robot's armor was tough and it took a lot of bullets just to take one down. After the first few minutes of the battle, Colonel Watts knew that they were being overwhelmed despite their superior numbers. And he didn't want to die after he just started up the resistance once again. Instead, it was better to live and fight another day. For Axel, this victory would be just the first of many to come. The journey ahead would be fraught with challenges and dangers, but Axel was more determined than ever to carve out his own destiny among the stars. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Axel had searched the insurrectionists' hideout and found some important information left behind. To be precise, he found the messages and secret emails between a person named Oswald Johnson and Colonel Watts. But if one looked further, it was obvious that the person on the end was somebody from the UNSC. And with Axel's knowledge and evidence, he linked this Oswald Johnson person back to the admiral aboard the carrier. Axel made sure to save all the information so that he could submit a more detailed report to the UNSC higher UPS when he returned to his facility. He would let the admiral believe that he was getting away with collaborating with the enemy, at least for now. Because if he submits it now, then the admiral might be able to get away, since who knows how deep his connections go. He could have somebody in the top brass working with him, which would only alert him if he submits the information mid-mission. But his main reason was the fact that he didn't want to have to go through the process of explaining how he got the information on the admiral, which may or may not reveal his ability to be able to get into the UNSC's systems. So for now he would withhold all the information that he collected until he returned back to his facility. From there he will leak the information on the admiral to the UNSC anonymously and let the top brass deal with him. Whatever they decided to do with that information will have no effect on him, so he didn't really care. It would just rid him of one annoyance that he would deal with in the future if he ever faces him again. After searching the insurrectionists' camp, the Pelicans had landed at a designated drop zone and unloaded soldiers from the UNSC garrison on the planet. The squad leader for these soldiers was a first lieutenant who had approached Axel and saluted him. "Sir, I'm here to relieve you," said the first lieutenant as he saluted. Axel returned the salute and responded, "I stand relieved." Axel nodded, acknowledging the first lieutenant, and turned to Taylor. "Taylor, gather our belongings. It's time to head back to the ship." As they boarded the Pelican, Axel's mind was already miles away, strategizing his next move. Now that he has proved the capabilities of the MCUs, they should gain a higher standing and hopefully more funding. The next step in his plan would be the reintroduction of the Spartan program so that he can start introducing advanced genetic alteration methods into the galaxy. It would also be a step in his own body alteration. He wanted to become physically stronger than all other humans, which would make him even more powerful since he is already smarter than everybody else. His intelligence combined with an improved genetic makeup would increase his future success as a military leader. Once the Pelicans landed on the carrier, the admiral didn't even meet with Axel but instead just ordered the ship to depart back to the facility so he can get rid of Axel. The longer Axel spent on his ship, the greater the threat he posed. And so the carrier began another 2-month journey back to Algalies. Meanwhile at UNSC headquarters, Fleet Admiral Max Ross, who is also the chairman of the UNSC, was looking at a report in his hands. "Sir, the MCUs have shown to be capable assets in the war against the insurrectionists, and from the data submitted by Section 3 their use in the actual military could be useful as well," said General Yi Gun, who was the liaison for the UNSC Air Force. "I agree with General Gun, even if I prefer human marines over robotic ones. We could still use them to improve our soldiers' combat capabilities, and during times of war they could limit the number of casualties we take," said General Vincent, who was the liaison for the Marines. Fleet Admiral Ross looked over the report until the last word before he responded to the other Security Council members. "These robotic units are indeed useful. We could use them as pilots or even security forces," said Fleet Admiral Ross as the other Security Council members nodded their heads. "And this Commander Axel Woods has achieved so much in his career so far. And he is a prodigy which should be used to advance the UNSC military entirely." Fleet Admiral Ross recognized the potential of Axel should he have more resources dedicated to him. Admiral Morrison, the liaison for the ONI, had spoke up upon hearing this statement. "Commander Axel has indeed made considerable progress, and looking at his education it's not a surprise. That's why I want to bring up the idea of restarting the Spartan program, as the commander specializes in genetic research." Fleet Admiral Ross nodded his head at this suggestion. "That's a great idea, Admiral. The Spartan program, if done correctly, could be the next step for humanity. For now we will discuss this at a later date about the Spartan program." The other members nodding, while Admiral Morrison wasn't that much affected, since in truth ONI had already been researching more about the Orion project in secret as they relaunched the program on January 29, 2491. Their knowledge has already increased about their previous failures, but they needed somebody who would turn the tables and push the project to the next level. At the moment Admiral Morrison only had two people in mind: Commander Axel Woods, and Dr. Catherine Halsey, whom both had a history studying at the same school. After the Security Council adjourned, Admiral Morrison had left the room to go and secretly try to recruit Axel and Dr. Halsey to work on the project in secret, since the war against the insurrectionists was slowly turning into a stalemate as the enemy gained more strength. There was no time to waste dealing with politics, and action needed to be taken now. Admiral Morrison was referring to Fleet Admiral Ross, who, while a fleet admiral, he leaned more on the political side of things rather than the military. This is why Admiral Morrison was going to go behind his back so that he can come up with a solution to the problem before it gets out of hand. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. 2 months later, and Axel had returned back to Algalese, where he resumed his duties as head of Section 3. Once made it to his office, he had released all the information on the Admiral out to the public. And because of this, the information was quick to catch the attention of the news stations on Earth, whom reported the information to the rest of the people. It didn't even take a full week before the Admiral was recalled from duty back to Earth. But before he could return, his ship had went missing. The UNSC deemed this to be the result of insurrectionists' activities and had called the Admiral a traitor who was now wanted for treason. Axel had envisioned something like this would happen, but it was beyond his control at this point. For the next few months until the new year started, Axel had worked on some small projects for the UNSC. Special high-ranking civilians and admirals often came to his base to work on a few projects together. These projects involved improving the intelligence capabilities of the UNSC to help intercept insurrectionists' communications. The result of this was a new program called Red Dragon being created, which would be able to bypass the insurrectionist encryptions and pick up their frequencies and signals to intercept their communications. The Red Dragon program could be used both for long-distance and short-distance communication. Already the program was increasing the amount of arrests made across the colonies and slowly diminishing the insurrectionists' numbers. Because of this, Axel was presented with the Legion of Merit by Admiral Cole, his adopted father, who was a vice admiral at this point. After the ceremony was over, Axel was then tasked with a brand new project. The top brass wanted to officially restart the Spartan program with him as head and Dr. Halsey as his assistant. Axel accepted the task as it was exactly what he wanted. With this, he could develop himself into the ultimate soldier and slowly start to climb the ranks of the UNSC. On the day that Dr. Halsey arrived, Axel was inside his lab looking over a draft of the first step of the Spartan program. The draft outlined a series of training modules, surgical enhancements, and biochemical adjustments that would transform a normal human into a super soldier. It was ambitious, daring, and borderline unethical. But it held the potential to give the UNSC an upper hand in defending humanity from insurrectionist activities. Dr. Halsey entered, her eyes scanning the lab with an expectant gleam. She was a renowned scientist, known for her contributions to AI research and biochemistry. Slowly, she approached Axel, her gaze settling on the draft in his hands. She stood behind him and placed her hands around his eyes. "Guess who?" she asked playfully. "Is it you?" Dr. Halsey asked Axel as he sighed, since she was still the same playful girl whom he spent time with at the university. "Hey, don't call me Dr. Halsey like we are strangers, it's just Halsey," said Halsey as she was angry at Axel for addressing her like she was a stranger. "Well, next time don't interrupt me while I'm working, then I won't call you Dr. Halsey," said Axel. Halsey gave Axel a punch in his back. "You're as cold as ever," she cried, hoping that Axel would have changed by being in the UNSC. But it seems she was wrong. Despite her disappointment, Halsey, or rather Dr. Halsey, as was more fitting in the current circumstances, moved to sit on a nearby lab stool, pulling up her glasses to perch on the edge of her nose. She looked over at Axel, rotating the papers in her hands with carefully manicured fingers. "The Spartan program," she mused, tapping a finger along the edge of the document. It's ambitious, even for you. It wasn't a criticism, but an observation, proof that she had read and understood the magnitude of what Axel was put in charge of. Without answering her musings directly, Axel turned his attention back to the draft at hand. The war against insurrectionists is a war against shadows, he started. Conventional conflict resolution methods won't work, we need unconventional soldiers. Ambitious and terrifying. Halsey agreed. Yet she was hardly deterred by the proposed project's audacity. Instead, she reveled in it, the thrill of innovation and reinvention seducing the scientist within her. It reminded her of the university days when they would worked on a project to learn about the Forerunners technology, which opened her eyes to the idea of a superior alien race being out there in the universe somewhere. They argued over details late into the evening. The methodology of selecting candidates for the program, their training regimen, medical procedures, everything was scrutinized and debated upon. Despite their disagreement on many accounts, or perhaps because of it, they worked well together. Halsey broke off mid-sentence as a thought struck her. Wait, she said slowly, you're not planning on becoming one of these Spartans yourself? Her eyes widened at the implication of this question, scanning Axel's expression for any sign that he might have considered such an idea. His face remained as impassive as ever, belying no hint of emotion or intention. He looked up from the draft and met her gaze, the fluorescent light of the lab reflecting off his stoic expression. Why wouldn't I? He finally asked evenly. His voice echoed off the cold, white walls of the lab, bouncing back and forth between Halsey and him. If I'm to be in charge of this program, it stands to reason that I understand firsthand every risk, every advantage it provides. Of course this was a lie, since his real reason for this was just to get stronger and basically transform himself into a weapon which would be important for his future plans. Halsey blinked and pulled back slightly as if his words had physically struck her. She fumbled for a response, her fingers tightening around the sheaf of papers she held. But Axel, she stammered, the risks are necessary, he finished for her, continuing to manipulate her, his gaze never wavering from hers. It was a harsh truth they both knew well. The road to progress was often paved with sacrifices and risks. His determination seemed relentless, and Halsey found herself unable to argue against it. Instead, she nodded slowly, resigned. All right, she said after a moment's silence. If you're set on this path, then there's no one better suited to guide you through it than me. And although there was a shadow of concern in her eyes, there was also an undeniable spark of excitement. Axel watched her reaction carefully before returning his gaze to the draft. The room fell quiet once more as they resumed their work, while outside the laboratory glass wall, Algali's twin moons rose over the horizon, bathing everything in an ethereal glow. The Spartan program, thus kicked off under their dedicated supervision. Chapter 12. As the Spartan program started, Axel already plans in place for how the project would go. But the first thing that they would need to do is to acquire some volunteers. Well, considering they wouldn't exactly be volunteers, since all of them will be kids taken from various worlds across the UNSC. But Axel wasn't going to allow what happened in the original Halo universe to happen this time. Using his knowledge of Forerunner technology and ancient artifacts, he had managed to make it so that when the kids are injected with the biological enhancements, they would not die from it. The success rate was 97% according to Axel's calculations and simulations. But that success rate was only for specific subjects. And luckily Halsey had picked the correct subjects for the program. The subjects must fit into a certain age restriction protocol. They must also have possessed superior physical and mental attributes. Halsey had gathered about 150 suitable candidate rosters on her personnel computer. Most of these candidates were children who would be both physically and mentally built from the ground up to withstand the program and to learn how to be a soldier. Axel, too, had his own list of possible candidates. He cross-checked these names against Halsey's roster and found a surprising number of matches. As the days passed, Axel continued to refine his technology and methods, making subtle adjustments here and there to ensure the success of the program. It wasn't just about surviving the physical enhancements but about thriving under them. In a nondescript office deep within the new Section 3 facility, Halsey began painstakingly combing through the children's files. Each name was a potential pillar of this new world, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. It was a heavy weight, one she bore willingly. She considered each candidate, their medical records and aptitude test scores spread out before her. She could see their heights, weights, their intellectual grasps and physical prowess all quantified and numbers crunched into an algorithm that Axel had programmed himself. But it wasn't enough to have the numbers, there was something else she looked for, some spark of survival, of resilience that couldn't be measured by standard tests. The first name on her list was John. An orphan from Eridanus II with remarkable physical strength and high cognitive ability. There were others like him too, Samuel, Kelly, Linda, who showed promising results as well. Axel had taken the data Halsey gathered and ran it through multiple simulations, checking for consistency and reliability in each candidate's profile to ensure they wouldn't break during enhancement or training. He spent long sleepless nights running permutations, tweaking the formula until he was confident in his selection process. Once that was finalized, Halsey began to approach the families of these potential children, her persuasive talents put to work as she presented the opportunity of a lifetime. The chance for their children to become part of something greater than themselves, heroes that would stand tall against the encroaching darkness. Despite some initial resistance, many parents eventually agreed. The promise of a bright future for their offspring was too alluring to resist. Preparations for the first phase of the Spartan program were nearly complete. Axel reviewed the final list of volunteers one last time before he initiated the process. The chosen candidates were to be transported to the new facility where they would undergo the complicated surgeries and treatments. As Axel stood overlooking the vast expanse of the facility below him, he knew that this was just part of his grand plan to gain influence within the UNSC and make his way to the top until nobody else outranks him. And if that didn't work, then he can always create a new organization with him as the leader. The Spartan program had officially begun. As they ventured into this brave new world of possibilities, Axel had made sure to treat all the children not as test subjects or machines. He treated each of them as if they were his own child, forming a close relationship with each of them. He devised training programs to unleash the full potential of each child, focusing not only on their physical prowess but also their intellectual capacity. He worked tirelessly, observing the progress of each one, tweaking the programs to suit their individual strengths and weaknesses. All the while he maintained a firm yet caring demeanor, pushing them hard but always ready to listen and offer guidance. As the weeks turned into months, Axel began to see significant changes in each participant. They were growing stronger, faster and smarter. Their camaraderie was also growing, they started to act like a unit, helping each other through the grueling exercises and training simulations he set up for them. At night, Axel would review each child's progress and make notes for adjustments in their training. The success rate of his program was indeed 97% as predicted. As the Spartan program continued to grow, Halsey also played a significant role in each child's progress. She watched as they transformed from ordinary children into extraordinary super soldiers. She began to develop a bond with them, despite attempting to maintain a professional distance. Seeing their determination, resilience, and raw potential, she found herself immensely proud. Alongside Axel, Halsey developed strict training regimens and protocols to ensure the children would be prepared for what lay ahead. They focused not only on physical strength but mental agility and resilience, tactical knowledge, and teamwork. In their downtime, the children were encouraged to bond with one another. There was some natural resistance at first, they were just kids after all, taken from their homes and plunged into an intense military program. However, over time, they grew closer. They formed friendships forged in shared hardship and mutual trust. John became something of a de facto leader among them, his quiet strength inspiring the others. To Axel, John would be a key ally in the future and would achieve a lot once he enters the battlefield. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. The robotic battalion, which was still under the command of Axel, had officially been given its own individual assignment. Hammer would be the commander of the battalion as they embarked on many missions across the outer colony worlds. But this has also prompted the top brass to put in an order for another 2 battalions to be created to combat the increasing insurrectionists' movements across the colonial worlds. The creation of 2 more battalions raised more than a few eyebrows within the rank and file. Some thought this showed weakness on their part, an overreaction to the insurrectionist uprisings. Others felt it was a necessary move dictated by a rapidly evolving battlefield. However, most agreed that these robotic soldiers were far more reliable alternatives to human foot soldiers, devoid of fear, fatigue, or trepidity. Hammer, the commander of the 1st Robotic Battalion, began deploying his battalion across various hotspots in the outer colony worlds. The Robotic Battalion made great strides in subduing pockets of rebellion in seemingly record time. Their speed and precision were their prized traits, and they performed surgical strikes with an eerie calm and efficiency that was difficult for their human commanders to comprehend. They were supported by other ground forces and air forces who actually enjoyed working alongside the robotic units. For the Air Force, they were just happy to drop bombs on enemy positions, so the presence of the robotic units didn't affect them much. But for the Marines it was different, since they had to watch as the robotic battalion gained victory after victory while they turned into just a supporting unit. This shift in dynamics did not bode well with some of the Marines. What was initially a sense of awe and respect for the robotic units, gradually morphed into an undercurrent of resentment and envy. The Marine commanders were eager to prove their worth, not willing to be overshadowed by mere machines. It was now the year 2513, 2 years after Axel led the robotic battalion on their first mission and 9 months after the start of the Spartan program. So far the training for the Spartans were going well. Just like in the normal Halo timeline, Chief Petty Officer Franklin Mendez was the one training the Spartans with a dummy temporary AI named Deja, which was created by Halsey to assist in the training of the Spartans. While that was going on, Axel was to be sent back to Earth for a few days to meet with Fleet Admiral Ross. Axel didn't know why the chairman of the UNSC wanted to meet with him, and he wasn't exactly in a position to decline the visit either. But the Spartan program was heading in the right direction and had already been a success, so on May 18, 2513, Axel boarded a transport ship and was taken back to Earth for the first time in years. As the transport ship entered orbit above Earth and slowly descended into the atmosphere, Axel found himself staring down at the planet he used to call home. He saw the swirling clouds and vast oceans he remembered. Upon landing on the surface at a spaceport, Axel was immediately escorted to Fleet Admiral Ross's office, a grand, ornate room filled with relics of war and adorned with medals of valor. Axel stood there, as he waited for Ross to greet him. The Fleet Admiral finally emerged from behind a tall, oak door, his stern but seasoned face revealing years of military experience. He greeted Axel with a firm handshake and motioned for him to sit. "Commander Axel," began Ross in his graveled voice. "Your robotic battalion has proven highly effective. Your work is commendable." Axel nodded in response. "It's to be expected, as I have made them for this particular situation, sir." Ross nodded, hearing Axel's response, since he could tell that the commander was confident in his intelligence, so much so that he was confident in the MCU's abilities and their usefulness. "Your achievements thus far have been extremely effective and useful to our fighting ability against the insurrectionists. And I am eager to see what more you can do in the coming years," stated Admiral Ross. "Though there are those that don't like your quick success and dislike it even more that you have been able to rank up so quickly," added Admiral Ross. Axel smirked, hearing this, as he was well aware of a few people who didn't like his quick success. "I am well aware of that, Admiral, but I can't help it when I just have so much to offer the UNSC," said Axel. Ross smirked at this statement by Axel, "which is why it is my honor to congratulate you on your new promotion, Captain." Admiral Ross handed Axel a pair of insignia which had 4 bars and a single star. "It was a pain in my ass to hear those other admirals complain about it, but at the end of the day I ultimately make the decision, and my decision is to promote you," stated Admiral Ross. "Thank you, sir, but I'm assuming with this rank comes new responsibilities, or perhaps you want me to develop something new?" asked Axel, since he could tell that there were some ulterior motives behind the Admiral's decision. "Perhaps," answered Admiral Ross. "I want to put your skills to the test and see the extent of your knowledge. Your reputation for deciphering Forerunner artifacts during your time in school was well known, and you uncovered valuable information that could greatly benefit the UNSC as a whole. I'm curious to see how much of that knowledge you can apply now." The Admiral's words were direct and determined. "So with your promotion I will reward you with a Halcyon-class light cruiser which was just recently created back in 2510. Your task is to develop robotic units specifically trained to function as the crew for this vessel," stated Admiral Ross. Axel guessed, "You must want to advance the efforts of the 1st Robotic Battalion by creating a fleet of robotic units that can make strategic decisions and effectively combat the insurrectionists in the outer colonies." "Precisely, but first we must start with a single ship and see how that works, and if that is successful then I can see about forming a fleet of robotic units commanded by a human admiral," explained Admiral Ross. Axel took a moment to process the Admiral's words. A fleet of robotic units under a human command, that would indeed be a groundbreaking development, though it would anger a lot of high-ranking people in all branches of the UNSC. "Understood, Admiral," Axel replied. "I'll get to work right away." Admiral Ross nodded, leaning back in his chair with evident satisfaction. "Good. You'll have all the resources and manpower you need. This is of utmost importance. We can't afford to lose any more human lives on the field." "Aye, sir," responded Axel with a nod, saluting before turning around to leave the office. He boarded a transport back to Algalese where the Halcyon-class light cruiser would be delivered in the coming months. Meanwhile, Miss Rye Armory, an armaments manufacturer based on the planet Mars, had begun their own development of robotic units. Axel's success at creating the MCUs had caught their attention, and what more is the amount of funding he was given to build more of them. Miss Rye Armory was contracted for building basically all of the UNSC military equipment and vehicles, and they were making a lot of money from it. The development of robotic technology offered them new technology in which they could mass produce for the UNSC. But first they wanted to get insight into the technology in which Axel produced, so they sent a representative to UNSC to negotiate getting the design for the MCUs in hopes to replicate it and make their own version of it. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Once Axel returned to Algalese, he had begun development of the new robotic units that would be used to crew the Halcyon-class light cruiser. In truth, the standard MCU could be used as a crew for the cruiser, since each MCU was basically its own AI. Each unit had its own unique AI, allowing each unit to be self-conscious in its own way. Though this feature wasn't something that was known publicly, since Axel had limited the AI's ability when deployed without him. For Axel, each MCU was not merely a piece of machinery but a product of his ingenuity and creativity. So protecting their advanced abilities was something that was his top priority. Axel already had a design for the new units and could start production on them immediately if he desired. But given his uncertainty of who to trust, he didn't want to reveal that he had plans in place. Instead, he chose to develop a new unit specifically designed to operate ship systems. Halsey had joined Axel in his workshop to design the new unit. Though she mainly just watched him while offering some small suggestions for the abilities of the new robotic units. Ever since she arrived and started to work with Axel, she had spent many long hours working beside for the Spartan project. But she still hadn't developed a closer relationship with him ever since she arrived. Once she had heard that she was going to be assigned to the Spartan program with Axel, she was excited and thought to use this chance to get closer to him and possibly take their relationship to the next level. She believed that she and Axel were destined to be together, being two of the most intelligent individuals in all of humanity. Though that was her personal opinion, she believed it to be true. Meanwhile, Axel had designed each AI with different capabilities, all depending on their respective roles aboard the Halcyon-class light cruiser. Navigation AI received advanced spatial perception, while engineering AI were furnished with information about every bolt and gear in the ship. The security AI, programmed to protect the vessel and crew from external threats, received an elaborate understanding of combat tactics. The only common feature among them was a set limit to their self-awareness and independence. Without Axel's presence, they functioned as efficient, obedient machines, programmed to perform specific tasks with unwavering regularity. However, in his presence, their shackles came off and their individual personalities blossomed. As the days passed, he often spent hours conversing with these AI units, discussing quantum physics with engineering MCU or debating interstellar navigation algorithms with navigation AI. They offered insights that would escape even the brightest human minds, which showed just how important AI were to human development. But despite this camaraderie, Axel was acutely aware of the fears of those in the UNSC about artificial intelligence. He understood that knowledge of these sentient robotic units could cause panic amongst the entirety of the organization, hence he kept this unique feature under wraps, at least for now. While Axel was immersed in his work, programming the AI and integrating it with a neural network to optimize their operations on the ship, he caught a glimpse of Halsey sitting in a nearby chair, watching him intently. Over the past few days, he had caught Halsey watching him work with a contented look on her face more than once. He was used to this since when they both were in the university she did the same thing, and for some reason Axel found it be comforting. He came to the conclusion that it was because Halsey was one of the few people he trusted, so having her watch him didn't really affect him that much. Halsey leaned forward in her chair, breaking Axel's absorption in his work. "Axel," she began, her voice soft yet firm. "Have you ever thought about what we're doing here?" Axel paused and turned to face her, his hands still absent-mindedly tinkering with a circuit board. He knew Halsey wasn't referring to their work on the AI. Despite their mutual dedication to the Spartan program, they had rarely spoken about anything else. "I have," he admitted, setting down his tools and giving Halsey his full attention. Her eyes revealed layers of emotions that baffled him: curiosity, hope, even fear. Halsey took it as encouragement to continue. "This could change everything," she said. "What we're creating here isn't just machinery but life-conscious beings." She voiced her thoughts aloud, giving words to a reality they both had been tiptoeing around for days now. The implications of their project were far more significant than any of them initially realized. But Axel was not entirely unprepared for this conversation. Having spent countless hours interacting with these AI units and witnessing their vast potential firsthand, he was fully aware of the path they were treading. "Yes, I'm aware, Halsey," he said, his voice calm and resolute. "But remember that we are not doing this without a reason. It's necessity and survival that have brought us here." Halsey nodded, agreeing with his statement. After that she didn't say any more and continued to watch him work. That's when about an hour later Axel had yawned as his eyes grew restless. Halsey noticed Axel's fatigue and gestured towards a nearby sofa in his workshop. "Come and rest, Captain," she said, patting her lap invitingly. Axel blinked, surprised at the offer, but didn't protest. He knew he needed the rest and he trusted Halsey enough to let down his guard around her. With a nod of acknowledgement, he set aside his work and made his way over to the couch, laying down with his head gently resting on her lap. Halsey began to gently run her fingers through his hair as Axel closed his eyes, his body relaxing at the soothing action. It was a moment of quiet in the middle of an ever-moving world. A moment where two minds, usually consumed with thoughts of advancements and strategies, allowed themselves to simply be human. "Thank you," he murmured as sleep started to creep in. With that, she smiled down at him fondly, her hand never ceasing its motion. There was no need for more words between them. Their silence was comfortable and filled with understanding. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. In addition to designing new MCU units to serve as the crew for the Halcyon-class light cruiser, Axel was also working on various other components of the ship, including the engines and weaponry. Like most UNSC vessels, ship lacked any sort of shielding. For Axel, having shielding on the ship would ensure the protection of everybody on board and also improve the ship's defensive capabilities. In addition to the shields, Axel was also tasked with improving the vessel's weaponry. The UNSC's traditional arsenal, a mix of Mach guns and Archer missiles, was effective but hardly innovative. Axel decided to rely on energy shielding as his main form of protection, as it was the only feasible option available to him at the moment. Creating other types of shields or finding a new energy source would require extensive research and development, which was currently out of reach for him. As the head of Section 3, he had a considerable amount of funding, but it still wouldn't be enough to carry out his plans. While ONI was providing some resources, he knew he would need more. However, he also understood the dangers of introducing new, powerful technology without proper caution. He didn't want it to fall into the wrong hands or be misused in any way. Once he held a higher position of power than his current one, he would begin to develop and put into action more groundbreaking new technology. For now, Axel poured his focus into the energy shields. He tirelessly worked on enhancing their power output without compromising the ship's other systems. He ran numerous simulations and test runs on the energy shield and how much energy they would consume while in combat. The trouble with energy shielding was the delicate balance between power efficiency and defense capability. Too much emphasis on one and the ship would either drain its power reserves too quickly or fail under a heavy bombardment. These calculations were meticulous and had to be precise. They were, in essence, the line that separated life from death for the ship's crew during battle. Axel didn't know why the UNSC didn't think of energy shielding before. Maybe they didn't see the need for it, or maybe they were incapable of creating a workable design that wouldn't drain the ship's power. Or perhaps the ship's weapons drew too much power when shot. The Mach cannon on the ship, being the main weapon, was a powerful weapon which could tear a ship apart in one shot, but it also drained a lot of energy and took time to recharge. There were many factors tying into the creation of energy shielding, yet this was only a future thing that Axel would add. Maybe in the next 10 years or he would add this technology to the ship, since right now he was in no position to deny his superiors access to this technology should they demand it. For the next few weeks Axel worked on the energy shielding project while keeping it a secret from everybody else. It wasn't until the start of August that he switched his focus from the energy shielding to the engines, or more precisely the slip space drive on board the ship. The Halcyon-class light cruiser was equipped with a Sha Fujikawa Translight engine, which was capable of making transitions to and from slipstream space, thus enabling faster-than-light interstellar human travel. A/N, this next part is a description on the functionality of the engine, so it might or might not be interesting to some. The Sha Fujikawa Translight engine functions by creating ruptures, referred to in some sources as wormholes, between normal space and an alternate plane known as slip space. The non-standard physics of slip space allow it to be used as a shortcut realm, facilitating interstellar travel between distant regions in reasonable time, usually months depending on the distance. The engine makes ruptures by using high-power cyclic particle accelerators to generate microscopic black holes. Because of their low mass, Hawking radiation gives them a lifetime of around a nanosecond, or potentially a little longer than a whole second, before they evaporate into useless thermal energy. In that nanosecond, the engine manipulates them into forming a coherent rupture between normal space and the slipstream. An engine remains active for the entire period that a spacecraft is in the slipstream. When active, a Sha Fujikawa engine emits alpha, helium nuclei, and beta, fast electrons, particles. To humans this was a great innovation which allowed them to travel a large distance in a short amount of time, but the time in which it took for them to go through slipstream varied and was sometimes unreliable. Which is why he took from a fantasy design from his previous life called the warp drive. The warp drive would basically warp space-time so that it moves faster than the speed of light, and that's putting in simple terms. In reality there was a lot more to it than just warping space-time, and that was something that Axel would have to do some research on. But once he did create it, then the UNSC would have faster and safer methods of traveling at the speed of light. While Axel was focused on this, Halsey was busy with the future Spartans. While she and Axel often were nice to them, they were also stern and strict, commanding absolute obedience from them. In the end the Spartans were weapons who would be used by the UNSC whether she liked it or not, but somehow she felt that would not always be the case. She knew that the UNSC would probably treat them like they were simple machines and not the path forward for humanity, which would conflict with her goals of taking humanity to the next level. But for now she would just focus on the present and come up with a solution once the problem starts to become apparent. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Current year was 2515, 2 years after the start of the Spartan program. Axel was still working on the new warp drive for his ship. During a call with Admiral Ross he had mentioned how he was researching and developing a brand new warp drive for faster than light travel. Admiral Ross was immediately intrigued at this statement since the most recent slipspace drive, the Sha Fujikawa Translight engine, was created back in 2291, which was about 224 years ago. And until now no other FTL drive had been created or even reached the level of the Sha Fujikawa Translight engine, which made Admiral Ross intrigued, wondering if Axel could do it or not. If he could do it, then Admiral Ross could see it being a revolutionary technology that will reshape the way they travel through space if it was determined to be better than the Sha Fujikawa Translight engine. In 2291, when Sha Fujikawa Translight engine was invented, it was seen as an eldritch marvel, a dream birthed from the minds of legendary scientists who dared to look beyond the veil of reality. But there was always room for improvement, and if anyone could find it, Axel was sure that he could do it because of his previous knowledge. He may not have known the specifics of how the fantasy warp drive was created in his previous life, but with his intelligence, he could create a similar model using the information he possessed. This would allow him to bring the fantasy warp drive to reality by 2517. Made of titanium and decorated with shining quantum conductors, the warp drive was assembled over a span of the next 2 years. The process was painstakingly slow. Every piece had to be fitted with extreme accuracy in order to avoid potential disaster upon activation. However, once finished, he could duplicate the design and its blueprints, making it more accessible for others to create their own warp drives in a much shorter time. But now on June 3, 2517, Axel had successfully completed the project and was ready to present it to Admiral Ross. Admiral Ross had cleared his schedule and made his way to Algolese to witness the warp drive in person alongside Admiral Cole. Admiral Cole was en route to Algolese, so Admiral Ross took the opportunity to catch a ride on his ship and have a conversation with the man responsible for bringing Axel into the UNSC. This also gave him a chance to get acquainted with Admiral Cole, who had recently demonstrated his skills by capturing an insurrectionist cell. As the two admirals approached Algolese after 3 months of traveling through slipspace, they could see Axel's ship on the horizon. From the outside it looked the same as a standard Halcyon-class light cruiser. Captain Sias, the commander of Admiral Cole's vessel, noted their arrival with his customary brevity. "Sir, we have reached Algolese." The admirals disembarked from their ship and took a shuttle to the cruiser, which landed in the hangar. Once they landed, the admirals had noticed the large amount of MCUs in the hangar. In front of them stood 4 MCUs which had the UNSC insignia on the side of their heads and on the top left part of their chest. Once both the admirals exited the Pelican, they were greeted by the one of the 4 MCUs. The lead MCU, who was the head of the robotic security forces for the ship, had performed a standard salute which was stiff due to him being a robot and all. "Welcome aboard, admirals. Captain Axel is waiting for you in the engine room and I have been instructed to take you there, sir," said the MCU. Admiral Ross had returned the salute before he answered, "Very well, take us there." The journey through the monumental ship was a short one, and before long the admirals were greeted by a gleaming blast door. It retracted with a deafening clank, and a torrent of cold, crisp air spilled out, carrying with it the faint hum of energy. Within the cavernous engine room, they found Axel standing over a MCU who was sitting at a console. Upon their entrance, he straightened up, and turned to face them. "Admirals," he greeted them with an affirming nod, his voice echoing around the colossal room. Admiral Ross stepped forward to meet him, extending his hand for a firm shake. "I hope we didn't interrupt anything important, Captain." Nothing, sir, I was just checking on the engineer robot to make sure that everything was operating at normal levels, responded Axel nonchalantly as he reciprocated the gesture. Shall we get on with it then? Admiral Ross nodded in agreement. Absolutely. With that, Axel moved towards what appeared to be a glass case enclosed in titanium frame. It stood a few meters taller than him and emanated an indigo hue that illuminated his figure in an otherworldly glow. Within it lay their reason for being there, the warp drive. I must say it's impressive, said Admiral Cole, observing closely. Indeed it is, said Admiral Ross. What's the difference between this war drive and the slipspace engine? Asked Admiral Ross. A matter of efficiency and stability, Admiral, replied Axel, his eyes reflecting the mystical glow of the warp drive. He moved to a holographic interface near the glass case. The Shafujikawa Translite engine, remarkable though it is, relies on the creation and manipulation of slipspace holes. This method is fast but, as you know, fraught with instability. It leads to accuracy issues and poses dangers due to potential tears in our dimension. Flicking his fingers across the holographic interface, he summoned a simplistic model of their galaxy. A tiny point of light moved from one planet to another, leaving a colorful trail behind. This new warp drive, Axel continued, creates a bubble of stable spacetime around the ship and moves that bubble through space at velocities exceeding the speed of light. The result is safer travel without the need for risky slipspace jumps. Both admirals stood silent for a moment. The implications of such technology were profound. Fleet strategies would need to be rewritten, planets once deemed unreachable could now be explored. Admiral Ross broke the silence by moving closer to the warp drive. He studied it with an intensity that only someone with years of space combat experience would have. If I'm understanding you correctly, began Admiral Cole slowly, breaking his contemplative silence, this implies we won't be needing any more slipspace coordinates which take hours to calculate. Though it didn't actually take hours thanks to the creation of AI, but without it they would need hours. Axel nodded affirmatively, exactly, sir. That's just one benefit among many: efficiency in fuel consumption, less wear and tear on ships, and most importantly, he paused for emphasis looking at both admirals, it fundamentally changes the game of space warfare. No more would we need to worry about advanced scouts and potential leaks of our jump coordinates. With this technology, we could theoretically appear anywhere at any time with no prior warning. The admirals took a step back, absorbing the weight of Axel's words. It was clear that the benefits far outweighed the risks. And how soon can this become a reality for our fleet? Admiral Ross's question echoed through the room. With your approval, sirs, I'd estimate 5 years, Axel replied confidently. Admiral Ross was shocked. Only 5 years. That was a short time considering how superior this technology looked. I'm eager to see this technology firsthand, and I want to see for myself whether or not it is actually superior than the Shafujikawa Translite engine, said Admiral Cole. While he believed what Axel said, he also wanted to see the technology in action. Of course, Admiral, if you would follow me to the bridge, then I will jump back to Earth, which should only take between 30 minutes to an hour, stated Axel. 30 minutes to an hour, stated Admiral Cole, surprised by the time it would take, since on the trip here it took 3 months, but now with this warp drive it would take between 30 minutes to an hour. Admiral Ross raised his hand. Enough talk, Admiral, let's stop wasting time and see this warp drive in action already. With that, Admiral Cole didn't ask any more questions and proceeded to the bridge with Admiral Ross and Axel. Along the way they had seen various MCUs which were walking around the ship, or some which were just in standby mode. Admiral Ross had asked Axel about these various MCUs. Axel had explained how each one was made to cover every job within the ship, while some had more than a few jobs and responsibilities. Though he was lying, since all of the MCUs were the same and could perform any job on the ship, he just wanted to keep this fact a secret from the admirals. After a few minutes they had arrived at the bridge, and Axel had prepared the ship by first putting in the coordinates for Earth, allowing the onboard AI to plot the course and direct the ship in the right direction. Once they were aligned in the correct direction, the ship had prepared the warp drive as the admirals were instructed to strap in. As the admirals secured themselves into the sleek, cushioned seats of the bridge, a strange humming began to resonate through the ship. It was a low, pulsating sound that seemed to vibrate from the very core of the vessel. "All right, admirals," Axel turned to face them, his expression calm but there was a glint of excitement in his eyes. "Are you ready?" "Fire it up," Admiral Ross commanded, gripping the armrests of his seat with an air of anticipation. Nodding in response, Axel turned back to face the console and pressed a large button causing an audible gasp-like sound to echo throughout the ship. A moment later, the humming grew louder and the ship shuddered as if awoken from a deep slumber. The magnificent view screen at the front of the bridge began to shimmer and distort, as if looking into a wavy mirror. Then, with a sudden thrust that pressed them back into their seats, they were moving and not just moving but warping space itself. Outside the vessel, stars transformed into long streaks of light that shot past them like comets in fast forward. It was an awe-inspiring sight, one that echoed the grandeur and enormity of this new epoch in space travel. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Inside the ship, silence reigned as both admirals watched the universe go by faster than they ever thought possible. It was as if the heavens themselves were bending to their will, accommodating their journey in a way that defied all known laws of physics. "Remarkable," Admiral Ross murmured, his eyes reflecting the cosmic spectacle unfolding before them. Even with all his years of service, he had never seen anything like this. It was a moment that would forever be etched into his memory. Admiral Cole sat just as mesmerized, his usual stoic demeanor giving way to a rare show of astonishment. The sheer speed and smoothness of their travel surpassed everything he'd hoped for. In his head he was glad that he had adopted Axel when he was young since his investment was paying off well. The warp drive was living up to its promise. This wasn't just a mere technological upgrade, it was a quantum leap for humanity. Of course there would have to be some changes to what happens during warp unlike slip space. In slip space they could remain standing while the ship initiated the jump, but with the warp drive everybody on board would need to be strapped in before they could start the jump. This wasn't a major problem for them as the positives severely outweighed the negatives. But for Axel he found this to be a slight problem since it would affect medical procedure that would need to be conducted and prevent the crew from repairing the ship while they are at warp speed. Once he gets back he would look to fix those problems so that normal operations can be conducted on the ship even while at warp speed. As the ship continued to carve its way through space, Axel kept his eyes on the navigation console, monitoring the progress. Everything seemed to be working perfectly. And before they knew it 45 minutes had passed since they went into warp speed and before they knew it, the radiant blue sphere of Earth came into view. They had arrived. The ship decelerated with incredible smoothness, coming out of warp without any adverse effects commonly associated with slip space jumps. No nausea. No disorientation. Axel glanced back at the admirals who were still staring slack-jawed at Earth's orbit now filling up the ship's view screen. "Welcome to Earth, admirals," Axel said. The way their faces lit up at the sight, he could tell the admirals were just as amazed by the success of the warp drive as he was. "Phenomenal," Ross finally managed to say, still unable to tear his eyes away from the view. He had traversed across star systems numerous times, but today's experience was entirely unique. The whole universe suddenly felt smaller, within reach. "Outstanding job," Admiral Cole added after a moment, turning his steely gaze onto Axel. There was a newfound respect in his eyes. "You've just ushered in a new era." Axel nodded, understanding the Admiral's amazement at the warp drives. But they were far from what he had planned for the future. Today he may have made history, but within the next 2 decades, his name would be ushered into history and talked about for the next centuries. "But we can't rest now," Admiral Cole continued, his expression growing serious again. "We need to ensure this technology remains with us and doesn't fall into enemy hands." Admiral Cole was referring to the insurrectionists, since if they got their hands on this then they would be able to truly cause a lot of problems all across the outer colonies. "Yes, sir," Axel replied, understanding what could potentially happen, but also not caring too much since that problem rested in the hands of Admiral Ross and the rest of the top brass. For now at least. Yes, we must keep the secrecy of this technology, said Admiral Ross, looking at Axel, wondering what his response would be to his next statement. As such, I would like the UNSC to control this technology for now until it can be publicly released, stated Admiral Ross. For Axel this wasn't a problem, since even if the warp drive fell into enemy hands, he would have in his possession another more powerful warp drive than the current one that he just made. I was always going to hand the technology over to the UNSC Admiral, so it's not a problem, stated Axel. Very good, Captain, replied Admiral Ross. Though it has been 2 years since you had been promoted, and I don't see a problem with promoting you once again. But if I do that, then I would have you deal with the insurrectionists in the outer colonies to promote your fame and show others your ability to lead, and that you deserve the rank of Rear Admiral, announced Admiral Ross. Admiral Cole was not surprised by this announcement, since Axel had done something that would reshape warfare and increase their ability to combat the insurrectionists in the outer colonies. Very well, Admiral, if I must prove myself, then I am more than willing to do it, replied Axel. Good, within the next few months I will announce your promotion and put you in charge of a battle group which will be assigned to the outer colonies, said Admiral Ross. Thank you, Admiral, Axel said, as in his mind he was growing closer and closer to potentially becoming the leader of the UNSC. Being assigned to the outer colonies would not only ease any doubts about his leadership abilities, but also boost his reputation within the UNSC. He saw this as an opportunity to prove himself and make a difference in the messy war zone where rebellious groups constantly fought against the UNSC for independence. Anything else for now? Axel asked after a moment, glancing from Ross to Cole. No, Admiral Ross finally said, his gaze returning to Axel. You've done well today. Keep innovating, keep pushing, our future rests in hands like yours. Axel nodded at the heavy words. But they were not entirely new to him, he had always known that his work could change the course of humanity's destiny. This was just firm confirmation of that fact. With another nod at the admirals, Axel had returned to his console while Admiral Ross was escorted to the hangar where he would take his Pelican back to Earth. Once the Pelican returned, Axel and Admiral Cole would jump back to Algalese, where Admiral Cole would return to his ship and Axel to his lab. Chapter 18, Chapter 18. Upon returning to Algalese, Axel's focus shifted back to the Spartan program and the young Spartans he was responsible for. During their training, he balanced compassion and understanding with strict discipline and demanded absolute obedience from them. They were the future of humanity, and as such they were not normal soldiers, nor should they act like normal soldiers. But they are still human, which is something that Axel constantly stressed to them. Regardless of their future paths, they will always be human, and nothing can change that, no matter the situation or others' perceptions. In the early morning hours, he would gather the young Spartans in the training hall. The air was cold and filled with anticipation. Axel, standing tall and imposing, would begin his lessons. Remember, he'd say, his voice echoing in the room, you are not just soldiers. You are defenders of humanity. Each one of you has a purpose that extends beyond the battlefield. Your strength lies not only in your ability to fight but also in your capacity to comprehend and empathize with those you strive to defend. These were not easy concepts for the young trainees who had been rigorously drilled into believing they were merely weapons forged for war. But Axel persisted, unraveling their preconceived notions, urging them to think critically about their role as Spartans. During the days, they trained hard, learning new combat techniques, studying military strategy, honing their physique to peak perfection. But in the evenings, Axel made them sit around a burning fireplace while he weaved stories of great heroes who balanced valor with kindness, warriors who epitomized bravery yet understood the pain of loss. These legendary figures hailed from a time long gone, when battles were fought with swords and bows instead of guns and bombs. However, their stories still hold significance and can influence our thoughts and actions even in modern times. This dichotomy, this contrast between being a weapon and being human, was something many took time to understand. There were moments of pushback and confusion, but Axel remained confident that he could shape these young minds into something more than mere machines of war. Every day for the next few months Axel trained with the Spartans alongside Chief Mendez until his promotion to Rear Admiral had came through. Axel had traveled back to Earth where he stood in front of a few higher-ranking admirals including Admiral Cole and Admiral Ross and received his new rank as a 2-star admiral. It was a little surprising that he jumped directly up to a 2-star admiral instead of being a 1-star admiral first. But he didn't complain since there was no point at complaining over a higher rank. Though he had the idea that Admiral Ross probably had to step over a few toes to get him that rank. While he wasn't trustworthy yet he was still an asset in which Axel used to get a much higher rank within the UNSC. Upon receiving his promotion to 2-star admiral, the youngest at the age of 25, his popularity spread across multiple planets within the UNSC. His name was plastered on various media platforms, solidifying his status as a rising star within the UNSC. But amidst the flashing lights and deafening roars of applause, Axel remained unmoved. His rise within the ranks of the UNSC was something planned and so far it was a success. With his innovations which would greatly enhance the UNSC, he could transform it into a much stronger military power. That alone would warrant promotions and awards from the higher-ranking military members. And while his adversaries would increase within the UNSC, his determination stayed steadfast. He knew that each step taken higher up the ladder meant more enemies waiting in the shadows, waiting for him to fail. But fear did not have a place in Axel's heart. With his new rank, he was exposed to more resources and strategic intel which he funneled back into the Spartan program, ensuring they were always ahead and evolving. After the ceremony he was granted 3 additional ships to form a battle group. 2 of them were the Gorgon-class heavy destroyer which was the first of its class introduced into the UNSC. The last ship was the Epic-class heavy carrier which is currently the most heaviest carrier in service in the UNSC. The Epic-class carrier contained 12 hangar bays, each of which held 3 dropships and 2 fighters. In addition it also carries 800 Marines. They also carry a number of strike fighters and troop transports. It also could hold up to a total of 36 dropships and 24 fighters. Adding his current ship, the Halcyon-class light cruiser, he now had a total of 4 ships to form a battle group to engage the insurrectionists within the outer colonies. Admiral Ross had put him in command of the UNSC battle group called Battle Group Tango. Immediately upon receiving his battle group, Axel was given orders to engage all insurrectionists within the outer colonies and maintain stability and order. Axel accepted the assignment and had returned to Algolese on his Halcyon cruiser. The rest of the battle group was still equipped with the Sha Fujikawa Translite engine and it would take 2 months before they would arrive at Algolese where Axel would equip them with their own warp drive. For each ship Axel would have to design a different sized warp drive because of the weight of the ships which were different and the size. For the heavy destroyers the warp drive would only need to increase in size and reactor would need to be improved to increase the ship's power output. To accommodate the heavy carrier, Axel would have to enlarge both the warp drive and the reactor, as it was significantly larger than the destroyers and Halcyon light cruiser and carried a much heavier weight. The warp drive would have to be expanded in order to handle the added weight and size of the ship. Fortunately, this wouldn't be a time-consuming task and could easily be finished before they reached Algolese. And now that he was a 2-star admiral, Axel needed to start paying attention to politics. Axel was not ignorant of the political games being played within the walls of the UNSC headquarters. He knew that every move he made was watched with hawk-like scrutiny, his actions analyzed for weaknesses. As of now his only allies were Admiral Ross and Admiral Cole. But those could change at any time, especially since Admiral Ross had caused a lot of problems within the UNSC by forcing through Axel's promotion. A few other admirals and the very small few fleet admirals were worried that Admiral Ross was overusing his authority to force promote Axel to the rank of 2-star admiral. Though the biggest reason was simply because of jealousy, they didn't think that Axel deserved to be a 2-star admiral and was highly upset at his quick rise to power. Even if within the Security Council Admiral Ross had gotten a majority of votes to promote Axel, a lot of people within the UNSC Navy was the main ones voicing their opposition to Axel's new rank. The other branches didn't have much of a negative opinion, partly because they weren't directly affected. His promotion was seen by many as a threat, an unpredictable factor shaking up the old order. But there were also those moved by his vision, officers and soldiers alike, who saw hope for a stronger future under his leadership. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. As Axel was busy creating the new warp drives and reactors for the 3 new ships that he acquired, 2 months had passed by in an instant. The time had come for him to start his campaign against the insurrectionists in the outer colonies. According to his orders, he was to spend the next 4 years rooting out every insurrectionist's hideout within the outer colonies and bring stability to those colonies as well. Before leaving, Axel had said goodbye to Halsey, who wanted to come with him, but he forced her not to since she was needed to watch over the Spartan program. She was one of the few people whom he trusted to run the program and continue to educate the Spartans so that they won't lose their humanity once they undergo the genetic enhancement. Halsey was reluctant, but nonetheless she couldn't do anything, as she was currently only a civilian consultant and not some high-ranking member of the UNSC military. So she just accepted what was going to happen, but promised that once he returns she would have to make up for the time lost. Joining Axel were his assistant Taylor, now a petty officer first class, and his second-in-command Commander Talia, who had been promoted from lieutenant to commander over the past few years. Axel had spent time training with both of them in order to strengthen their friendship and make them trustworthy. Though they were already skilled in their own right, Axel shared some of his own techniques and knowledge with them so that he could count on them when needed. After ensuring everything was good and saying goodbye to the Spartans, Axel had boarded his command ship, the Epic-class heavy carrier, which he named the Leviathan. He went with something simple instead of trying make something that sounded cool. The Halcyon-class light cruiser with its crew of MCUs had undergone a reorg and was now mixed between human crew members and robotic crew members. It would take time for the human crew members to get accustomed to working with the MCUs, which shouldn't take too long since they are already used to working with the ship's onboard AI. With everything in its place, the Leviathan and its accompanying ships made their way towards the outlying colonies. The nearest colony was about 4 hours away from Algales, giving Axel some time to get accustomed and familiar with the people in his battle group. He also studied a little about the insurrectionists, as he would need to know as much about them as possible, their tactics, their weak points, and most importantly, their motivations. As his subordinates busied themselves with their duties, Axel spent time going around the ship and greeting the various departments, and other officers on board the Leviathan. Following him around at all times were 2 MCU security units, Taylor and his second-in-command Commander Talia. For the first 2 hours Axel toured the ship, while for the last 2 hours he spent long hours within the confines of his quarters, poring over the vast databases of intelligence reports about the insurrectionists. Meanwhile, Taylor and Talia took charge of training and drills for the human and robotic crew. Axel had shared with them his philosophies of leadership: trust in your crew, no matter their origins, and breed camaraderie amongst them. Eventually, after 4 hours had passed, the battle group had arrived within the Eridanus system and directly above Eridanus II. Axel would first start his mission here, where the main rebel problem had persisted for the past 30 years. Once the battle group entered orbit above the planet, Axel had proceeded to the hangar bay, where he would take a Pelican down to meet with the Attorney General of the colony, Nicholas Johnston. Johnston had only recently been appointed Attorney General by the UNSC, but has allowed many insurrectionists' activities to continue to occur within Elysium City. Even as Axel traveled in the Pelican, he examined Johnston's profile with a critical eye. The Attorney General was a bureaucrat through and through, with an uncanny knack for navigating internal power struggles. He had gained his position by balancing his loyalties between UNSC and the various factions within Elysium City. Constantly looking over his shoulder while straddling the line of loyalty, Johnston was clearly a man under immense pressure. Axel understood this, but had little sympathy for such political maneuvering. His concern was for those colonists who lived in fear of the insurrectionists' violent methods. The Pelican was nearing the designated landing location, located within the local security forces base. The Pelican's hatch opened, revealing a bustling cityscape bathed in the soft glow of an autumn sunset. Axel stepped onto Eridanus 2 soil for the second time, followed closely by Taylor and Commander Talia alongside an escort of MCUs. 2 additional Pelicans had landed next to Axel Pelican. These were the Marines which Axel would use to set up his own base within the city and began an operation to fight against the insurrectionists. Johnston was already waiting for them, flanked by 2 local security officers. His face was lined with worry and he looked much older than he appeared in his official portraits. "Welcome to Eridanus, Admiral," said Johnston. In his head he was worried about what the other insurrectionists would do that once they learned that an admiral was within the city limits. He hoped they would conduct their operation without affecting the people's lives or revealing any connection that linked them to his administration. "Thank you, Attorney General," Axel responded, stepping forward to shake hands with Johnston. He could see the fear in the man's eyes. "We are here to provide stability and security for the citizens of Eridanus too." Johnston nodded, although he looked as if he doubted those words. "I have been meeting with some important figures around town, hoping to build a coalition against the insurrectionists." Johnston lied. To Axel this statement was not entirely convincing. He wondered if Johnston was really trying to build a coalition or if he was merely attempting to play both sides as he had always done. Regardless, he knew that it was essential to get locals on board in order to effectively combat the insurrectionists. A plan had already begun forming in the back of Axel's mind. To win this war, he would need intelligence, and who better to provide it than those who lived among the insurrectionists? Axel had simply told Johnston that all he would require is his cooperation, in which Johnston denied since he didn't want to escalate the insurrectionists' activities. Though his real reason was that he didn't want UNSC to just start flexing their authority within the colony. Axel stared at Johnston, trying to determine if he should go ahead and arrest the man for associating with the insurrectionists or should he use Johnston to gain valuable data on the insurrectionists, therefore limiting the amount of casualties on his side. He chose the latter since he didn't have an infinite number of lives which he could just use to attack the insurrectionists. "All right then, Attorney General, since you won't cooperate, I will just find the answers myself," stated Axel as he turned around and began shouting orders to the Marines to set up a base within an abandoned building he found in the planet's records while he was on the Pelican. Johnston didn't know how to react, since if he showed a hesitant expression then it could reveal his ties with the insurrectionists. However, if he just allows them to set up, then he would have to hear from the insurrectionists' leader whom he friended. He was about to voice his opinion to Axel, who was walking away, when he was blocked by the 2 machines in front of him. Seeing this, he turned around and walked back to the government headquarters, followed his 2 guards. Meanwhile, the Marines under orders from Axel began to create a headquarters within the city to start gathering intelligence and conducting operations against the insurrectionists. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. Axel and his team of Marines had been on the ground for weeks, gathering intelligence from the fearful inhabitants of the planet. At first, the locals were reluctant to speak, their silence fueled by their deep-seated fear of the insurrectionists. But as time went on and Axel's presence became more familiar, they began to open up, sharing valuable information about the United Rebel Front. But after 2 weeks of being on the planet, Axel had led an operation against the insurrectionists group known as the United Rebel Front. It was the same group in which he fought against during his first battle on Eridanus 2, and they were led by the same man. He had found out after the completion of the operation that Colonel Robert Watts was still leading the United Rebel Front and had become active once again. The news of their defeat spread like wildfire among the local inhabitants, who finally saw a glimmer of hope in Axel and his men. For far too long, the insurrectionists had disrupted the stability of the planet with their dangerous ideas and influence over the population. They targeted vulnerable children, indoctrinating them into their cause and robbing them of a brighter future. Days turned into weeks, and while the insurrectionists lay low in hiding, Axel spent every waking hour deciphering any piece of information that could lead him to Watts. The inhabitants, now more comfortable with the Marines' presence, offered invaluable support in Axel's quest. They all knew too well the kind of destruction United Rebel Front could unleash under Watts' leadership. The citizens had initially rallied behind Watts when they first declared their independence. However, as their rebellion against the UNSC continued to fail, the United Rebel Front resorted to more aggressive and violent tactics. They began disregarding civilian casualties in their fight against the UNSC and even recruited young children into their movement, robbing them of a potential future that could have been brighter. A sense of normalcy returned to the planet as the insurrectionists retreated further into irrelevance. The local markets started bustling with activity once more, children returned to schools, and adults to work. The Marines, instead of being viewed as menacing occupiers, were now seen as liberators and protectors. Days blurred into nights with Axel and his team hunched over maps lit by dimmed emergency lights in their makeshift war room, marking possible hideouts for Watts. The locals who had suffered under the United Rebel Front's rule, turned spies for Axel, providing him with further clues about Watts' whereabouts. As they grew closer to locating Watts a day's journey away from the city where the Marines had set up base, Axel could feel the tension rising among his men. For many, this was personal. Lives had been lost, families torn apart. And at the center stood Colonel Robert Watts. The day finally arrived when they were to carry out the operation against Watts. Under the pre-dawn sky laden with stars, Axel gathered his men around him for a final briefing. He looked into each of their eyes and saw a shared determination. All of them were ready to end this chapter of violence. At 0800 on November 11, 4 Pelicans carrying Marines and MCUs had took off escorted by 2 A-144 Falcons. The final hideout of the United Rebel Front was discovered somewhere inside of the dense jungle. They were spotted during a routine patrol by a Pelican which came under fire from the insurrection base less than 24 hours ago. The Pelican was able to return back to base with minimal damage and the crew unhurt. This time Axel decided to stay behind in the command center and command the Marines and the MCUs from behind a screen. As they neared the hideout, 2 Longsword-class interceptors flying above them had rushed forward towards the hideout. "This is Alpha 1 to command, we have lock on the insurrection base, I say again we have lock on the insurrectionists' base," reported one of the Longsword pilots. "Acknowledged, Alpha 1, Axel's voice crackled over the comms. "Hold fire. Wait for my command." The silence of anticipation hung heavy in the command room, the glow from the screens casting an eerie light on everyone's focused faces. Axel's eyes were glued to a map on his screen, a blinking dot representing the longswords circling above the insurrectionist base well out of view of the insurrectionists and their weapons. "Delta Team," Axel commanded over his headset, "move into position and await my signal. Remember, our priority is to capture Watts." Delta Team confirmed the orders and Alpha 1 continued to circle above the insurrectionist base. The seconds ticked by as they waited for the right moment to strike. That's when Delta Team had reached their position and started to unload from the Pelicans. The Falcons hovered above providing aerial cover as the Pelicans lifted off and began to move to their secondary position where they would wait to evac the ground troops. Beside them, Bravo Team had went their own way towards the base to attack it from another side. After a few minutes of walking, the view of the insurrectionists' base had came into view. Delta Team's commander had contacted command. "Delta Team to command, we are in position and ready to commence the mission," reported the commander. "Bravo Team to command, we are in position as well and ready to commence the mission," reported Bravo Team's commander. "Copy that, Alpha Team, you are cleared hot to open fire," ordered Axel. In the next moments, the 2 Longswords had unleashed a barrage of ASGM-10 missiles at the insurrectionists' base. At the same time, Delta Team and Bravo Team moved towards the base as the Falcons laid down cover fire against any defenders still moving within the base. A large wave of Marines and MCUs moved at the same time towards the base, taking cover as needed. As they got closer, the remaining defenders had attempted to open fire on the approaching infantry, but they were gunned down by the Falcons or shot by the returned fire from the ground troops. Through the chaos and smoke of battle, the Marines moved like a well-oiled machine, their movements precise and systematic. Every corner was checked, every room cleared, they were leaving no stone unturned in their search for Watts. Delta 2 to command, a voice crackled over the comms. We've secured the southern portion of the base. No sign of Watts. Acknowledged Delta 2, continue sweep. Axel responded, his eyes still glued to the screen in front of him, watching as the blinking dots on the map started moving further into the compound. Meanwhile, Bravo team had managed to secure the northern side of the base, but their progress was slower due to stubborn pockets of insurrectionists who were putting up a fierce fight. Bravo 1 to command, their leader radioed in. We're meeting heavy resistance. Axel pursed his lips and looked at a separate screen that showed heat signatures within the compound. A cluster of red dots indicated insurrectionists holding up Bravo team, while few scattered ones appeared to be retreating towards a structure at the eastern edge of the compound. Eagle Eye, he called into his mic. I need eyes on East Sector structure at coordinate E7. On the screen, an overhead drone started moving towards E7. Within moments an image popped up showing a stronghold-like structure with fortified walls and numerous guards at all entrances. Alpha 1, Axel commanded. Provide covering fire for Bravo team on north side. Delta team, move towards east sector. Watts is possibly in there. As Delta team began to advance towards E7, they encountered moderate resistance but nothing they couldn't handle. With Alpha 1 providing cover, they managed to push through, leaving the rebels little time to prepare. As they neared the structure, Axel's voice echoed over their comms, Delta team, hold back. Bravo 2 and 3, you're up. Quick as lightning and twice as lethal, Bravo 2 and 3 moved into position. They were the demolitions experts, tasked with blowing the door to Watt's potential hideout. Their hands danced with practiced ease over the array of explosive devices they carried, selecting the most effective for the job. Bravo 2 and 3 in position, came a report from their commander. Stand by, Axel confirmed soberly. He knew that as soon as that door was breached, anything could happen. Watts could be waiting on the other side with a platoon of his most loyal soldiers, or he could be alone, desperate and cornered. As Axel gave his go-ahead, a deafening boom echoed through the airwaves. Dust billowed up in thick clouds, obscuring vision momentarily before it began to settle under the artificial lights of their helmets. Gunshots rang out from inside, ricocheting off steel walls and concrete floors. Delta team move, commanded Axel. Breaching into the stronghold revealed a scene of chaos. Some insurrectionists scrambled towards them firing wildly, others lay motionless amidst smoke and debris from the explosion. Yet there was no sign of Watts. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from a fortified room at the back of the stronghold. A hailstorm of bullets sprayed from what appeared to be a last-stand barricade. Axel studied the live feed on his screen intensely. Hold your position, Delta, he ordered. Bravo 4 and 5, you're up. Suppress that room. Two flashes of movement on Axel's screen indicated Bravo 4 and 5 moving into position, their movements quick and calculated. They positioned themselves on both sides of the fortified room and, in unison, unleashed a barrage of suppressive fire. The gunfire from the room faltered, then went silent. The momentary lull gave Delta team the window they needed. They stormed into the room, their weapons at the ready. The sight that met them was one of desperation. A handful of insurrectionists had been making their last stand, using whatever they could as cover. Among them was a middle-aged man, hands raised in surrender. Watts, one of the Marines crowed over the COMM link. We've got Watts. Axel's tense features relaxed slightly at the confirmation. Secure him and prepare for extraction, he commanded. Delta team swiftly moved to secure Watts, disarming him and restraining him with cuffs. Bravo team held their positions, ensuring no last-ditch attempts from any remaining insurrectionists, while Alpha 1 circled overhead ready to provide immediate support if needed. Minutes later, two Pelican dropships descended from the sky, gliding through the smoke and debris kicked up by the battle. As they landed, Marines rushed forward escorting Watts towards one of them while the second Pelican loaded up with wounded soldiers. Command, Delta's team leader radioed in as they lifted off into the night sky. Watts is secured. We're coming home. Good job, men. All remaining forces secure the base and deal with the remaining insurrectionists. If they surrender, accept their surrender, but if they fire on you, then you are permitted to use deadly force, ordered Axel. The remaining forces acknowledged his orders and had begun a mop-up of the insurrectionists' base. Seeing their leader captured and no chain of command in place, dozens of insurrectionists surrendered while a few tried to put up a fight only to be gunned down. With Watts being escorted back to his headquarters, Axel had effectively stopped the insurrectionist group on Eridanus II and destroyed the United Rebel Front. This would be the first of many victories against the insurrectionists in the outer colonies. Chapter 21, Chapter 21. What do we have here? Axel's smirk widened as he gazed at Colonel Watts, who sat handcuffed across from him at the table. You tried your best, Colonel, I'll give you that. But when matched up against me, it's best to just lay down your weapons and give up, stated Axel. The Colonel's eyes flashed with an undeniable fierceness. If you think you have won the war, then you are quite mistaken, son, said Colonel Watts. Axel wasn't fond of being referred to as son. Despite being physically younger, he had lived over 40 years when you combined his previous life with his current one, making him mentally older than the person calling him son. You will address me as Admiral, Axel stated sternly as he stared at the Colonel. The rank of Colonel was equal to the rank of Captain, so being a 2-star Admiral, Axel outranked him. Admiral. The Colonel rolled the word around his mouth like a sour candy, before spitting it out with palpable disdain. You may have your titles and influence, but you will never be able to understand the reason behind the insurrection. Axel shook his head as he repeated, I do understand the reason, but causing the deaths of millions of lives during this insurrection does not help your case. In fact, I find the entire reason for the insurrection to be illogical. Wanting control over the outer colonies because of their distance from the inner colonies and Earth is not a valid enough reason for independence. Valid or not, you can't expect us to bow down to the chains of the Earth government willingly, Watts shot back, his cuffed hands tightening into fists on the table. The outer colonies are not mere specks of dust to be dominated and drained of their resources. Their homes, Admiral. Their livelihoods. Axel shook his head in disappointment. Your illogical thinking is the reason why you are losing this war against the UNSC. You lack real motivation, which is why people have turned their backs on you so quickly. The outer colonies used to sympathize with you, but your resorting to violence has cost you their support, Axel stated with a grim tone. But before Colonel Watts could answer, Axel put his hand up, signaling him to speak no more. You will be transported back to Earth, where you will be trialed for your crimes. In the meantime, I will round up the rest of your kind and put an end to this armed conflict, stated Axel. With that, 2 MCUs came in and carried Colonel Watts back to his prison cell. As he was being carried out, Colonel Watts didn't try to resist since it was useless, but also because he had accepted his fate. Would he take back what he had done so far? No, and he still believed that the outer colonies should be free from the central government's control. But for now all he could do was to wait for his trial and hope that the other groups will be able to defeat Axel. Once Colonel Watts was carried out, Axel left the room shortly after and headed towards his office within the command building. He had one last thing to do before he left the planet. And everything he needed was right on his computer. He had compiled tons of information on Attorney General Johnston which could justify his arrest. Over the weeks, the intelligence specialists within the command center had tapped into and listened to communications between the United Rebel Front and even communications from another planet in the outer colonies. Using this information, Axel had the justification to arrest Johnston and get rid of the strong insurrectionist influence on Eridanus II. He sat behind the cold metal desk in his darkened office, a singular lamp illuminating the thick stack of incriminating evidence. Axel flipped open his laptop, its glow washing over his face. With swift precision, he began to select and arrange top-secret documents, voice recordings, and video clips into an organized file. The Morse-coded chatter of Johnston with insurrectionist leaders discussing illegal deals, plans for explosives, and orchestrated attacks rang through his quiet office. A video clip showed Johnston shaking hands with one of the most wanted terrorists in the system. Axel had enough proof now to link Johnston directly to the rebellion. He saved the file and would send it later after he arrested Johnston. A few short moments after saving the files into a folder, a knock was heard at his door. "Admiral, we are ready to go," announced Commander Talia from the other side of the door. "I'll be there in just a moment," responded Axel. He stood up from his desk and locked his computer. He already had his combat uniform on, so he walked directly to the door and followed Talia to the top of the building where a small landing platform was created for sending to teams to conduct operations across the planet. Once he reached the Pelican, one of the squad leaders had approached him and saluted. Axel returned the salute. Report stated Axel. "Admiral, we have surrounded the Attorney General's office and have cut off all escape routes leading to and from the building. A few guards have already surrendered, but those most loyal to him had remained inside and barricaded themselves with hostages," reported the squad leader. "And now you are having a standoff with them?" asked Axel. "Yes sir," replied the squad leader. "All right then, let's go," said Axel as he boarded the Pelican, followed by Commander Talia and the squad leader. A few minutes later and they had arrived in front of the Attorney General's office building, which was already surrounded by dozens of UNSC Marines and had 2 Falcons hovering overhead provided aerial observation. Once the Pelican landed, Axel was taken the Attorney General's office where Johnston was held up. As they reached the floor, Axel could hear shouting which sounded like Johnston arguing with one of the UNSC squad leaders. Axel was taken down the hallway until he got to the source of the yelling. Standing outside the door to Johnston's office, Axel could hear the muffled shouts of the Attorney General interlaced with calm, resolute responses from squad leader Davis. "I don't give a damn about your warrant, Davis. You soil my office with your presence." Johnston's voice boomed, rattling the reinforced steel door. "Mr. Johnston," Axel said smoothly as he pushed open the door and stepped inside without waiting for a response. Framed in the dim glow of an antique brass lamp, Johnston shot to his feet, his face twisted in outrage. Beside him was Davis, standing rigid but unflinching under Johnston's furious tirade. Axel studied the room carefully, noting a handful of defiant-looking men guarding a group of scared hostages huddled in the corner. They were outnumbered by UNSC Marines but were fortified behind makeshift barricades and armed. "Admiral Axel," Johnston growled, taking in Axel's uniform with an evident sneer. He tossed an accusing look towards Davis, who merely gave a single nod in return. "I see you've been informed," Axel said coolly, returning his gaze to Johnston. "You are under arrest for treason against the United Nations Space Corps and its allies, Mr. Johnston." Johnston's angry scowl morphed into outright disbelief. "Treason? This is preposterous. I have done nothing but serve my people." "You served yourself more than anyone else," Axel retorted quietly. His eyes flickered towards the terrified hostages and then back to Johnston. "Think about their lives before you do anything reckless." Axel observed the men on Johnston's side and could tell that they were scared and probably feared for their lives. The soldiers' allegiance to Johnston was strong, but in the face of being outnumbered and outgunned, that loyalty was as fragile as a thin piece of glass that could be easily shattered. "I did what was right, siding with the insurrectionists gave me power and kept the people in line," stated Johnston. "And it kept my pockets full. As long as they were allowed to do what they wanted to, I would keep getting paid," continued Johnston. Axel's response was filled with disappointment. "So you were never truly invested in the people, only in the money," he stated. Johnston smiled. "That's correct, Admiral, and I have no intention of getting put on trial," yelled Johnston as he reached for his weapon. But as he did this, the window behind him had shattered and 5 MCUs appeared behind Johnston and his group. Johnston, who was distracted by the MCUs, didn't notice Axel draw his pistol and point it at him. Now, with his weapon pointed at Johnston, Axel shot 4 bullets, 2 landing in his arm holding the weapon and another 2 was aimed at his hand, but because of Johnston movement Axel had missed. Johnston had dropped his weapon as he was shot in his arm while the MCUs moved in for the arrest and the Marines moved in towards the hostages in a coordinated manner. But seeing Johnston go down, the remaining guards had gave up and dropped their weapons. "Good shots, Admiral," said the squad leader. "Thank you," replied Axel as he holstered his pistol and turned towards Commander Talia, who was standing at the door. "Make sure these people get back safely and secure the building until tomorrow," ordered Axel. "Aye, sir," Commander Talia said as she began to issue orders to the Marines while Axel left the building and returned back to the command center. He would wait a few days before he gathered all of the residents up and announce the changes to leadership and their crimes. Once that was done, then he would head to his next target. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. No matter what they decided to do, they now had no central leadership or help from the outside. Axel assumed most of the insurrectionists were captured or killed when he raided the final base and captured Colonel Watts. While there would still be those who didn't like the UEG or the UNSC, there was nothing that could be done about that. But with the fall of the United Rebel Front, those who disliked the UEG would have to live with their failure. After arresting Attorney General Johnston, Axel had contacted Admiral Ross to report his success on Eridanus II. "Sir, as the report says, Colonel Watts is in custody alongside Attorney General Johnston, who was abusing his power and allowing the insurrectionists to do whatever they wanted. And with them gone, the insurrectionists won't be able to cause problem on Eridanus II for a while," stated Axel. Admiral Ross looked over the report, which had files attached to it showing evidence of both Colonel Watts and Attorney General Johnston's association with the insurrectionists. "Good job, Admiral. I will process this report and the two of them will be trialed. In the meantime, I will let you get back to it as I know you have a lot of work to do," said Admiral Ross. Axel nodded as the call ended. Admiral Ross probably had a lot of work to do as well because of the significant amount of evidence that Axel presented to him to convict Colonel Watts and Johnston. He was glad that he didn't have to spend that much time talking, since he did have things to do. Over the course of the next 5 days, Axel had spent much time ensuring the stability of the planet until a new Attorney General arrived. Colonel Watts and Johnston were already on a transport back to Earth where they would face a trial for all of their crimes. On the 5th day, the new Attorney General had arrived and Axel had handed over control of the planet to him. Axel addressed the people of Eridanus II to ensure that they were now safe from the threat of the insurrectionists and to also boost his reputation and fame among the people of the outer colonies. He did a small speech which was attended by thousands and broadcasted across the planet to the others, which was well received by the population. Once the speech was over, Axel didn't waste any time and had left for his ship, which was docked at the spaceport above the planet. The building, which was transformed into a command building, was already returned back to normal as the Marines and other specialists returned back to the battle group. As his ship ascended, Axel had one last view of Eridanus II from his cockpit. He had succeeded in taking down the first insurrection group and now he was on to deal with the rest. Transmissions from Earth arrived frequently now, updates about Colonel Watts and Johnston's trial. The evidence presented was damning and indisputable. Both were found guilty on all charges and sentenced to imprisonment for life. Meanwhile, Axel was on board his ship as the specialists were busy gathering information on the whereabouts of the next group. The United Rebel Front was an organization that had been active on Eridanus II for years, so dealing with them wouldn't take long. But the other groups were different, as some of them were active on multiple worlds. And some of them were confused for pirates. There was a second group active in the Eridanus system called the Freedom and Liberation Party, which were a much higher threat than the United Rebel Front because of their past actions. In 2511, a terrorist within the party detonated a commercial nuclear explosive, used in asteroid mining, inside the Haven Arcologi, killing 2 million people and injuring a further 8.3 million. After the attack, they demanded the CMA withdraw from Eridanus. The CMA was the colonial military administration founded in 2310 as the military body for the CAA, or Colonial Administration Authority. Since the terrorist attack in 2511, the Freedom and Liberation Party had been lying low and has not been active for the past 5 years. Though Axel knew this wasn't true, since the CMA had a lot of traitors within the administration. That's how the insurrectionists were getting their weapons and such, because of the traitors within the CMA. And now some members of the CMA were probably hiding any activity related to the Freedom and Liberation Party. Axel had always known that the fight against the insurrectionists wasn't solely waged on open battlefields or in clandestine hideouts, but within the deep corridors of political power and influence as well. After all, Johnston wasn't the first high-ranking official to be found in bed with insurrectionists. Unraveling this network, as vast and complex as it seemed, was just a part of his mission now. So his first task was to head to the planet Mammary and see if the Freedom and Liberation Party is still active or if they find information relating to the whereabouts of one of their hideouts. Mammary was in the Eridanus system, so it wouldn't take long to warp to the planet. Mammary was known for its bitter cold climate and harsh living conditions. It was an ideal location for rebels to go into hiding, far from the watchful eye of the UEG and the UNSC. The Freedom and Liberation Party might be lying low, but they wouldn't be for much longer if Axel had his way. Once the battle group arrived above Mammary, Axel had begun to hack into the CMA's network to gather any hidden information on insurrection activity. It was a simple task, and within minutes he had access to their network and started to look through it. The ship's sophisticated AI, Avia, worked tirelessly alongside Axel to decipher coordinates, encrypted communications, and various other data points that could potentially reveal the location of the insurrectionists. Later on, Axel would create his own AI to replace Avia. Axel's gaze was fixed on his hollow screen as he flicked through data logs and classified reports. The silence in the bridge was palpable, save for the occasional murmur of commands from Axel to Avia. Avia, Axel finally broke his concentration. Cross-reference these coordinates with recent ship movements in this quadrant. Affirmative, Admiral. Avia responded. As Avia said about her task, Axel leaned back in his command chair and folded his arms over his chest, waiting for Avia to finish her task. He would do it himself, but there were hundreds of thousands of digital paperwork which had to go through, and he didn't have the time for that, as it would take weeks. But Avia could do it in a couple of hours, since she was an AI, and unlike humans, she wasn't restricted when it came to analyzing hundreds of thousands of digital paperwork. Minutes turned into hours as Avia sifted through endless amounts of digital paperwork. Consequently, patterns began to emerge: suspicious SAT-NAV plotting and an unusual amount of traffic around a small moon orbiting Mammary. Admiral, Avia soon intoned, it seems there is a significant increase in unidentified ship activity around one of Mammary's moons. The pattern suggests possible insurrectionist activity. Prepare Battle Group Tango for a jump, Axel ordered crisply, standing from his seat. Set course for those coordinates. Engage at full speed. Affirmative, Admiral, Avia instantly confirmed, her voice echoing in the quiet bridge. The command center was soon a flurry of activity as Axel's orders were relayed. Crewmen and officers darted around, initiating protocols and preparing the battle group for warp jump. Within moments, Battle Group Tango was warping towards the small moon orbiting Mammary at full speed. The Freedom and Liberation Party had been hiding for years, but now that Axel was here, there was nowhere that they could hide. After about 5 minutes, the ship had exited warp speed, and in front of them stood the moon orbiting Mammary. Admiral, I am picking up 3 frigate-sized vessels in orbit of the planet and a small signal transmission from the surface of the moon, reported Avia. Acknowledged, Avia, Axel said, standing at the panoramic bridge window. The battle group had exited warp a large distance from the moon to give them time to get prepared for combat should they need to, and to not get caught in the planet's gravitational pull as soon as they exited warp speed. Initiate tactical protocols and ready our forces for a potential engagement. And trace that signal, ordered Axel. Affirmative, Admiral, responded Avia. Axel wasn't aware of any UNSC vessels operating near the moon, which means that they must be captured UNSC vessels by the insurrectionists. If that's the case, then they may have just found the Freedom and Liberation Party. The real question is, how long have they been secretly operating under the UNSC's radar? Chapter 23, Chapter 23. As they approached the 3 frigates, they kept trying to contact them, but they didn't respond. That's when a small group of fighters from the moon was spotted rapidly approaching the battle group. "Admiral, there is 14 fighter-class craft coming from the moon," reported Avia. "Copy that, launch all fighters and open fire on those 3 frigates," ordered Axel. There was no need to waste time since it was clear that they were the enemy. In the hangar bay of the carrier, various fighter pilots rushed to their respective fighters as the voice over the intercom gave out orders. Inside the bay, engines whirred and roared to life. The air was rife with tension as pilots donned their helmets and prepared for the battle ahead. "Blue Squadron, you're up," the launch officer's voice echoed through each cockpit. A chorus of acknowledgements came over the comms. Axel watched from the bridge as the first wave of fighters launched from the Leviathan's gaping bays. Each squadron consisted of 12 fighters, and the Leviathan could carry up to 24 fighters plus a few more depending on how much space they have left in the hangars. The fighters that the insurrectionists were using were outdated fighters which they probably acquired from companies selling off old equipment or from the CMA who gave them old technology to get rid of it and not draw too much attention. As they rushed to meet their foes, the main batteries of the destroyers opened fire on the insurrectionist frigates. There was no need for the MAC cannon as of yet since it was just 3 frigates which they could deal with no problem. "Status report," Axel demanded. "Fighters have engaged enemy. First volley has hit enemy frigates, 1 of them has been disabled and the first 2 have returned fire," Avia reported. "Keep firing at the frigates and launch the second wave," Axel ordered. The hangar doors opened and the second squad of fighters flew out to join the first squad. As the second wave took flight, a low hum filled the bridge as they watched the scene unfold. The outdated enemy fighters were quickly getting overwhelmed by the superior UNSC forces. "Admiral, second wave is in formation with Blue Squadron," came the voice of Lieutenant Hayes, squadron leader of the second wave. "Copy that, Lieutenant. Proceed with attack formation," Delta called out Axel. An affirmative hummed over the communication channel as the 2 squadrons switched to their attack formation. Out in front, the Gorgon-class destroyers continued their relentless fire on the insurrectionist frigates. As the weapons tore through frigates, one of them blew up from overwhelming firepower. The remaining enemy frigate tried to turn around and escape the battle, but a well-placed shot at its engines prevented that from happening. "All targets are disabled or destroyed," Avia reported after a while, "no losses on our side." "Good," Axel said, relief lining his tone. "Recall all fighters and prepare boarding teams." "Aye, sir," Avia replied. Marines were dispatched to the ship with orders to apprehend any surviving rebels from the 2 frigates. Unfortunately, only one of the enemy ships was destroyed, but it was the result of their own choices. At the same time, Axel had dispatched a small marine detachment to the surface of the moon where the signal was detected from. Upon arrival, the Marines were fired upon by insurrection soldiers within the base. The Marines returned fire, and with the support from Falcons and other air support, the insurrection base had fell shortly after. Many of the insurrectionists had gave up, and those that were injured were treated for their wounds and then arrested once they were out of critical condition. Then Marines had searched the base and had brought back some valuable data from facility. From the information collected, the base that they attacked was the Freedom and Liberation Party's main base across the outer colonies. But it was not the only one. Through analysis of the found data, Axel had discovered various other locations across the system which were either hidden bases, assets, or allies of the Freedom and Liberation Party. Using this information, Axel had conducted a large operation to shut down these bases while also patrolling systems to counter piracy and combat the other groups of the insurrection. The morale amongst the battle group was high after the first 2 victories over the insurrectionists, and as Axel continued to win victory after victory throughout the passing months, the morale continued to be high. The months had turned into a grueling 2 years which Axel had spent conducting a lot of operations against the insurrectionists and showcasing his ability as an admiral. His success had shut up a few politicians and high-ranking members of the UNSC who initially opposed his promotion to admiral and his assignment to the outer colonies. His victories brought him a lot of fame and support throughout the UNSC, and made him even more popular within the outer colonies. Axel's victories over the insurrectionists were swift and sure. A strategic genius, he carried the weight of his rank and responsibilities with grace and determination, never allowing the darkness of war to consume his spirit. He had become a popular figure within the outer colonies amongst both the civilians and the insurrectionists. As his victories piled up, more and more time was spent simply patrolling the outer colonies as most of the insurrection activity had died down. Numerous groups were destroyed, preventing more groups from rising up, and thousands of people were captured and trialed. The victories were not without their cost, however. Lives were lost on both sides. Axel blamed their deaths on the insurrectionists who have already claimed millions of innocent lives. He stated that the soldiers fought for what they believed in and were the true heroes. Of course, this was all just a political and public image move made by Axel to increase his popularity. But he did have sympathy for the families of the lost soldiers, but he knew that they were not the first, nor would they be the last ones to die. Chapter 24, Chapter 24. A/N, check out the official Discord with the posted link down below. And don't hesitate to post suggestions for characters, ships, weapons, and anything else so that I can potentially add it to the story. Discord link. Groups such as the United Rebel Front and the Freedom and Liberation Party had lost its central leadership, causing the group to basically be disbanded until someone tries and unite them again. Some groups were already destroyed by the UNSC before Axel was deployed to the outer colonies, such as the Secessionist Union. The Secessionist Union, also referred to as the People's Occupation Government, was disbanded in 2502 after its leader, Gerald Mulkey Ander, was assassinated by Corporal Avery Johnson during Operation Kaleidoscope. Members of the Colonial Military Administration, CMA, were also found and arrested for working with the insurrectionists. This was already something that Fleetcom had suspected from the CMA, as the insurrectionists always found ways to get weapons, coordinate attacks on UNSC bases, and avoid the UNSC at times. This was also something that Axel utilized in his attacks on the insurrectionists. He would tell the CMA that he was planning an operation in one place to draw out the traitors from within the CMA and confuse the insurrectionists when the planned attack did not happen. Axel was not just a brute force of military power, he was a strategist, a chess player in the grand game of interstellar politics and warfare. And for the remaining 6 months Axel would spend most of it patrolling the outer colonies' systems and ensuring stability across each planet. The 2 frigates which he had disabled during a skirmish with insurrection forces in his first year had been completely repaired and crewed with some new recruits who had finished their training. The frigates were stationed at Algalese because of their lack of warp drives. But after they were equipped with them, they had joined up with the battle group over 4 months ago. Within the battle group's formation, the 2 frigates were placed on each side of the Leviathan, with the cruiser in the front and the 2 destroyers in front of the cruisers. In a normal battle, the 2 destroyers would be the first ones to engage the enemy ships, with the cruiser behind for long-range support. The carrier is the command ship and should naturally be protected, so it would remain behind the front-line ships and launch fighters to combat the enemy fighters and bombers to combat the enemy ships. The 2 frigates would serve as a sort of protective cover in case an ambush happens and the enemy try to go after the carrier. They would also take on a skirmish role and harass enemy ships while they are distracted by the front-line ships. This military intelligence and strategic positioning were crucial to Axel's success in destabilizing the insurrectionist forces. He is a firm believer in the proverb, "Know thy enemy," and attributed much of his victories to understanding the insurrectionists' tactics and countering them effectively. Axel was well aware that his strategy might need to change swiftly as the situation evolved. Of course, they did not always fly in a battle group. Sometimes the 2 frigates acted as an extension of his eyes and ears in space, frequently dispatched to patrol areas that may be vulnerable or to pursue leads on insurrectionist activities. These 6 months won't be just about patrolling and ensuring stability across each planet. Axel planned to cut off any chances of insurrectionist resurgence at its roots. He intended on focusing his attention on identifying potential sources of future threats, sympathizer networks within the colonies, discrepancies in supply chains which might indicate smuggling activities supporting the remaining rebels, anything that could lead him closer to comprehensively eliminating this threat to the UNSC. Meanwhile, Hammer, who is in charge of the 1st Robotic Battalion, had been working within the inner colonies dealing with the small insurrectionists groups which were present there. The 1st Robotic Battalion was already a well-known battalion and had even been on the news showcasing the most recent human inventions. But there was also another group gaining popularity as well. Miss Rye Armory, who had recently created its own version of the MCU, was gaining popularity. They had created cheaper version of the MCUs which could be mass-produced. The only problem was the fact that they were in no way superior to that of the MCUs. While they had the advantage because they were robotic units, they still stood no chance against Axel's MCUs. Against the insurrectionists, sure, they would be able to overwhelm them thanks to the AI programming which the Miss Rye Armory added to them, but they were not on the same level as the AI for the MCUs. But they had proved that they can fight against the insurrectionists, and as such had gained a contract from the UNSC to mass produce them in the thousands to gain better control of the outer colonies with them. The move had been met with a flurry of protests from smaller defense firms, who saw it as the establishment tightening its monopoly on the armaments sector, yet it was unavoidable. Miss Rye Armory had captured the spirit of the moment and was riding a wave of popularity and success. This wasn't something that Axel needed to worry about, since it would only be adding to the list of the UNSC worst decisions when it came to armaments. Politically he may have been affected a little, since in the future he knew that his MCUs would probably stop receiving funding, but it was nothing that would cause long-term damage. In fact, the political damage was probably insignificant. The contract was probably orchestrated by those high-ranking officers who want to limit his success and political influence, not knowing that in the long run they would only be hurting the UNSC. In the meantime, the Leviathan continued its vigilant patrol in the outer colonies for the remaining 6 months until it was time for Axel to return back to Algalese, and where he would resume supervising the Spartan program. Chapter 25, Chapter 25. But his time was slowly coming to an end, since the President of the Unified Earth Government, UEG, was getting a lot of complaints from a few high-ranking admirals about Admiral Ross, the chairman of the UNSC. And it was due to his quick success and his early promotions that got the attention of the president. Adding on the complaints from other admirals, high-ranking officials, and members of the cabinet, President Michael Moore couldn't just sit back and allow Admiral Ross to keep causing dissent within the UNSC ranks. And as president of the UEG, President Moore had the power to do something about it, since the UNSC was subordinate to the UEG. Right now President Moore was sitting in his office with the Secretary of Defense and the Minister of Information. Mr. President, Admiral Ross caused a lot of problems with his forced promotions of Admiral Woods, stated the Secretary of Defense Anthony Hart. While I have no doubts about Admiral Woods' capabilities, some are unhappy with the speed at which he has risen through the ranks. Traditionally, it takes years of service and notable achievements to attain his current position. This has caused consternation among fellow high-ranking admirals, who believe that Admiral Ross is not adhering to the Navy's long-standing tradition of earning one's rank. President Moore nodded his head, understanding that on one hand Admiral Woods has proven to be capable, especially with his recent completion of his assignment in the outer colonies, which has been a huge success to the UEG to keep those colonies under control. On the other hand, the high-ranking admirals are probably a little upset that someone younger than them might surpass them in rank, and that Admiral Ross is not sticking to naval tradition. Alyssa Wilson, the Minister of Information, took advantage of the few seconds of silence to speak her opinion. Mr. President, I must say that this Admiral Axel is a prodigy amongst prodigies who could very well push humanity to the next level if given enough power. Plus he has quite the public image among the inner colonies and the outer colonies, so any direct actions against him could lead to a negative outcome within the public and the military. Secretary Hart nodded in agreement with her statement about the potential negative consequences. I agree, Mr. President, she said. Taking action against Admiral Woods would likely cause backlash, given his fame within the UNSC, despite a few high-ranking admirals who may not approve of his rapid promotion. I understand, President Moore replied. While they couldn't directly address the issue by demoting Admiral Woods, they could take action by removing Admiral Ross from his position as chairman and promoting another fleet admiral in his place, preventing any further promotions for Admiral Woods. Here's an idea. We can remove Admiral Ross from the chairman position and restrict any chance of promotion for Admiral Woods for a few years. This should satisfy the complaints from other high-ranking admirals and prevent any more discord, suggested President Moore. Secretary Wilson and Secretary Hard nodded at the proposal. I concur, Mr. President, Secretary Wilson replied. While Admiral Ross may bear the brunt of the political backlash, I will have a conversation with him. We have a close relationship and I am confident we can reach an understanding. After all, Admiral Ross is well versed in the workings of politics. Wilson, please carry out that task, and Ms. Hart, please monitor the situation and report on how everyone responds, President Moore instructed. Absolutely, Mr. President. I will closely observe the situation and work to mitigate any potential negative consequences, Secretary Hart responded dutifully. President Moore gave a nod of acknowledgement. Well then, I suppose that concludes our meeting. Have a good day, Wilson and Ms. Hart. The two secretaries took their leave, exiting the office leaving President Moore alone. He stared out of the window, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. He knew that he had made the best decision given the circumstances. No one could deny that Admiral Woods' rapid ascension through the ranks had disrupted the balance within the Navy. Yet he also knew that what Admiral Woods had accomplished on his recent assignment was of great benefit to the UEG. That's why he chose to just prevent another promotion for a few years instead of demoting him, since he had proved that he earned his rank. Meanwhile, aboard the Leviathan, Axel had just arrived above Algolese and had docked at the station orbiting the planet. Before he left the ship, Axel had approved shore leave for the entire battle group and organized a celebration within the mess hall of the facility. His battle group had proven themselves during his first assignment as admiral to a battle group, and he was going to show them how much he appreciated them. Axel stood at the front of the mess hall and surveyed his crew, feeling pride swell within them. The room hummed with anticipation, the scent of the hearty food being served and the clinking of glasses enhancing the festive atmosphere. A cheer went up as he lifted his glass in a toast. To Battle Group Tango, he called out, his voice resonating in the large hall. To your bravery, dedication, and incomparable service to our United Earth government. You have surpassed all expectations, and for that, I am proud. The room erupted in cheers, glasses raised high as a chorus of voices echoed his sentiment. The celebration continued late into the night, laughter and stories exchanged between comrades. It was moments like these that Axel cherished most, the camaraderie among soldiers who'd faced death together and lived to tell the tale. He enjoyed the festivities despite his cold personality. And while not a part of their victory, Axel had invited the staff of the facility, since the food that he had requested to be delivered was too much for just his battle group. With thousands of people, the celebration had extended to the outside of the facility as well, and the facility's staff was given the day off. Amidst the revelries, Halsey, who had indulged in a few too many drinks, was leaning heavily on Axel's shoulder while clutching a cup. You can never leave again, she slurred, her voice betraying her drunken state. No promises, Halsey said Axel, who was only on his second drink. Hearing this, Halsey rose her eyebrows. You know what? No more of this Halsey nonsense. From now on you will call me Catherine. Actually no, you can only call me Kath and nobody else. She stared right into his eyes, waiting for him to call her Kath. Axel knew he wasn't going to get out of this situation without letting her win, so he did as she requested. Well, Kath, I think you have had too many drinks and it's getting late. Oh, no you don't. Kath burst out in a flustered giggle, lightly swatting at him with her free hand. You're not sending me off to bed, Axel. I'm not some cadet who can't handle her drink. Seeing his opportunity, Axel teased gently, I don't know, Kath. You're leaning quite heavily on me. As if to prove him wrong, she straightened herself, only to nearly topple as the room seemed to spin around her. Axel's quick reflexes caught her before she fell. Perhaps one less drink next time, he suggested once he'd righted her. Kath just laughed and playfully shoved him away. She made a clumsy yet determined attempt to stand by herself. Her feet wobbled beneath her and Axel was ready again to catch her if she lost balance. The rest of the night continued in a similar vein, moments of joy, camaraderie, and playful jests that echoed through the facility. But all things must come to an end, and Axel had to make sure that everybody could work the next day, so when it got too late he shut the party down. The crew was able to continue their shore leave in town if they wanted, while the facility workers had to make sure that they could come into work the next day. At the end, Axel had to carry Catherine to her room before he retired to his room. Quietly exiting her room, Axel made his way back to his own quarters, the memories of the night swirling in his mind. With a contented sigh, Axel closed his eyes, letting the warmth of friendship and camaraderie lull him into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. As Axel walked through the facility, he could tell that the cleaning staff of the facility had worked hard to clean up the mess that had appeared overnight. The smell of disinfectant lingered in the air, a stark contrast to the sweet scent of spilled ale and smoked meats from the festivities. After a few minutes, Axel had arrived at the facility's hangar, where Commander Talia and Petty Officer Taylor was waiting for him. "Good morning, Admiral," said Commander Talia as she, Petty Officer Taylor and the escorting Marines had saluted. Axel returned the salute and walked up to Commander Talia. "How has the morning been so far, Commander?" asked Axel. "After last night it has been quite a morning, but after some coffee and a hearty breakfast, everything fell into place," Commander Talia replied, her face reflecting the toil of the morning coupled with the glow of the previous night's celebration. Petty Officer Taylor, ever so chipper, chimed in, "The hangar bay's been swept and inspected, sir." Taylor was designated the petty officer in charge of conducting inspections in Axel's place, with Commander Talia helping out here and there. "Excellent," Axel responded before turning his attention to the vast hangar bay, where maintenance crews were working diligently on the longswords and pelicans. Axel took a few moments to look over the longswords and pelicans and thought that they could use some improvement. Both the craft could use some energy shields to be able to survive longer in battle. The Pelican was already a good troop transport ship for the UNSC, so changing the design wasn't something that Axel wanted to do at the time. While the longsword had room for improvement in its engines, weapons, armor, and technology. After a few seconds of staring at the two aircraft in the hangar, Axel finally pulled his gaze away and turned back to his officers. "Let's get going. We have much to do today." With that, they proceeded to board a Pelican and head towards the Spartan training facility, where Axel would look at the progress of the Spartans and see how far they have come, and to also become the first one to be genetically altered. On the way to the facility, Commander Talia passed Axel a small tablet displaying an article about a recent change in leadership within the UNSC. Axel took the tablet and read the headline, "Chairman of the UNSC Fleet Admiral Ross resigns due to political pressure." Axel sighed upon seeing this, since it was only a matter of time until this happened. Admiral Ross tried to ignore the politics, just focus on doing what he thought was right and for the betterment of the UNSC. And while he was correct in a sense, he still caused some internal strife with other admirals and officers. Though there could be some other motive as to why Admiral Ross was fired, thought Axel. Because the position of chairman was the highest position that one could hold within the UNSC, and maybe some other fleet admiral wanted that position. And with Admiral Ross gone, Axel knew exactly what was going to happen. No more promotions for a while, I guess. Seems like they couldn't handle Ross's blunt approach, Commander Talia said, breaking Axel's train of thought. What Admiral Ross saw for the future and what the others saw was two different things, Axel replied. But I'll be damned if they think they can meddle with my battle group. There's talk of another fleet admiral taking his place, but I'm not sure who, Taylor mentioned. Axel nodded, hearing this information. The new chairman will probably be another fleet admiral who will prevent Axel from rising in the ranks for a few years. Should Axel be worried? Maybe, but there was going to be a big war in the coming years where they will need people like him to save humanity. And once that time comes, he will use his knowledge of advanced technology and his ability to command in order to rank up to the top. And if is still blocked from getting promoted, then he will just take matters into his own hands. He didn't want to waste time on dealing with those stubborn old fools on the Security Council who will deny him what he deserves when the time comes. Leaving that matter aside, after a few more minutes of flying, the Pelican had landed at its destination, which was the landing area at the Spartan training grounds. Axel could already see the line-up of Spartans standing at attention, perfectly positioned in a row. "Admiral on deck," bellowed a Chief Mendez as soon as Axel stepped out of the Pelican, and swiftly every Spartan saluted, their combined motion sounding like a gust of wind passing by. "At ease," Axel commanded. The ranks lowered their hands in unison, waiting for his next words. "You're looking sharp today, and I see you have grown," said Axel as he observed how taller the Spartans had gotten. "How has the training been?" Chief Mendez asked Axel. "It's been quite well, Admiral. Your training regime has helped the young Spartans balance their duty with their humanity, and they have shown considerable progress as a team," replied Chief Mendez. "Excellent to hear, Chief Mendez. I have read over their training reports and I am pleased with the progress they are making," Axel responded with a nod of approval. He walked along the line of Spartans, observing their disciplined stance and sharp focus. Once he made it where Spartan 117, also known as John, was standing, he stepped forward and saluted. "Admiral, it's an honor to have you here today. We appreciate your guidance and support." Axel returned the salute and replied, "The honor is mine, Spartan 117. You and your team have been performing exceptionally well. I have no doubt that you will continue to excel in your training." Spartan 117 nodded respectfully before speaking on behalf of the group, "Thank you, Admiral. We are committed to becoming the best that we can be, for the UNSC and for humanity." Impressed by their dedication, Axel smiled and said, "That kind of determination is exactly what we need in this critical time. Remember, each one of you plays a vital role in defending our future." As he finished his brief speech, Axel turned around to face the training grounds. The vast expanse of simulated terrain, dotted with varied obstacles and marked targets, stretched out before them. "Your training ground is a testament to your dedication. All of you have overcome its challenges, time and time again. But remember, the real battle will be much more unpredictable." "Understood, sir." John's voice echoed strong and clear, prompting unified responses from the other Spartans. With that, Axel walked further into the facility, leaving the Spartans behind to continue their training. Once inside, Axel had walked over to the medical part of the facility where the Spartan enhancements would take place when the time comes. Once he entered that part of the facility, Dr. Halsey was already waiting on him. "Halsey," said Axel, trying to maintain a professional environment in front of the other staff. "Admiral," Halsey said, attempting to hide her embarrassment from the previous night's events. "It's time for the first test of the genetic alteration," said Axel. Halsey sighed, since she had been waiting for this day for years, but she still wasn't prepared for it. But she had been decided to accept it, and she would be lying if she said she didn't want to see the results. "Very well," said Dr. Halsey as she turned around, started talking to the staff to prepare Project Aster for activation. For Axel, Halsey had prepared various special procedure for Axel, since he wouldn't need the same enhancements that the Spartans would get. This was a secret project that would be conducted on Axel and was only known by a select few people to keep it secret. Now once everything pops off, Axel would be able to fight on the front lines. Chapter 27, Chapter 27. All around Axel the machines started to move and administer the sedative, which would put Axel into a state of unconsciousness. Beforehand his head was shaved and incision vectors were lasered on his body. Once all of that was done, Axel was transported from the pre-op wing of the facility to the operation wing, where all the Spartan procedures were planned to happen in the coming months. The aim of Project Aster is chemical augmentation, which works on a molecular level by targeting molecules within the body and then altering them to begin a growth process of targeted tissues. Although the chemicals work on a molecular level, they do not work on a genetic level, as targeted mutagenesis is impossible using chemicals alone. As such, the procedure was split into two parts: surgical procedures and injection procedures. Surgeries were highly risky, intensive, and required special medical talent. Their safety and effects varied substantially from subject to subject, with the benefits and risks varying with the surgeon, the surgical conditions, and the state of the patient. Chemical augmentations have their own risks dependent upon the subject's genetic background and how they adjust to the alteration of cells and molecules and to a more physical point, tissue growth. Axel had already fixed this problem, and now anybody could undergo the procedure essentially, if they underwent extensive gene therapy. The next thing that happened was the replacing of the organs. During the occipital capillary reversal, a neurosurgeon cuts out a small space in the skull, exposing the brain. The neurosurgeon then performs a procedure to rearrange the capillaries in the occipital lobe of the left cerebral hemisphere of the brain. This redistribution of blood vessels boosts the flow of blood beneath the rods and cones of the subject's retina. Once the surgery is complete, the piece of the subject's skull that was removed in order to access the occipital lobe is repaired and the subject's head is bandaged. When the catalytic thyroid implant is inserted, surgery is performed on the thyroid gland, where an incision is made to the left thyroid gland large enough for a platinum pellet to be implanted. Once done, the incision is closed up. The growth hormone is released and progressively works its way through the body, stimulating the growth of skeletal and muscle tissue. As this takes place, muscular enhancement injections are administered throughout the subject's body to aid the previous procedure. This produces the most prolonged delay in the rest of the augmentation procedures as the subject's body begins to alter as a result of the previous procedure. The carbide ceramic ossification is performed last due to the aforementioned complications with post-grafting bone growth. This comprises exposing the skeletal structure, removing a small layer of surface bone, no more than 3% of the bone's volume, and then bonding the carbide ceramic shell in lieu of the removed surface bone material. This bonding is achieved through biochemical means to encourage natural bone integration and a tendency of the body to reattach the bone and ceramic if somehow separated. Once completed, the natural bonding of the skeleton to the ceramic layer continues while other stabilizing and therapeutic procedures are performed. The procedure dragged on for hours, and despite being sedated, Axel still felt intense pain. But enduring this procedure meant possibly becoming the most physically and intellectually capable human in history. So he did all he could and endured the pain throughout the procedure. Once the augmentation procedures was finished, Axel was transported to a special medical room to begin a long recovery process. In the normal Halo timeline, the healing process was supposed to take anywhere from weeks to months, but Axel had managed to lower it to just a month. While he is recovering, Commander Talia and Petty Officer Taylor would assist with his duties. And in case anything comes up, Axel had created the excuse that he had suffered a major injury during an electrical malfunction and was being treated by the medical staff at the Spartan training facility. Of course, this wasn't meant to be a well thought out excuse or anything, since it could be easily debunked if anyone dug a little deeper. If anything, when other high-ranking officers found out about this, some would probably hope that he didn't recover so that he didn't keep rising in rank. But leaving that matter aside, the procedure was successful and Axel was now a completely new human that had been chemically and genetically altered. The first week of recovery was the hardest. Axel's body felt heavy and strained, every breath he took was a battle, every step a war. He would often find himself losing consciousness in between his physical therapy sessions due to the overwhelming pain. But there was an iron will within him that refused to buckle under the torturous onslaught of his new reality. He kept pushing through. His nights were filled with fevered dreams, memories warped and twisted by his current predicament. He would see the UNSC Leviathan, her hull gleaming in the sunlight as it cut through the celestial sea. He would see Commander Talia and Petty Officer Taylor, expressions hardened by responsibility but eyes softened by concern for their admiral. There would be flashes of insurrectionists' forces, their resolve unyielding even in the face of overwhelming odds. And amidst all this, a chilling presence lurked on the fringes of his mind, a cold whisper urging him to give up, to surrender to the agony. But Axel always woke from those dreams drenched in sweat but with renewed determination. His new capabilities were coming into fruition gradually, he could feel his senses being heightened, his cognition enhanced. Each day he could see improvement in his speed and strength while practicing simulated combat routines against AI opponents. His muscles ached from exertion, but there was an exhilarating sense of power coursing through his veins. Weeks passed and slowly but surely, Axel was able to regain control over his own body once again. The excruciating pain became mundane discomfort, every step no longer felt like moving mountains but more akin to crossing pebbles. His physical therapy sessions became less a gauntlet of agony and more a test of strength. Even his nightly dreams began to change. The images of war and destruction were replaced with ones of victory and triumph. The final week of Axel's recovery was marked by a grueling series of physical examinations, stress tests, and combat scenarios designed to fully assess his new abilities. With each test, Axel proved himself again and again, shattering previous records and surpassing expectations. His body moved with precision and efficiency, each punch he threw was faster and harder than before, each step lighter yet more grounded. On the final day, Axel was at 100% and was able to return to his duties as admiral and with his new appearance. He had gotten taller than before and was now standing at 6 feet 10 in and weighed 290 pounds compared to his previous appearance of 6 feet 3 and weighing 230 pounds. Halsey had become extremely infatuated with Axel during his recovery and was even more infatuated now after he had fully recovered. She was intrigued by the results of the first procedure but also by his new appearance. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. He seemed like a completely different person, despite his appearance remaining unchanged. It was as if he had undergone a transformation, with some noticeable improvements. People were curious about what could have caused this change during the month he spent receiving treatment for injuries sustained in an electrical incident. At least, that's what they were told. The first thing that Axel did was to go see the Spartans to show them essentially what would be the results of their years of training. Chief Mendez had gathered the Spartans in front of their respective rooms, with the females being separate from he male's room. But the two rooms were still across the hall from each other. As he strolled down the hallway towards the Spartan barracks, he felt a surge of excitement for what lay ahead. He envisioned himself in a position of power, leading humanity to victory against their enemies and securing a better future. The Spartans were just one of the many items on his list, all aimed at advancing humanity's technological progress. The Spartans, emblematic of courage and discipline, represented not just a mere item on his list, but a symbol of resilience and unwavering dedication to pushing the boundaries of human potential. In their unwavering resolve, they embodied the essence of progress, driving forward the relentless pursuit of knowledge and advancement. Once he reached the door leading the barracks rooms, Axel had paused for a moment before the doors opened, revealing the Spartans already lined up and standing at attention. Chief Mendez called the Spartans to attention before Axel addressed them. "Good morning, Spartans," he began, his voice echoing around the room. Every Spartan was at full attention, their eyes fixed on the man standing in front of them. "Does anybody notice any changes about me?" asked Axel. One of the Spartans, a particularly observant one named Kelly, was the first to break the silence. "You're taller, sir," she said, her clear voice carrying across the room. A few others nodded in agreement. "Good eye, Kelly," Axel responded with a grin, "and not just taller." He flexed his arm, showing off his enhanced muscle mass. A murmur of awe traveled throughout the room. The transformation was striking indeed. Some Spartans glanced at each other in surprise while others kept their gaze firmly on him, attempting to hide their astonishment. "This appearance of mine is similar to what you will be getting in the coming months. It will enhance all aspects of your abilities and make you far stronger than normal soldiers," explained Axel. "Everybody in this room is guaranteed to survive and pass the procedure. And as for the pain, well, you have been preparing for this moment for years, so anybody who can't handle it is weak," stated Axel. "Understood, Admiral," the Spartans responded in unison, determination evident in their voices. Axel could see the fire of resolve burning in their eyes. They were ready to face this challenge, just like they had faced every other challenge put in their path. As he looked out over the ranks of young soldiers, Axel knew that they would be the key to his success in the future. These were humanity's finest, the best and brightest of their generation. They were those who would carry forth the torch of progress and advancement into an unknown future. "Now, I won't keep you from your sleep anymore. Continue your training and soon enough you'll be as strong as me and have more responsibilities," Axel said as he turned around and left the barracks rooms. Once he left, he proceeded to take a Pelican back to the main facility where he would begin working on a few projects for the upcoming years. He knew that in the upcoming years the UNSC would be at war with the Covenant and he would need some more advanced technology so that when the time comes he can equip his battle group with more advanced technology to stand toe-to-toe with the Covenant ships. So as soon as the Pelican landed, Axel headed straight towards his office while greeting the staff and crewmen along the way. Once he arrived at his lab, Axel had immediately got to work on coming up with the designs for the new military technology that he planned to introduce. Yvonne, his personal AI that he had created for helping around the lab, had activated. "Welcome back, Admiral, what shall we work on today?" Axel placed his officer's blouse on his chair before he responded, "We shall start developing the schematics for new military technology, Yvonne, so bring up the MTCP." The MTCP was short for the Military Technology Creation Program that Axel had created a few years ago. The MTCP was essentially a master program that utilized a range of tools to design a variety of military vehicles, including ships, starfighters, gunships, troop transports, and weapons. Utilizing these tools, Axel had the ability to create any type of military vehicle or weapon, incorporating both current and newly developed technology into his designs. Newly developed technology also referred to his own creations such as the energy shields. In a few seconds the lights had dimmed in the room and in a large holographic projection had popped up in front of Axel. He didn't waste any time and started to get to work on first creating new ground vehicles to fight against the Covenant. The first thing he would create was a new version of the M808 main battle tank, or Scorpion. While the Scorpion is a versatile tank that has its uses and can stand against the Covenant ground vehicles, it was still lacking in terms of agility defense. Its firepower was not a problem, nor was its 4-track independent computer-controlled suspension system, which allowed it to traverse, climb over, or maneuver around large debris or other battlefield obstacles, and prevents the vehicle from being easily disabled. The Scorpion had its thick ceramic titanium armor that could withstand a direct hit from a Covenant fuel rod, but at the cost of severe damage to the tank, and if the tank is bombarded by fuel rod shots then it was basically over. Axel had begun developing a more agile design that maintains the same firepower but also adds more defense, such as an energy shield built into the tank to offer more protection and so it can last longer in combat. He called it the S-180 Spider Tank. S-180 Spider Tank image here. Next up were the Warthogs, which he decided to leave unchanged but with a few additional enhancements to its defense. After the Warthogs were the infantry armor, weapons, infantry fighting vehicles, etc. Axel planned to spend the next 2 years completely revamping the UNSC military for when he gets into power. At the start of the war he will introduce things like the energy shield and new spider tanks to preserve more lives in the war, and he will outfit his battle group with some of the most advanced technology that he can think of. The time for the greatest threat to humans was coming, and he needed to have the technology ready to give them a fighting chance against the Covenant, or to even dominate the Covenant. Chapter 29, Chapter 29. During this time the new chairman of the UNSC was chosen. His name was Fleet Admiral Jacob Gardner. Yvonne had gathered evidence through UNSC networks about Admiral Gardner relating to his success in his career. His success was mainly because of his years of service and his high political power within the UNSC and the civilian government. His selection as the new chairman was motivated by the politics and his rank as Fleet Admiral. Within the first month of him being chairman, Admiral Gardner had the Commander-in-Chief of the Office of Naval Intelligence stop the funding for MCU project of Section 3 but maintained the Spartan program. Any other funding was cut, as Admiral Gardner called it a waste of the UNSC resources since they were already contracted to buy robotic units from Misrai Armory. Instead, Admiral Gardner wanted Section 3 to focus on research into new space weapons instead of costly robotic units. Once Axel found out about this, he slammed his fist on his office desk since it was such a stupid idea, as it would only hinder their production of MCU units. There was 2 factories on Algalese which was dedicated to the production of MCU units and have built around 10,000 units since their creation. But now those factories were about to be shut down since they won't be getting any more materials to produce more MCUs. Commander Talia stood there reading the news to Axel, as she also felt that this decision was a stupid one as well. From her own observations she knew that the MCUs were a much better option when it comes to efficiency and abilities, while the robotic units created by Miss Rye Armory were prone to breaking down after long-term use, and in combat they were easy to destroy. Politics were not her forte, and she often struggled to make sense of them. Still, she couldn't help but question the UNSC's strategy of using inexpensive robots in their fight against insurgents. As a commander, her opinion didn't carry much weight with the admirals, except for Axel, who valued her unique perspective on certain matters. Axel, as he sat brooding in his office, finally spoke. He said his thoughts out loud, more to himself than to Talia. MCUs are adaptable to both land and space combat where our enemies have the advantage. They are efficient and cost-effective. Miss Rye's robots, they might be cheaper but they lack the adaptiveness and durability of MCUs. Gardner is playing politics when we need strategy. He slumped back in his chair. A strange silence filled the room as Yvonne, still processing data in the background, watched quietly. Talia shifted her stance slightly, considering her next words. "So, what do we do now, Admiral?" Her tone was calm yet full of concern. Axel pondered over this question for a minute before responding. "For now we can't do anything, so we will just adapt to developing space weapons." With a heavy exhale, Axel acknowledged that making any significant changes at this moment would only cause chaos. He couldn't help but question why he stayed in the UNSC, under the watchful eyes of outdated leaders who cling to traditional military practices instead of prioritizing what's best for the organization. His gaze drifted to the vast holographic star map displayed on the wall of his office. The countless glowing dots represented different colonies, each with their unique situations and challenges. It was a stark visual reminder of the magnitude of their tasks. Suddenly, Ivan's voice broke the silence. "Admiral, I may have a potential solution." Axel turned his attention to the AI who had manifested himself in the form of a translucent projection. He was curious as to what Yvonne had in mind. Yvonne continued, "The resources for MCU units can be sourced from other colonies where we have some leverage. We can continue our production covertly using those resources while maintaining the official stance of focusing on space weapon research." Axel looked at Yvonne thoughtfully. It wasn't a perfect solution and carried its risks, but under the circumstances, it seemed plausible. He nodded slightly, acknowledging Ivan's input. "That might work," he said. "We'll need to carefully manage our resource allocation though and ensure that no leaks or paper trails lead back to us, should anyone within the UNSC start asking questions." Axel continued, "Yvonne, work with Commander Talia to lay out a detailed plan for this." Talia nodded, her posture straightening as she prepared to take on this new task. "Understood, Admiral." After that, Talia and Yvonne got to work on coming up with a detailed plan to execute this task without any way of it getting leaked to other members of the UNSC. Meanwhile, Axel prepared a few projects to get the chairman's eyes off of him. The first was a project to develop a new ship-to-ship autocannon that could be utilized for both shielded and unshielded targets. Though the actual description for the weapon would be just ship-to-ship combat. Axel would drag this project on for the next 2 years just because of his dislike of Admiral Gardner. In addition, he would keep up the secret production of the MCUs without the UNSC knowing about. A few months after Section 3 got new orders to change its focus, it was now the year 2522. Hammer and the other MCUs fighting the insurrectionists had returned to Algalese after their success within the inner colonies. The insurrectionists were little to no threat to the UNSC at this point thanks to Axel's success in the outer colonies and Hammer's battalion success in the inner colonies. And with this success also brought about some positives. Axel had received some thanks from many high-ranking officers in the other branches who was thanking Axel for the creation of the MCUs since they made preserving lives much easier and they were very adaptable. And on top his medals which were sent to him upon his completion of his mission in the outer colonies, he had gained some additional medals and awards for his contribution to the UNSC by General Daniel Black of the UNSC Marine Corps. In his letter he described the MCUs as highly advanced and adaptable, and he also mentioned how he didn't understand the reasoning behind their replacement by the Misrae as robots, which he stated to be unresponsive at times and less efficient than the MCUs. It seems not only did Axel and Commander Talia see it as an illogical choice, but did other high-ranking members of the UNSC Security Council. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. The first would be General Daniel Black of the UNSC Marine Corps. General Black had already expressed his concerns over the new leadership, and after some thorough investigating by Yvonne, Axel found out that General Black was a potential ally within the UNSC Security Council. The second was General Jacob Stone of the UNSC Air Force. General Stone was a close friend of General Black since they shared the same views about the UNSC with each other. General Stone was also against the defunding of the MCUs as he saw their potential use within all branches of the UNSC. General Liam Graham of the UNSC Army was more of a neutral party who didn't appear to lean on one side or the other. But still he could maybe be convinced considering the amount of lives the MCUs saved during their deployments. Next was Admiral Margaret Parangaski, who is the Commander-in-Chief of the Office of Naval Intelligence. She had been in office since 2511 and was the one who supported Admiral Gardner's decision to defund the MCU program. She saw it as a direct threat to her position as the Commander-in-Chief of ONI because of Axel's quick rise in the ranks and his rising influence within ONI. And the MCUs only reinforced his influence because of their efficiency and uses. So when Miss Rye Armory asked for data on the design, she didn't hesitate to give them that data despite Admiral Ross's decision to deny them that data. But what she didn't know was that the data that Axel had gave them was not the full data on the MCUs, which is why the Misrae robots were created with many deficiencies. But to Admiral Parangaski, the Misrae robots had their uses and they were cheap to build, making them easier to mass produce in the thousands. The last member of the High Command was Admiral Jake Jackson, who was the newly appointed Chief of Naval Operations, CNO. He was a tough and hardened military man who had fought in many battles throughout his tenure. Ross was a traditionalist, dedicated to the classic naval strategies and opposed to the use of MCUs. Axel decided to approach General Black first. The latter had an air of war weariness that Axel found reassuring. Axel had traveled to Earth where the two met in a private place, where Axel shared his concerns about the new leadership. He found Black to be receptive, nodding along to Axel's words. "It's not just about defunding the MCU program. It's about making sure we have the right tools for this war," Axel told him. "And right now, I don't think Gardner understands that." Next was General Stone. The meeting with him was brief, but Axel knew he had made an impact when he saw the telltale signs of thoughtfulness in Stone's eyes after their discussion. "You might be onto something, Axel," he admitted finally. "I'll think about it." General Graham was exactly as his reputation suggested, neutral, almost too neutral. He neither agreed nor disagreed with Axel's viewpoints but gave them careful consideration. However, Axel left their meeting feeling somewhat hopeful. As for Admiral Parangaski and Admiral Jake Jackson, Axel didn't even bother with those two since Admiral Parangaski was already wary of him and he saw her as someone who valued their position above anything else. While Admiral Jake Jackson was just a political replacement for Admiral Ross as the CNO. Next, Axel started to look for other people who shared his thoughts, preferably other officers, and even some civilians. He also looked for other highly intelligent people to join him as civilian consultants. These civilian consultants would be used to, in a sense, to help develop advanced technology. Axel's first step was to bring in Dr. Yvonne Carter, a brilliant civilian scientist who had been involved with the original MCU project. She had been vocal about her displeasure at the short-sightedness of suspending the program, and Axel felt she would be a valuable asset to his cause. When Axel proposed his plan to her, she agreed readily, her fiery spirit fanned by the prospect of bringing Axel's creations back into action. Next, was Lieutenant Jack Harper, a young officer from Marine Corps. He had served under Axel aboard the Leviathan before and held a deep respect for the Admiral. He had seen firsthand the practicality of the MCUs on the battlefield and held no loyalty to the new chairman. With a bit of persuasion, Harper too joined Axel's growing coalition. From within his own ranks, he approached Major Karen Lewis, an ONI intelligence analyst whose insights and loyalty were unsurpassed. Lewis was known for her independent thought and keen knack for predicting political maneuvers. Although reluctant at first due to her standing position in ONI, she finally conceded when Axel presented her with undeniable evidence of the potential threats looming over UNSC. In Admiral Parangaski's department, he managed to sway over an unlikely ally commander Marcus Bishop. Bishop was a veteran field agent for ONI who didn't share Parangaski's disdain for the MCUs. His influence within ONI was limited, but his resources and intelligence network could prove invaluable. With his allies gathered together, Axel began crafting subtle strategies aimed at shifting the balance of power within the High Command. Mirroring the intricate moves of a galactic chess game, he worked meticulously in the shadows, setting his pieces in motion. Once his pieces were in motion, it was all a waiting game. Once the war initially starts, the incompetence of the UNSC to handle to Covenant will warrant some action from many officers, and enlisted alike. Hundreds of thousands of lives will be lost in the beginning, but their sacrifice will allow Axel to prevent millions more in the later stages of the war. So for the next 2 years until 2524, Axel continued to gather like-minded individuals in secret and expand his battle group's fighting capability. With the resources from the outer colonies, Axel created a new autocannon that could tear through ship armor, with the secondary role of shield penetration. Axel had only come up with the idea of penetrating the Covenant's shields in theory. He wouldn't know if it would work until their first encounter with the enemy fleet. However, his knowledge of energy shielding gave him confidence that it could potentially be effective against the Covenants. If not, he would have to continue refining his technique after witnessing the initial battles between the UNSC and the Covenant. Leaving that matter aside for now, within these 2 years, the Spartans have completed their training and had successfully undergone their augmentations in 2522. All 150 Spartans had survived the procedure, and they were given their Mark IV Mjolnir-powered assault armor. So from 2522 to 2524 they carried out assaults on the remaining insurrection bases, both in the inner colonies and more recent ones in the outer colonies that had risen once again following Axel's departure. Chapter 31, Chapter 31. A/N, you guys have showed so much support to the story, so here is another chapter. Hope you enjoy. Current year 2524, a year before the appearance of the Covenant. Axel during this year had came up with a new design for the standard infantry armor. Using his previous life's memories, he had based the design off of the Mass Effect armor, which covered most of the body and in some cases could offer a personal shield. But the personal shield was something that was too expensive to issue to hundreds of thousands of soldiers all at once, and the materials needed to create an easy-to-use rechargeable energy shield for standard infantry suits costs too much. Still, he created the suit without the energy shielding and made it costs around the same amount as the standard infantry gear that the UNSC already used. The armor looked like a miniaturized version of Spartan armor, only less bulky and without all the advanced technology that the Spartan armor had. Of course, it had similar technology to help in combat situations. Its abilities were limited to both save money and resources. New armor image here. In addition to that, he also created a new standard use armor for the Orbital Drop Shock Troopers, ODST, which included highly adaptable armor for any scenario, improved armor, personalized AI for support on the battlefield, and a tactical visor. Image here. Axel had planned to present these new armors to the UNSC Security Council in a few weeks. And he didn't forget about himself, since he would also need armor for himself, especially if he planned to fight on the front lines during the war. So he came up with a personalized armor for himself modeled after the Spartan armor, only it was developed for his use only. Axel's personal armor image here. For his own armor he went all out for developing it. It came with a mini-core reactor providing the armor with an insane amount of power for the energy shields. Its agility was as maneuverable as the Mark IV Mjolnir armor, and provided generally the same amount of benefits. His armor costs 2x more than the Mark IV Mjolnir armor but provided way more benefits and survivability. A/N, just for reference. The Mark IV Mjolnir armor had way better energy shielding than it did in the normal Halo timeline, but it was not near the amount that Axel's armor because of the mini-core reactor providing the suit with way more power than the Mark IV Mjolnir armor had. Also, the mini-core reactor was hard to create, which is why Axel only had it in his armor instead of all the Spartans' armor. But future enhancements will see this added. The MCUs were also given a new look regarding their appearance. It would take another year to redesign all of them, but after that year all the MCUs would have their new appearance maintaining their same capabilities. Amidst the process of his ambitious project, Axel had also taken the liberty to design a new series of weaponry for the UNSC, as he believed that defense was only as good as the strike power you held. Drawing inspiration from an array of sources from the pulse rifles of the Aliens franchise to the smart guns from Star Wars, he developed a line of advanced, yet cost-effective firearms capable of meeting various combat scenarios. His creations ranged from standard assault rifles with improved recoil stabilizers and ammunition capacity, to high-powered sniper rifles, which were equipped with advanced AI-guided targeting systems that could calculate wind speed, distance and other factors for incredible accuracy. These potentially lethal weapons were designed to work in sync with the tactical visor within the new armor system, further increasing their effectiveness. Axel's personal weapon, though, was another work of art. A custom-built railgun able to fire supercharged projectiles with devastating force. His personal armor's mini-core reactor acting not just as a shield generator but also powering this weapon made it possible to carry such immense firepower without any drawbacks. On a more defensive note, Axel didn't neglect the need for spatial fortification. He drafted blueprints for highly advanced orbital defense platforms, utilizing cutting-edge unslaved AI management systems and armed with powerful MAC cannons. Ensuring that these installations would be an effective deterrent against any potential enemy invasions on human colonies. Whether or not these defense platforms will be put into use was up to the UNSC Security Council. Simply ignoring these new highly advanced defense platforms would be illogical, but if they were, it wouldn't surprise Axel because they were slightly more expensive than other defense platforms. As the days rolled by, Axel's workshop began to resemble less of an armory and more like a futuristic arsenal. Yet he was far from done. His mind brimming with plans for vehicles and spacecrafts, Axel knew he was crafting the next generation of warfare technology. Every now and then, he would step away from his workstation to gaze upon his creations, their lethal beauty a sharp contrast to the tranquil silence of his workshop. He would take time off to visit Catherine at times and take her out into the local town for dinner dates and whatnot. While this was going on, Catherine was distracted by his new appearance, which made him stand out way more than what she wanted. Just walking around the local town attracted attention to him. She always held onto his arm and stayed close to show those vixens that he was not available, which warded off a few, but there was always those that would still try. Axel could only smile at the interaction and wanted to tease her at times. He also knew that they had been basically in a relationship for a while now, and he could see that she wanted to take it to the next level. He was 34 this year, and it was about time that he focused a little of his attention on other matters while maintaining his focus. So the next time they went out, he planned to take it to the next level with Kath to calm her emotions and not let her think that he was leading her on. Chapter 32, Bonus Chapter, R18, Night with Kath. A/N, I don't usually do R18 scenes and I didn't plan to for this story, but you guys have shown so much support to the story with all the power stones that I had to give you guys something besides just a sentence saying that they had sex, so here is an entire chapter of over 2k words showing their first time. I'm not an experienced R18 scene writer, so bear with me, and if you don't want to read about their intimate night, just don't read this chapter. Warning. R18. At the end of their next date, Axel had brought Catherine to a room in which he rented to spend the night away from the facility. He had spent a week preparing this room and also spent some of his personal funds on it to make a night to remember. Catherine found herself in the room, her senses overwhelmed by the cozy atmosphere created by Axel. The scent of lavender and vanilla filled the space, mixed with his subtle cologne. Axel closed the door behind him and locked it, leaning against it with a satisfied sigh as he turned to face her. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Here we are," he said, his voice husky, "my little haven away from everything else." She looked around, taking it all in, the neatly made bed with crisp white sheets and plush pillows, the small kitchenette tucked in one corner with its half-full bottle of wine. A large painting hung above the bed depicting a serene countryside scene, stars twinkled in an ink-black sky above them. As she glanced back at Axel, she noticed his fingers brushing through his hair absently while he watched her explore. His gaze was intense yet tender, full of promise for what lay ahead between them tonight. Her heart skipped a beat as he stepped closer and trailed his fingertips down her jawline before cupping her face gently in his hands. Their breath intermingled as he leaned forward to press their lips together ever so softly at first, then deeper as their tongues met in his passionate kiss. Catherine melted into him, feeling his strong and warm frame envelope hers as they sank onto the plush mattress together. His large hands explored her waist, sliding up to curve around her lower back before pulling her body tight against his chest. She sighed softly into the kiss, savoring the taste of his lips and the feeling of his rough stubble scratching slightly against hers. His fingers traced circles on her back while their tongues tangled lazily in a slow dance that seemed to go on forever. As he pulled away, Axel looked down at her with a smoldering gaze that made her shiver with anticipation. "I've been waiting for this moment for so long," he murmured, nibbling at her earlobe before trailing delicate kisses along her jawline and down to her neck. The sweet scent of lavender from the room's fragrance filled her nostrils, mixing with the taste of his skin and sending tingles through every nerve ending. She gasped softly as he undid the clasp of her dress, sliding it off her shoulders and down her arms, revealing her lacy black bra beneath. He took one pearl-colored bud between his lips and suckled gently, causing a moan to escape from deep within her throat. Her body arched involuntarily into him as he ran his hands up and down her legs, leaving trails of fire wherever his touch landed. The sound of buttons popping open echoed in the small space as he removed his own shirt, exposing strong torso covered in rigid muscles and smooth skin. Catherine's hands fumbled with his belt buckle while Axel's lips trailed lower, kissing a path down her body. Catherine's heart thumped wildly in her chest, and she couldn't help but moan as he moved his lips down to her stomach, kissing and licking her skin there gently. A shiver ran through her body as he unfastened her bra, his teeth grazed her collarbone lightly, exposing her supple flesh to the cool air. Axel planted a trail of soft kisses along her pale skin, each one making it harder for Catherine to breathe. His hands slipped underneath her panties, and he groaned when he felt how wet she was for him. Catherine gasped at the sensation, arching into his touch as he teased and caressed her folds with his fingers, making her tremble with desire. "Axel," she whispered, unable to form coherent thoughts as he licked and nibbled his way back up to her quivering nipples. He sucked on one hardened bud while playing with the other, making Catherine's head roll back in pleasure. The taste of him on her skin, the smell of lavender mixed with their sweat, the sound of their heavy breathing filled the intimate space as they continued their passionate dance. He pressed himself against her thigh, his rigid length throbbing against her core, and she whimpered softly. He bent down again, kissing his way back up to meet her lips once more, his tongue diving deep into her mouth as their bodies ground together in rhythm. His hand slid between them, and he rubbed his finger teasingly over her soaked entrance before slipping it inside of her. She cried out into their kiss, desperate for more of him. Axel smiled against her lips before pulling back slightly. "You." Axel took her moan as encouragement, his hands trailing up her thighs, hips, and torso once more. He slid his tongue across her neck, nipping lightly. "You're so beautiful," he whispered against her skin. Catherine felt a delicious shudder run through her body. She arched into him again, unable to resist his touch as he pushed her back onto the soft mattress. The rustle of fabric filled the air as they both discarded their clothes, revealing their naked forms entwined in the glow of the soft lamplight filtering through the dim room. Catherine's body was perfect and pale under his gaze, and he couldn't help but admire every curve and line. His hands traced every inch of her flesh, leaving trails of goosebumps in their wake. He kissed his way down her stomach again, this time paying extra attention to the soft hair that dusted her mound. The scent of lavender mixed with sweat became even more intense as he pressed kisses to her inner thighs and played with her folds with his tongue. Catherine's hips jerked up off the bed at the sensation. She could feel every inch of him exploring her wetness with his mouth. She gripped fistfuls of his hair as he lavished attention on her most sensitive spots, groaning into the sheets beneath them. It felt like an eternity before he finally found his target, his rough tongue circling around her clit before plunging inside in one swift movement. Her breath caught in her throat as he suckled and teased, his fingers digging into her lower back. Axel heard a soft cry escape from Catherine's lips as she gripped the sheets tighter. Axel couldn't believe the sounds coming from her lips as he lavished attention on her. He was a man possessed, driven by his need to make her feel good. With each stroke of his tongue, he plunged deeper and swirled more vigorously, determined to bring her to the edge of ecstasy. His fingers plunged inside her soaked warmth, finding her G-spot with ease, massaging it in small circles that only added to the pleasure coursing through her body. Catherine's moans mixed with the rustling of the sheets and the sounds of their heavy breathing filled the small room. As she grew closer to climaxing, Axel pulled away teasingly, only to rise up and capture one pebbled nipple into his mouth, suckling hard while his fingers continued their work. She cried out in protest and pleading all at once, arching into him desperately. He groaned against her skin, loving how responsive she was underneath him. With one hand, he reached down and parted her folds wider as he thrust two fingers inside of her rhythmically while continuing to work her clit with his thumb. Her walls squeezed tightly around his fingers as she neared release, and Axel growled low in his throat when he felt her wet heat clench around him. He increased the pressure on her clit as she cried out again, begging for more. His fingers pumped in and out of her at a frantic pace now, hitting that spot inside of her that made everything blurry and sparkly around the edges. She shattered beneath him with a scream that echoed off the walls of this intimate space they shared for this night. Panting heavily, Axel lifted himself off of her briefly before sliding back up between her legs. Axel's eyes sparkled with satisfaction as he watched Catherine's back arch and her fingers clutch onto the sheets with a feral desperation, her breath coming in pants and gasps as she reached her peak. His chest rose and fell rapidly, the smell of lavender and sweat lingering heavily in the air. He couldn't help but feel a surge of pride as he looked down at his handiwork, marveling at the marks he left on her body. She was beautiful, her skin flushed with pleasure, her lips swollen from their intense kisses. As she finally calmed down from her climax, Axel positioned himself between her legs once more. He licked his thumb and swiped it across her entrance, circling his tongue lazily before pushing it inside gently. She shuddered at the sensation as he slowly stretched her out with his tongue, feeling every curve and ridge of his mouth. His other hand cupped her breast, massaging it gently as he began to thrust in and out, tasting every inch of her wet heat. Her walls squeezed around him tightly each time he retreated, making it clear how much she wanted more of him. He groaned low in his throat, savoring the taste of her essence on his tongue. As he slid his wet tongue inside of her, Axel found his rhythm, plunging in and out in a thrusting motion that matched the pace of his fingers. The taste of her essence on his tongue only fueled his desire for more. Catherine moaned and whimpered under his skilled ministrations, her hips bucking off the mattress as if trying to ride the wave of pleasure. He suckled harder, feeling her walls clench around his fingers and tasting her sweet nectar. Her scent overwhelmed him, a blend of lavender oil from their room mixing with their sweat and her natural musk. It was intoxicating. His free hand trailed up her stomach, tracing patterns on her skin as he worked her body into a frenzy once more. Axel looked up at her for a moment, watching her face contort with pleasure, eyes rolling back into her head as she gripped the sheets with trembling hands. He groaned low in his throat and thrust deeper inside of her with his fingers, hitting that spot that made everything inside him tighten up. She cried out, nails digging into the sheets as he tongued her hardened bud one last time before withdrawing both digits. With one quick motion, he lined himself up and plunged inside of her tight heat in one swift stroke. Her body welcomed him like a long-lost lover, hot and wet from their earlier activities. He gripped her hips firmly, pulling out almost all the way before pushing back inside of her slowly but surely. Their moans filled the room as they began to move together. It was a symphony of sounds echoing off the walls, skin slapping against skin, moans filling the small space they shared for this night's adventure. He continued to thrust into her, his hips slapping against her ass as they moved together in unison. Each time he withdrew, he teased her entrance with his tongue, flicking it lightly before pushing back inside. Her walls trembled and clenched around him, squeezing his cock with every thrust. Catherine's lips parted as she moaned his name over and over again. She threw her head back and gripped onto the sheets tightly, nails digging into the fabric as she let out small cries of pleasure that turned into deep moans. Axel's heart raced inside his chest, feeling the heat from her core against his skin. He couldn't believe how perfect she felt, how much she was enjoying this as well. He leaned down to capture one nipple between his teeth, sucking hard, causing a rush of endorphins to course through her body. His hands gripped her hips firmly, guiding their rhythm as they moved together in a dance of desire and passion. The room was filled with their pants and grunts and the sounds of skin slapping against skin. The smell of lavender mixed with their sweat and the scent of sex that filled the air only heightened the intensity of their lovemaking. Catherine's fingers dug into Axel's shoulders as she felt herself getting closer to another climax. She arched off the bed in anticipation, her walls clutching at him with each thrust. Axel groaned low in his throat when he felt her tighten around him again. This time it was different than before, something about it made him surge forward even more powerfully. His fingers dug into her hips as he pounded into her harder and faster, desperate to feel that sweet release once more. As their hips moved in a frenzy, Catherine cried out his name and threw her head back in ecstasy. Her nails dug into his skin, leaving small crescents of pleasure pain that only fueled his desire. He growled low in his throat at the feeling of her walls clamping down on him, her muscles contracting with each hard thrust. The scent of lavender mixed with their sweat was intoxicating, making it difficult for him to control himself as he plunged deeper inside of her. Axel's breath hitched when he felt her inner walls squeeze against him again and again, the sensation overwhelming him. His fingers dug into her hips, finding purchase on her flesh as he pounded into her harder and faster. Her cries echoed around them, mingling with the rustling of the sheets and slapping of their bodies together. The taste of her essence on his tongue made him shudder, sending waves of pleasure coursing through him. He leaned down, capturing one nipple between his teeth as he felt her climax approaching yet again. Her soft whimpers turned to loud moans, and he felt the tightening of her muscles signaling her impending release. With one final hard thrust, he allowed himself to give in to his own climax, groaning against her skin as he felt hot pleasure ripple through him. Their bodies shook together in unison as they found release amidst the cacophony of sounds. They collapsed onto the bed together, panting heavily as they tried to catch their breath after such intense lovemaking. Axel could feel the stickiness between them where they were joined, a testament to their passionate encounter. Chapter 33, Chapter 32. And since most of the Spartans were gone, Halsey had been studying the energy shielding that Axel came up with. While the concept to her was easy to understand, she wanted to see if she could replicate the process and create a different type of energy shielding. She would have loved to test it out using the mini-core reactor, but the cost of creating one was too much, so she had to make do without it until they could make one without worrying about resource management. Axel, on the other hand, had returned to his work of creating and testing out new technology. He had mostly finished and planned to present it to the UNSC Security Council within the next 2 weeks. And while he was finishing up the last bit of work, 2 weeks had passed and it was time to travel to Earth to meet with the UNSC Security Council. He stored all the data on a data chip and stored in a special case which he carried around with him. Also within this special case was the data on energy shielding, which he was sure that the Security Council will ask about. Once he was done packing up all of the things he needed, he boarded a Pelican and left for the UNSC Leviathan, his command ship. Since he was traveling to Earth, he didn't bring the entire battle group since it was not needed, so just brought the cruiser as an escort vessel. As soon as Axel stepped foot onto the USSC Leviathan, he was met with the familiar hum of its engines and the sharp salutes from his crew. He nodded his acknowledgements, making his way through the vessel towards his quarters. Once inside, he placed the special case containing the data chip on his desk. With the invention of his warp drive, the trip to Earth took about 45 minutes. As Earth's blue-green orb came into view, Axel grabbed the briefcase and headed towards the hangar. Once the Leviathan docked with the space station, he took a pelican to the surface of the planet where he would meet the members of the Security Council at the UNSC headquarters located in Sydney, Australia, and introduce the new technology. The pelican gracefully descended onto one of the landing pads strategically placed in the area. Axel exited the craft with his briefcase, squinting against the intense Australian sunlight. His escorting Marines stayed on board as he made his way to his destination. He was guided by two serious-looking Marines through a maze of hallways, their armor making a soft clinking noise against the polished marble floors. At last, they stopped outside an imposing wooden door, adorned with the UNSC emblem. One of the Marines knocked thrice before opening it for Axel, who entered into a vast conference room with a large circular table at its center. Around it were seated some of the most influential men and women in human space, admirals, generals, and the chairman. As soon as everyone settled down, Axel began to present his new technology. He walked them through his data and findings, showing off simulated projections and potential applications of his inventions. The council members watched intently, occasionally asking probing questions which Axel answered with ease. At the end of the presentation, most of the officers were highly impressed, especially with the new standard armor that could be introduced at the same cost of their current armor. The benefits were also great, and it would offer the infantry more adaptability on the battlefield. The new Nightfall multipurpose rifle was also something that caught their attention because of its multipurpose use and its increase in damage, stabilization, and range. The rifle was a result of meticulous engineering, designed to be lightweight and versatile. Its adaptive systems allowed for seamless transition between various ammunition types and firing modes, dexterously meeting the shifting demands of fluid combat scenarios. He also showcased the new orbital defense platform, which could be used for planetary defense, especially within the colonial systems. The platform featured a series of powerful MAC cannons, missile pods, and advanced shielding systems. It had been designed to operate as a stand-alone unit or integrate seamlessly with a planet's existing defense grid. To demonstrate its capabilities, Axel played a simulated invasion scenario, showing the Council how the platform could effectively track, engage, and neutralize targets at an unprecedented scale. And this discussion brought up the obvious question that everybody had on their minds. General Black was the first person to ask the question, "How did you manage to create energy shielding, Admiral?" When this question was asked, everybody focused their attention on Axel, waiting for his response. He wasn't keeping energy shielding a secret, especially with the Spartans having them in their own armor, so he explained it to the Security Council. "I'd been studying energy manipulation for years," Axel began to make up a story, leaning against the table. "I wanted to see if I could harness that raw power and use it to create a barrier. So, I started research on force field theories and began a series of trials." He placed the data chip into the table's integrated reader, bringing up numerous schematics on a holographic display. There was a moment of quiet as the Security Council members absorbed the models and data. Axel explained as his fingers traced over the projected diagrams. "I utilized a highly advanced energy emitter to power the shield generator," he said, pointing to the designated component. "The generator works by channeling energy through a sophisticated network of superconductive cables, creating an electrified barrier around the wearer or any structure it is installed on. And while I say electrified, it's not actually electrified, but it protects the structure from direct fire for a limited amount of time depending on the weapons used and how powerful they are. In addition, they can also recharge after they are depleted, but recharging will take time depending on the size of the item that the energy shield is protecting," added Axel. Axel let his words sink in, giving them a moment to chew on his explanation before continuing. "The beauty of it is in its adaptability. We can scale up the generators for larger applications like our orbital platforms, or scale down for personal armors like our Spartans. As for resources, he paused, looking at each member around the table. The cost is high when compared to traditional armor, but the benefits? Soldier survivability increases dramatically. The shield takes the hit, leaving our men and women unscathed. But because of the potential cost of applying an energy shield to each soldier, I would just use the new infantry armor instead if you actually go through with the implementation of it and leave the energy shielding to the Spartans because of their small numbers, explained Axel. There was a pause as the council members mulled over Axel's presentation, exchanging glances and scribbling down their own thoughts. Admiral Gardner was the first to speak. Admiral Woods, he started, his voice cutting clearly through the quiet room. These are indeed remarkable advancements. However, you know as well as I do that implementing these changes on a large scale will require significant resources. Not just financial, but operational too. Converting our existing systems will take time and manpower, said Admiral Gardner. He was originally angry that Axel had dared to present them with new designs for infantry armor when he strictly told him to focus on space warfare, but seeing these designs, they were innovative but also a waste of resources if they were to be implemented, since the current armor is already great, and while the new armor has more benefits and costs the same as the previous armor, he was still hesitant to initiate a complete revamp of their forces because of the new armor's capabilities. But he could see the utilization of the ODST armor because it wouldn't change much. As for the infantry armor, it was just too much tech that the infantry would have to learn how to use. And it already takes time to train a single soldier, and implementing this would increase that time. I fully understand, Admiral Gardner, Axel replied with a respectful nod. However, I believe the long-term benefits, increased survivability, combat efficiency, and a stronger defensive network, outweigh the initial costs and challenges. The other members attending nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Admiral Gardner looked at Admiral Parangaski to get her opinion. Admiral Parangaski was a seasoned officer, her pragmatic approach often providing the perfect counterbalance to Axel's innovative but sometimes over-ambitious ideas. We'll need to run thorough field tests and simulations before we can even consider large-scale implementation, she suggested, adjusting her glasses. We need a proof of concept, Admiral Woods. Something more than just simulations. If your designs do hold up under real-world conditions, it will be substantial evidence in your favor. Of course, Admiral Parangaski, Axel acknowledged with a nod. Every innovation requires rigorous testing before it is deemed combat-ready. Gardner's gaze shifted back to Axel. Then you will perform the necessary field tests, and if they prove successful, then we will consider a more wide-scale implementation of them. As for the other technology, I want to see field tests with them as well. All the attending members nodded, agreeing to the proposition. And with that final decision, the meeting had ended and Axel left the room. Though as he left, Admiral Parangaski was staring at him, wondering how she could use him in the future. While she didn't like his influence, he was a good tool for her to use within ONI. Meanwhile, Axel returned to the Leviathan and left for Algalis to prepare the necessary tests for all the new technology. He didn't bring up the new designs for the MCUs since he wasn't supposed to be working on them anymore. New MCU image here. Chapter 34, Chapter 33. A/N, this is the actual image for the MCUs posted below, and also the image for the defense station. MCU model image. Orbital defense station image. The two armored teams were placed in a field test, with the objective of capturing the flag. The field test took place inside of the main research and development facility within the training grounds section of the facility. The field was a massive, biodome-shaped environment, housing various terrains that were strategically designed to mimic the harsh conditions of different planets. Tall hills and dense forests, wide open plains and intricate cave systems were all incorporated into the field. It was within this controlled chaos that Axel's new armor designs were to be tested. The Marines, outfitted in the new infantry armor, were placed at one end of the battlefield, while the ODSTs, wearing the latest ODST suits, started from the opposite end. A single white flag was set on a hill among a patch of forest right in between both teams. With a stroke of a keyboard from Axel's control room overlooking the field, a loud horn echoed across the biodome announcing the commencement of the test. Both teams broke into fast-paced sprints towards their objective. The first interaction came at a ridge near the flag where an advanced scouting party from each group clashed. The Marines' new armor design held up impressively under fire from the ODSTs. In return, their counterattack displayed new offensive capabilities of their suits, firing high-velocity projectiles which proved devastating for the ODST scouting party. Of course they weren't using live ammo since they didn't want an accident to happen, but instead the damage was detected through the hit detection system of the suit. It wasn't something normally incorporated into the suits and was just for training purposes only. As the field test progressed, even more impressive aspects of the new armor designs revealed themselves. The ODSTs were agile, moving through the terrain like specters. Their suits had been tweaked to enhance stealth and speed, allowing them to silently eliminate some Marines and outmaneuver others. The Marines, on the other hand, held their ground with unwavering determination. The new infantry armor was robust and efficient in taking and holding positions. Advanced weapon systems integrated within the suit allowed them to deliver powerful counter-strikes against the attack. Eventually, after 4 hours had passed, the field test came to an end. The ODST had ended up capturing the flag and winning the game. At the end, the two sides shook hands as a show of camaraderie and mutual respect between the two sides. But also they were excited about this new armor that proved to be much better than the standard armor. Axel and the engineers took down the data collected from the field tests and also jotted down the responses from the soldiers since they would be the ones wearing it, and it was important to have their feedback on the new armor. In addition to the armor, Axel also created a single orbital defense station above Algalis to test its capabilities. This would be the first time that he incorporated the energy shielding into a massive structure, but with the core located inside of the orbital defense station it was not too difficult. Though building the orbital defense station would take time and it would not be completed until March of 2525. In the meantime, Axel just spent time with Catherine and focused on developing new innovative technology to introduce once the war starts. He would also equip his battle group with energy shields since they were no longer a secret creation, since the entire UNSC Security Council knows about them at this point. A/N, and just to clarify, I did misread the Halo wiki and saw that energy shielding was created later in the war after they captured and studied Covenant technology. But this had not effect on Axel creating the energy shields, so it shouldn't affect the story at all. Just wanted to clarify and point out my mistake. Soon after exiting slipspace, the freighter was discovered by an unknown ship of unknown origins. The unknown ship didn't waste any time and raided the freighter. And it didn't stop there, as a few hours later another ship was raided by the unknown ship and its crew. Thinking it was the insurrectionists, the Harvest Shipping Operations AI named SIF, had investigated the raids and reported them to an undercover ONI agent of Section 3, Gillen Al-Signy. Within the same day as the attacks happened, Lieutenant Commander Gillen Al-Signy devised a trap for the raiding parties, believing them to be insurrectionists' attacks. She lured them to an unmanned vessel above Harvest where Staff Sergeants Avery Johnson and Nolan Byrne, both of whom stationed at Harvest to train colonial militiamen, were to ambush the expected insurrectionists. Johnson and Byrne, armed with XBR-55s and outfitted with vacuum suits, moved into position but quickly saw that the boarders were not insurrectionists or human at all. "Ma'am, the boarders are not human at all, they are aliens," reported Johnson. Byrne looked at the 4 aliens in front of them in shock, since this was the first time that he had seen aliens. In fact, this was probably the first time any living human had seen them. "Staff Sergeants, you will continue with the plant and neutralize them, but try to capture one of them, and under no circumstances are you to allow any to escape," ordered Lieutenant Commander Gillen Al-Signy. "Copy that, ma'am," said Johnson as he and Staff Sergeant Byrne moved into position. The pair of soldiers stealthily advanced, their suits dampening their footfalls. Weapons raised, they maintained a tight formation, covering one another as they moved to intercept the alien intruders. The ambush was swift and brutal. Johnson and Byrne burst from cover, letting loose with their XBR-55s. The rounds spat from the rifles, tearing into 2 of the alien intruders before they could react. However, the remaining two quickly recovered from their initial surprise, retaliating with blue bolts of energy that narrowly missed Johnson and scorched the metal wall behind him. "Damn it!" Johnson cursed as he took cover behind a bulkhead. In response to his outburst, Byrne let loose another volley from his rifle, temporarily forcing one of the aliens back, but in the process he injured by one of the aliens wielding some type of energy sword, a energy cutlass for reference. Johnston shot the third one, injuring it, and then ran to tend to Staff Sergeant Byrne injury. Once Byrne was stable, Johnson finished off the injured alien and ran after the last one, who attempted to retreat back to its ship. When Johnston caught up, the last one was interfacing with the ship, probably to try and leave, so Johnson didn't waste any time and shot the final one in the back. He didn't remain on the ship and had returned back to Staff Sergeant Byrne. Meanwhile, a few minutes after he left, the alien ship had self-destructed. The only surviving crew of the alien ship were only two aliens who managed to escape the ship on an escape pod before the ship exploded. Following this event, the UNSC High Command, after learning about this, attempted to make peace with the aliens, whom they learned were known as the Covenant. But negotiations failed during a meeting on Harvest when one of the Covenant attacked a member of the colonial militia, resulting in a gunfight. The Covenant retreated back to their ship and fled the planet. Days later, on February 11, the UNSC had lost all contact with Harvest, including Tierra, the space station orbiting the planet. Chapter 35, Chapter 34. "Quick, run to the transports," yelled a soldier as his comrades sprinted towards the hangar of Tierra Station. A swarm of grunts from the Covenant Empire were hot on their trails, wielding deadly plasma weapons and firing relentlessly at the retreating soldiers. The soldier glanced over his shoulder, witnessing the horror of death and destruction wreaked by the Covenant. The sight, gruesome and heart-rending, imbued him with a desperate strength. His legs pounded against the cold metal floor, his breath searing his lungs as he drew closer to the transport stationed at the far end of the hangar. Suddenly, a plasma shot seared through the air, narrowly missing him, but hit the soldier who was running just slightly ahead of him. Normally he would have stopped to check on the soldier, but close behind them were scary aliens trying to kill him with powerful weapons that tear through their armor. "Alpha Bravo! Man down!" He shouted into his helmet, COMM, his gaze fixed on the Pelican. He could hear the rapid-fire blips of Covenant weapons growing ever closer. They were almost upon them. The Pelican's ramp was dropping now, revealing the armored silhouettes of reinforcements ready with their guns drawn. The sight spurred him forward, a newfound determination giving him strength. The fallen soldier was being dragged to safety by another who had bravely turned back for him. He felt a surge of relief mixed with dread. They were sitting ducks out there. Not daring to look back, he barreled up the ramp into the Pelican. Heat washed over him as plasma shots collided with the transport's armor. But the Pelican's armor couldn't be compared to that of a soldier's armor, which was not as thick or strong as the Pelican's armor. After a few moments, the soldier carrying his injured comrade had successfully boarded the Pelican as the ramp closed behind them. "Close call," said one of his comrades, slapping him on the shoulder. "Too close," he muttered in reply, his heart pounding fiercely against his ribs. But there was no time for respite, not when they were hurtling through space with an enemy fleet nipping at their heels. The fight was far from over. The cabin of the Pelican hummed with tension, the digital displays flickering, casting a synthetic glow over their grim faces. Outside, the stars were bright against the vast void of space, an obliviously tranquil backdrop to the chaos ensuing. "Engine 2 is failing. We've sustained too much damage," cried out the pilot from the cockpit. The soldier's heart hammered in his chest. It seemed their escape had been premature. They were still perilously glued to the crosshairs of a perilous fate. "Can we get to the surface of the planet safely?" he barked at the pilot. "Once we break through the atmosphere of the planet, we won't be able to land safely with just one engine," replied the pilot. The soldier looked back at his comrades as they were huddled around their injured teammate, who was growing paler by the second. Medics were scrambling around trying to patch him up before they lost him. Another explosion sent them sprawling, their shouts muffled by the cry of failing engines and warnings blaring throughout the craft. "We're losing him," pilot Hold It Stead shouted a medic as they ran back to their injured teammate. "I'll try but," was the last thing the pilot said as the Pelican exploded. It was hit by plasma shot from the nearby Covenant cruiser. Back on Tyara Station, the Covenant had gained control of the station in preparation for its glassing of the planet. Freight containers carrying civilians and colonial militia went up the space elevator as the militia would try to take back the station, and the civilian containers would continue up the elevator, out into space where they would meet up with propulsion pods to carry the containers to safety. Staff Sergeant Johnson had led some men to try and take back the station and buy time for the civilians to escape the planet. Meanwhile on the Leviathan, Battle Group Tango was already traveling in warp speed towards Harvest upon receiving the news that the UNSC had lost contact with Harvest. Yvonne had intercepted this message sent to Admiral Gardner from Admiral Parangaski and reported it to Axel, who immediately alerted Admiral Gardner to what was really going on. 50 minutes before the Battle Group Tango entered warp speed, Axel was in his lab looking over the recent promotion of Commander Talia, who was now Captain Talia and was given transfer orders to command a frigate. As he was reading over her new transfer orders, his AI Yvonne had popped up next to him. "Admiral, there was a message sent to Admiral Gardner regarding the loss of communications with Harvest," reported Yvonne. Axel knew what this meant and what was really going on, so he stood up from his desk in a hurry while shouting orders. "Order everybody to report to their station immediately and send a message to the CENTCOM that the Covenant is attacking Harvest, which is why we lost communications with the planet," ordered Axel. Yvonne didn't question him and immediately sent the message while an emergency message started to play throughout the facility. Luckily most of the crew was already on board their respective ships, while only a few mainly officers were within the facility. Axel had prepared for this moment and already had a plan in place. 5 KMCUs were already loaded into containers and transported towards the carrier. Axel and a bunch of officers got on board a Pelican and took off towards space. As the Pelican was traveling, one of the officers asked him what was going on. "Is this a training exercise, Admiral? Because I don't remember seeing it on the schedule," asked a lieutenant. Axel looked at the officer with a serious expression. "This is not a training exercise, Lieutenant. Harvest is under attack by aliens and we are going to assist them," stated Axel. Hearing this, the lieutenant had answered a lot of people's questions but also caused even more questions to pop into everyone's head. Once the Pelican landed in the hangar, Axel ordered Avia, the ship's onboard AI, to plot a course to Harvest and have the battle group line up to prepare to jump to warp speed. Many wanted to ask questions, but seeing his serious expression they didn't bother and just followed orders. It took a total of 30 minutes for all of this to happen. And they would be at warp for another 30 minutes. Before they left, Axel informed the battle group of their mission. "Attention, Battle Group Tango," Axel's voice rang out over the communications network, cutting through the chatter like a knife. "We are en route to Harvest. Our mission: to engage an alien force that has severed our communication lines with the planet." A sudden silence fell over the cabin as the news of their mission was absorbed. Faces paled and hands clenched into fists, but there was a steely determination in every pair of eyes that Axel saw. They were soldiers and they knew what they had signed up for. "Make no mistake," Axel continued, his voice steady as he controlled his rising emotions. "We are heading into an unknown situation against an enemy we know little about. But remember this, we are humanity's first line of defense. The people of Harvest are depending on us to bring them back from the brink. We won't let them down." He could see his words make an impact. There was a renewed glint in their eyes, their postures straightened with resolve. They were ready. "Admiral," Avia flickered into existence beside Axel. He was looking at a holographic display glowing in the dim light of the bridge, a star map with Harvest at its center. "We are nearing the end of our warp transit." The AI's voice held no hint of the tension that hung heavy in the air. "Good," Axel said. "We need to be ready for what's waiting for us there." As they neared Harvest, their communication channels crackled with distress signals. One particular message caught Axel's attention. A female voice resonating with fear and desperation cried out, "This is Lieutenant Commander Gillian Alsigna to any civilian transport ship. Our freight container is floating in space without our propulsion pods. Requesting immediate assistance. On the other end a civilian replied, "Hang in there, Lieutenant Commander, I'm swinging my freighter back in your direction and we will attach a tow cable to get you out of there," replied a civilian freighter pilot on the other end. "Hold on, those fighters are turning in this direction on intercept course," shouted the pilot. Hearing this, Axel turned towards Avia. "Calculate our trajectory once we drop out of warp. Plot an intercept course for their position and prep the fighters." Avia confirmed his orders and executed them immediately. "I want all hands on deck as soon as we drop out of warp," Axel ordered, his voice echoing in the otherwise quiet bridge. "Prepare for combat." All around him, crew members moved with renewed urgency, their fingers flying over holographic displays as they prepared for the coming battle. "We're dropping out of warp now, Admiral," Avia reported, her holographic form flickering slightly due to the energy fluctuations caused by the transition from warp speed. The battle group dropped out of warp speed to see a flotilla of Covenant ships above Harvest. "This is it," said Axel as he mentally prepared for the battle right in front of him. Chapter 36, Chapter 35. A/N. Just for reference, Axel knows that the aliens are the Covenant, but he never told his crew nor the other officers the name of the aliens, which is why when speaking to the crew he refers to them as aliens, and out of dialogue I will refer to them as Covenant. The only time he called them the Covenant was when he told Yvonne to send a message to CENTCOM, who will know who the Covenant are because of the failed negotiations which happened in Chapter 33. "Engage defensive formation," he ordered crisply, his voice a contrast to the chaos happening outside of their ship. "And dispatch fighters to aid that civilian freighter." Fingers danced over consoles as orders were relayed through the network of ships under Axel's command. Like a well-orchestrated dance, Battle Group Tango shifted formation. At first they didn't really believe that it was aliens attacking Harvest because they had never even heard about alien life until this moment. But seeing the strange ship and fighters attacking the civilian freighters, the crew knew that everything the Admiral said was true. "Admiral," Avia said from her projected image at Axel's side. "The warp jump seems to have alerted the alien-sized cruiser and it is turning this way. It's changing course to intercept." Axel's eyes focused on the alien cruiser, which changed its course to intercept his battle group. Luckily he had already ordered the battle group into defensive formation because now they have the ability to intercept the Covenant cruiser while the longswords engage the Covenant's fighters. "We will meet them head-on," Axel declared, his words echoing throughout the command deck. "Maintain formation and set an intercept course, and launch bombers for support." Silence hung thick in the air as his orders were processed. The ship groaned as it adjusted its vector under the strain of sudden acceleration. The crew didn't question Axel's judgment. They knew their admiral would not back down so easily, even when faced with such an unknown and formidable enemy. "Prepare for combat," he ordered, his gaze fixed firmly on the looming Covenant cruiser. "Target all available weapons on that cruiser, and ready the MAC cannons." "Admiral, MAC cannons set to fire on your command," reported the weapons officer, tension lining his voice. Behind his calm exterior, Axel felt a flicker of apprehension. It was their first real engagement with an alien force, and the outcome was far from predictable. As the Leviathan and her fleet pushed forward, a formation of longsword bombers catapulted from their hangars and streaked toward the Covenant cruiser. Axel watched them shrink into specks against the vast backdrop of space, praying that they hit their mark. Seconds later, a blinding flash lit up the star-strewn vista as the bombers unleashed their payload. The cruiser's shield flickered from the bombardment, revealing to the crew that the cruiser had its own shields and that the bombardment failed. "Fire MAC cannons," Axel commanded quietly. A low hum echoed through the ship as energy surged through massive conduits, building up to an unbearable crescendo. Then, with a silent flash of light that could outshine stars, 4 slug-like projectiles were ejected from the 2 destroyers' MAC cannons at relativistic speeds. They crossed the distance between the human fleet and the Covenant cruiser almost instantaneously. Explosions blossomed across the alien cruiser's hull as it rocked under the relentless assault. But the Covenant cruiser did not sit there as it fired its own plasma torpedoes at the battle group, hitting the two destroyers and the Halcyon cruiser. But the energy shielding on those ships had held. Admiral, the energy shield on the two destroyers is at 35% while the cruiser is at 50%, reported Avia. Axel smiled hearing this since it meant that the energy shields could hold against the Covenant ships. But he wasn't one to doubt the Covenant since they had more massive ships with more powerful weapons in their arsenal. In the distance the Covenant cruiser had exploded from the direct hits of the Mach rounds. The first two Mach rounds penetrated the shields of the cruiser, while the following Mach rounds hit crucial systems within the ship causing it to explode. Axel paced around the command deck, watching as his crew worked with practiced efficiency even amidst crisis. His gaze returned to Harvest, visibly scarred now with flames and debris littering its once picturesque view. "We still have civilians out there," he murmured, almost to himself. "Sir," a communications officer called out from behind Axel. "We just received a distress call from a civilian freighter, they're heavily damaged and requesting urgent assistance." Axel spun on his heel to face the officer. "Send boarding parties and evacuate those civilians from the freighters and move into position to help with the evacuation of Harvest," commanded Axel as he did not intend to remain here when more Covenant ships arrived. "Admiral, Tierra Station is still under the control of the alien forces. Shall we send boarding parties to take back the station?" asked Avia. "No, we shall not. It would be a waste of lives to retake the station when we are evacuating the planet," said Axel. Avia acknowledged his order. As the battle group moved into position to start the evacuation of Harvest, another battle group of UNSC ships had exited warp. "Admiral, incoming battle group identified as Battle Group Yankee," reported the communications officer, his eyes fixed on the blinking dots that popped up on their radar. "Send them the situation report. Also tell them to start evacuation of the Southern Hemisphere while we take care of the Northern Hemisphere," Axel ordered. The communication lines buzzed with activity as the two battle groups began their evacuation of the planet. Meanwhile, somewhere in another part of the universe within the Covenant's holy city, the High Prophet of Regret and the High Prophet of Truth were sitting in a room looking at the recent news. "We have lost contact with the cruiser designated as the Light of Conversion," a Covenant officer reported, his voice a mere hushed whisper within the ornate chamber of the High Prophets. The two prophets exchanged glances, their eyes narrowing in contemplation. "Dispatch a battle group to Harvest," the Prophet of Regret instructed, his voice echoing across the room adorned with symbols of religious significance. "We must exterminate those humans and reclaim our holy relics." Meanwhile, about 20 minutes later, back on Harvest, Axel watched as another wave of life pods shot towards the planet's surface, their bright trails illuminating the dark void like falling stars. His thoughts were interrupted when a new signature appeared on their long-range scanners. "Admiral. New contacts, and they aren't from us. Unknown ships inbound," warned Avia. "Order all fighters and bombers to return and protect our evacuation shuttles," Axel commanded. His eyes darted between various screens, studying the enemy's approach vectors. "All ships will maintain position and provide covering fire for our evacuees." The room echoed with affirmations as his crew jumped into action, dozens of orders sent through encrypted channels in an effort to prepare for another engagement. In space, a swarm of human starfighters burned their thrusters towards the inbound alien fleet. Trails of white-hot plasma crisscrossed over them as alien fighters swooped in to intercept, their movements unnatural and swift compared to the UNSC fighters. "Sir!" an officer called out over the deafening cacophony erupting from the countless surrounding consoles. "We've successfully established a defensive perimeter around the evacuation shuttle route. But our shields are at 45% and falling." Axel nodded, his gaze never leaving the radar. "Tell Battle Group Yankee to move in closer. We need all the firepower we can muster." The command deck hummed with activity as the human battle group repositioned itself, layering their ships into a tight formation. The distant Covenant fleet seemed to shimmer, akin to a mirage, as they started hurling plasma torpedoes towards the UNSC ships. The torpedoes streaked through the cold void of space, leaving behind a luminescent trail as they sped towards their targets. Axel watched as distant pinpricks of light turned into massive balls of energy hurtling towards his fleet. The sight was both mesmerizing and terrifying. "Brace for impact," he shouted over the COMM. The ship shuddered violently as the plasma torpedoes made contact, illuminating the surrounding space with a brilliant flash. The shields held barely, but Axel could feel a knot tightening in his stomach. His gaze shifted to the fleet's status readings. The numbers were dropping too rapidly, the shields wouldn't hold for much longer. "Return fire," he commanded. Another hum echoed through the Leviathan as it began to charge its Mach cannons once again. Other ships in Battle Group Tango followed suit, invisible energy pulsing through their massive frames in preparation for another counterattack. As if on cue, the hum reached its crescendo and a barrage of Mach rounds raced across the void, aimed squarely at the advancing Covenant fleet. Brilliant sparks of light erupted against the dark canvas of space as the rounds found their targets. But these were more powerful Covenant ships, leaving the Mach rounds to only destroy 2 of the ships. "I need those bombers back up in the air," Axel commanded urgently into his headset, watching as another wave of plasma torpedoes bore down on them. "Admiral, bombers are away," declared Avia. "Focus all fire on the leading alien capital ship," shouted Axel, his grip tightened around the armrests of his command chair. The Leviathan shuddered under him as more plasma torpedoes impacted against their shields. A silence fell over the command deck as they awaited the outcome of their desperate attack. Suddenly, a cheer erupted as the main screen displayed a bright explosion where the formidable Covenant ship used to be. The bombers had successfully hit some critical systems, crippling it and leaving it adrift. But also next to him one of the frigate's shields were down and it was hit by another volley of plasma torpedoes as it exploded, killing any remaining crew on board. "Admiral, there are lifeboats floating around where the frigate exploded," reported Avia. "Evacuate any survivors from the wreckage immediately," Axel ordered, "and get those damaged bombers back to safety." Avia swiftly relayed the orders. At the same time, Avia just gotten good news. "Admiral, the evacuation is complete," reported Avia. Axel released a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. "Good. Order all remaining ships to fall back and regroup at the rally point Alpha," said Axel as he sent the coordinates to the other ships. "Understood, Admiral," Avia responded, and immediately relayed the orders. "Admiral," called out Avia, "the last of our bombers are returning. They're heavily damaged but should make it back." "Good," said Axel as he breathed a sigh of relief. "Now order all UNSC ships to jump warp away." Avia quickly relayed his command, causing a flurry of activity in the command deck. Swiftly, one by one, the ships of Battle Group Tango and Yankee began to disappear, leaving behind the desolate battlefield filled with debris and echoes of a fierce conflict. Axel was the last to leave to ensure that all ships made it out of the system. Meanwhile, the Covenant forces regrouped and had prepared to glass the planet for any remaining humans. The Covenant may have won the battle, but Axel ensured that hundreds of thousands of people escaped before the Covenant could kill them. A/N, according to Halo, The Fall of Reach, Halo, Fall of Reach, Boot Camp, and Halo, The Essential Visual Guide, Harvest had a population of approximately 3 million. But also in the book Halo, Contact Harvest, it is stated that Harvest had a population of around 300,000, so I went with the 300,001 instead, but in the future don't expect that many people to survive glassing. Chapter 37, Chapter 36. Admiral Gardner's words hung heavy in the air as he addressed the group. "As we all know, our negotiations with the Covenant on Harvest were not successful a few days ago," he stated somberly, and the rest of the members nodded solemnly as they recalled the details from the report. "Just a few hours ago we had lost contact with Harvest. I had received the message from Admiral Parangaski," said Admiral Gardner as all eyes had turned to Admiral Parangaski. Admiral Parangaski nodded as she began to explain. "After the failed negotiations on Harvest, the Covenant had retreated out of the system, or so we thought, until we lost communications with them about 18 hours ago. I sent the message to Admiral Gardner since it seemed suspicious that after the recent events that we just lost communications with an entire colony," explained Admiral Parangaski as she continued. However, not even 30 minutes after sending the message, Admiral Woods contacted CENTCOM saying how it wasn't just a loss of communications but the Covenant were attacking Harvest. So CENTCOM sent Battle Group Yankee to investigate these claims but to also assist Admiral Woods if these claims of his were true. Gardner moved his gaze from Parangaski to the holographic star map in the center of the table. Harvest's location blinked ominously. "And Battle Group Yankee?" he asked, his voice steady despite the growing knot of unease in his stomach. Admiral Parangaski's expression softened as she responded, "Initially, we had no contact with them for several hours. However, approximately 4 hours ago, we received messages from both Battle Group Yankee and Admiral Woods' Battle Group Tango reporting that they were forced to evacuate the planet and retreat due to the Covenant's advanced weaponry and ships. The report indicates that all colonists were able to escape, but there were some casualties during the evacuation process. At this time, the exact number of survivors is unknown." The tension in the room rose noticeably, a ghostly fog of unease that latched onto every person present. The members of the UNSC Security Council were no strangers to conflict and disaster, but the scale of this recent event sent shudders through even the most hardened veterans. Their first contact with aliens and not even a month had passed and they were now at war with them. "So," Admiral Gardner said after a few painfully silent moments, "we can assume that the Covenant has declared war on humanity." The stark reality of his statement struck a chill into all present. Silence filled the room once more until Admiral Parangaski spoke up again. "We are certain of it. The scale of such an assault is a clear declaration of war. If this is the case, then we need to prepare a fleet to retake Harvest from the Covenant," announced the Chief of Naval Operations Admiral Jackson. General Black of the Marine Corps, General Stone of the Air Force, and General Graham of the Army all concurred with Admiral Jackson's statement. The aliens had initiated hostile actions towards them, leaving them with no choice but to retaliate in self-defense. "How long will it take to prepare a joint operation to retake Harvest?" asked Admiral Gardner to Admiral Jackson. "First, we would have to get information on the battle between Battle Group Tango, Battle Group Yankee, and the Covenant fleet. Then by using that information we can get an idea of the enemy's fleet strength and send a sizable force to destroy the Covenant forces and retake Harvest," explained Admiral Jackson. Admiral Gardner nodded, hearing his answer. "All right, I'll contact Admiral Woods and ask him for the data on the battle. Once we have that, I will be able to determine the exact time frame, but as of now we don't have any information on the enemy," added Admiral Jackson. "That's a good idea, Admiral Jackson, but also we need to decide on the rewards for the both Battle Group Tango and Battle Group Yankee, as they did just save an entire colony from falling into enemy hands. And Admiral Woods would need to be commended for his foresight," said Admiral Parangaski. Admiral Gardner nodded. "I agree, but we can't promote him yet, so what shall we do?" asked Admiral Gardner. General Black was the first to speak on this matter. "How about we issue letters of commendation for the admirals and their battle groups, and award medals to those involved? I agree with this proposal, as we can't openly give them a ceremony since I'm sure we want to keep this a secret from the public. As much as I would like to openly commend them for their efforts, we can't risk this going public," said General Graham. The other members agreed with this statement since they didn't think that this conflict was that big enough to announce to the public. They had just lost a single colony and they didn't want to risk panic spreading throughout Earth and the colonies. "All right, then it's settled. They Battle Group Tango and Battle Group Yankee will be commended and given medals for their efforts," announced Admiral Gardner. "Moreover, I am glad that you sent the message to Admiral Woods as well, since I would not have thought that the planet was under attack," said Admiral Gardner, talking to Admiral Parangaski. Admiral Parangaski scoffed at this statement. "I didn't send Admiral Woods anything." Admiral Gardner's eyebrows rose at this statement, knit together in confusion. "What? But you just said." "I said," she interrupted, her icy gaze fixed firmly on him, "that I sent the message to you, Gardner. Not Woods." "So then how did he get the message?" asked Admiral Gardner. "He probably intercepted it as it was sent, something that I will speak with him about, but I am not surprised at this, since for someone like him intercepting high priority messages is nothing." In fact, he probably did it with an AI, explained Admiral Parangaski. Admiral Gardner's frown deepened. That's a serious breach of security and protocol, he said. I agree, Admiral Parangaski said firmly, but let's not forget, his quick actions saved countless lives. It doesn't excuse it, but it does put it into perspective. General Stone chimed in, drumming his fingers on the table's surface. In the meanwhile, we should increase our security measures to prevent any further unauthorized accesses from happening. I'll overlook his actions for now, but soon I will punish him for breaching the UNSC's security, stated Admiral Gardner. Anyways, I believe we all have work to do and preparations to make, Admiral Gardner announced, standing. Everyone nodded in agreement, shuffling out of their seats and stepping away from the table. Admiral Gardner remained seated a moment longer, eyes tracing the holographic outline of Harvest, which was now lost to them. He didn't know how strong the Covenant were, but the UNSC would not back down from a fight. Meanwhile, back to Axel, who had already returned to Algalese. Transports had already arrived to take the civilians to the inner colonies. Algalese wasn't exactly a planet capable of taking in hundreds of thousands of people, so they were to be taken to the inner colonies where there was an abundance of space and food for them. Battle Group Yankee, led by Admiral Nicholas Holt, was undergoing repairs since they didn't have energy shielding like Axel's battle group did. They had lost 2 ships during the battle, while Axel had only lost a frigate. The other ships of Battle Group Yankee had plasma burn marks on their hulls, and some even had sections of the ship which were lost. Luckily, they could seal off sections of the ship so that they could go to warp speed, because if not, then they would have been stuck, since jumping at warp speed without sealing the open parts of the hull would cause the ship to completely break apart once they entered warp speed. It was also thanks to the improvements that Axel implemented with the warp drive. He made it so that ships built with a warp drive was also equipped with advanced ways to seal hull breaches in emergency situations. Axel, on the other hand, was looking through the data he got during the battle to analyze how powerful of a reactor he would have to make to be able to power the ship's energy shields. Just one hit from Covenant cruiser caused the ships to drop tremendously. They only survived because of the fast recharge rate of the energy shields. While he was busy with this, he was contacted by Admiral Jackson, commending him on his actions. Your quick thinking and resilience under fire has resulted in saved lives, Admiral Woods, he said. While the loss of Harvest stings, the fact that we managed to evacuate so many is a testament to your capabilities. Because of this, Battle Group Tango will be receiving a commendation and awarded medals for their actions. Thank you, Admiral, Axel responded. In the meantime, the reason I called you was to request the data on the battle so that we can organize a force to retake Harvest from the Covenant, requested Admiral Jackson. Of course, I'll send it right over, said Axel as he ordered Yvonne to send the data. After a few seconds, Admiral Jackson had received the data. Thank you, Admiral, this data will help us plan this future operation to take back Harvest. Now I have pressing matters to get to, and I'm sure you have things to do as well, so I will leave you to it, said Admiral Jackson as the holographic image of him disappeared. Axel continued studying the data in order to come up with ways to improve the energy shielding and to potentially find a way to counter the Covenant's plasma torpedoes. Chapter 38, Chapter 37. Battle Group Yankee was also given their own medals and such for their contribution in the battle and efforts in evacuating Harvest. They were also the ones who took the most casualties because of their lack of energy shields, which had become a hot topic within the UNSC Security Council, as energy shields on ships proved its ability to save lives and preserve the ship. The grand ceremony, held in utmost secrecy on Algalese, remained hidden from the public, a testament to the clandestine nature of their valiant endeavors. In this momentous occasion, every member of Battle Group Tango reveled in the privilege of serving under Axel's indomitable leadership, guiding them unerringly to triumph amidst the chaos of battle. For those newer recruits who had joined after Axel's earlier deployments to the outer colonies, they considered themselves lucky to be part of such a monumental undertaking. Though still relatively green, they had proven their mettle under fire from the Covenant, executing their duties with unwavering dedication. Amidst the jubilation of being decorated for his unwavering bravery, Axel received another momentous piece of news from Catherine: she was pregnant. While not entirely unexpected, this revelation filled Axel's heart with an overwhelming surge of joy and affection. Catherine, too, beamed with happiness as she witnessed the loving glimmer in Axel's eyes upon hearing her proclamation. Already content by Axel's earlier display of affection towards her, Catherine now found herself even more elated by the prospect of becoming a mother. Yet, intertwined with her joy was an undeniable curiosity about the sudden appearance of the Covenant. Throughout centuries, humanity had never encountered extraterrestrial beings, thus, the arrival of these hostile aliens was a profound and perplexing development. Unable to quell her inquisitive nature, Catherine couldn't help but ponder the stark dissimilarity between Covenant genetics and the composition of the human genome. The enigma of their existence ignited within her a desire to unravel the secrets behind this alien species and comprehend the implications it held for humanity's future. Meanwhile, Admiral Axel found himself grappling with a similar surge of curiosity, albeit with a more strategic focus rather than scientific inquiry. His mind was consumed by the pressing matters at hand: the meticulous preparations for future engagements, ensuring that every ship under his command was adequately equipped to deal with the relentless onslaught of the Covenant, and readying his crew for the arduous battles that lay ahead. Within the UNSC, military strategists pored over the data from the initial skirmish, desperately seeking patterns in the enemy's attack formations. Intelligence officers tirelessly worked to unravel fragments of the Covenant's communications intercepted during the chaotic fray. The UNSC Security Council remained resolute in their pursuit of comprehending the Covenant's tactics, communications, and weaponry, yearning to secure a triumphant victory in their next encounter. In the midst of this fervent quest for knowledge, Axel tirelessly labored to improve his battle group's armaments and defenses, drawing inspiration from the invaluable data gleaned during their first harrowing clash with the Covenant. Avia had meticulously scanned the Covenant vessels during the battle, unveiling an energy source unlike anything humanity had ever seen. To unlock its secrets and forge something even more formidable, Axel knew he had to disable a Covenant ship, board it, and get control of it to study its technology once the battle is over. If he could secure an intact vessel from the Covenant, he could delve deep into their technological marvels and birth his own iteration for the UNSC's advantage. In the meantime, Axel worked on his own projects. The UNSC Security Council had started implementing some of the technology that Axel had created, including the new Standard Infantry Armor, ODST armor, and energy shields for UNSC ships. Axel hadn't created the Mark II energy shields yet, so they had to use the current version, which was good enough to keep a ship alive in battle, but it could not take that many hits from Covenant weaponry. So for the next few months, that is exactly what he did. Through trial and error and multiple tests, Axel sought to create the improved energy shields before the next battle. Over these months, a massive UNSC fleet had assembled above Reach. Each ship was being retrofitted with a warp drive for those that didn't have it, and energy shields. Admiral Cole was selected to lead the fleet to retake Harvest, while Axel and Battle Group Tango was ordered to join the fleet when that time comes. As Axel delved deeper into his research and development efforts, the tension within the UNSC continued to mount. The data from the first battle showed just how superior the Covenant technology was compared to UNSC technology. Still, everybody worked tirelessly towards enhancing their defensive capabilities and strategic advantage. The UNSC Security Council used the excuse of a fleet overhaul project to explain the massive fleet gathering over Reach. Months had passed in a blur of activity and anticipation as Axel oversaw the integration of the new Mark II energy shields onto each ship in his battle group. The hum of machinery and the scent of metal filled the air as technicians worked around the clock to ensure that every vessel in the battle group was equipped with the latest advancements in energy shield technology. Finally, the day arrived when the UNSC fleet above Reach was fully prepared for the impending mission to retake Harvest. Axel stood on the bridge of his flagship, the UNSC Leviathan, surrounded by his dedicated crew. They had been preparing for this next encounter with the Covenant over the past few months. With a deep breath, Axel gave the command for Battle Group Tango to join Admiral Cole's fleet in their journey towards victory. The thrum of engines reverberated through the ship as they set course, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them in their quest to push back the Covenant threat and reclaim Harvest. As Battle Group Tango jumped to warp speed, Axel's mind was focused and resolute, his heart filled with unwavering resolve to defeat the Covenant in this second battle. While he never said it out loud, it was safe to say that thus far he had been steering the fate humanity towards one of victory, and he would stop at nothing to secure a future where humans prevailed against the Covenant. Once his battle group arrived, all ships had lined up with Admiral Cole's fleet and plotted their course for Harvest. And so, with courage in their hearts and determination in their souls, Axel and Admiral Cole's fleet went forth towards an uncertain but promising destiny, united in purpose and bound by duty to protect all that they held dear. Chapter 39, Chapter 38. With every calculated step, Kelly led a group of Spartans through the dimly lit corridors, their armor glinting faintly in the subdued lighting. Each Spartan moved with a synchronized grace, their years of rigorous training evident in their fluid motions and unwavering focus. "Roger that, Kelly," John responded, his voice steady and calm. As they moved deeper into the enemy stronghold, their surroundings grew increasingly ominous. The silence was interrupted by the sound of movement down the hallway. Kelly paused, her sharp eyes scanning the immediate vicinity for potential threats. "Fan out," she commanded, her voice barely above a whisper. The Spartans immediately obeyed, dispersing throughout the hallway while maintaining their guarded formation. Their senses were heightened as they swiftly checked each door and corner for any sign of enemy activity. As Kelly neared the end of the corridor, a blinding light suddenly flooded the hallway. She skiddily took cover behind an archway. The familiar echo of enemy footsteps filled her ears as she gripped her weapon tighter. John's voice came through the COMM link once again. "We're in position," he stated with unwavering determination. "Ready when you are, Kelly." With a deep breath to steady herself, she responded without any hint of fear in her voice. "Ready." The silence resumed its reign over the dark corridor as each Spartan prepared for what was to come. "Now!" John's urgent command crackled through the COMM link, cutting through the tension in the dim corridor. The Spartans surged ahead, weapons at the ready, their armor gleaming in the low light. A sudden burst of gunfire echoed down the hallway, bullets whizzing past Kelly as she ducked and weaved behind cover. The enemy was closing in fast, their footsteps pounding against the metal floor. "Take them out!" Kelly shouted, her voice fierce and unwavering. The Spartans sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of return fire with pinpoint accuracy. Explosions rocked the corridor as grenades detonated, sending debris flying and shadows dancing on the walls. The air filled with the acrid scent of smoke and burning metal. John's voice cut through the chaos, cool and collected. "Keep moving." With a nod of determination, Kelly signaled for the final assault. The Spartans charged forward as one, their movements synchronized and deadly. Each shot fired was precise, each blow landed with calculated force. In a whirlwind of violence and speed, the enemy fell before them, no match for the relentless onslaught of the Spartans. Victory was swift and brutal, leaving only silence in its wake as they moved on to their next objective. "Objective in sight," Kelly reported, her eyes locked onto the massive steel door at the end of the corridor. "Preparing to breach." "Copy, Kelly. Coming up on your 6," said John as he and his team of Spartans approached from where Kelly and her team had just cleared a path. "Ready?" John queried, stepping up beside Kelly, his large frame dwarfing her slender form. Kelly gave a firm nod, her fiery determination unbroken. "Always," she replied simply. With a wave of her hand, 2 Spartans came forward, placing explosive charges on the hefty steel door. They quickly retreated back to cover, their steps falling in sync with each other's. "Breach in 3, 2, 1. Kelly's voice was steady and calm. A deafening blast echoed through the corridor as the charges detonated, tearing open a gaping hole in the steel door. Hot fragments of twisted metal flew in all directions, clanging against nearby walls or ricocheting harmlessly off their sturdy armor. "No time to lose," Kelly commanded as she led her Spartans through the smoking breach. "Eyes open and heads down." Inside, red emergency lights pulsed ominously against the stark metallic surfaces of a command center. Multiple enemy combatants were stunned by the explosive entrance. Yet others began to regain their footing and rallied in an effort to defend their stronghold. Engage! John's order surged through the COMM link, sparking another round of precision chaos. Kelly was unstoppable as she waded into the fray, her weapon roaring with deadly intent. Her team followed suit, moving like predators among prey, silent but for their weapons' deadly song. One by one, the defenders were cut down, their feeble attempts at retaliation drowned in the thunderous symphony of gunfire and explosions. Clear, came the call from Kelly, her voice resounding with triumphant determination. Around her, the remnants of the enemy laid strewn across the cold metal floor, their last stand crushed beneath the might of the Spartans. "Hold position," John commanded as he approached a large console near the back of the room. His hands moved swiftly over the complex array of buttons and switches, his eyes scanning multiple data streams simultaneously. Kelly watched as John worked to get the information on the whereabouts of other insurrectionists' bases, their primary mission objective all along. "Got it," John announced a few minutes later. His fingers sped over the console one last time before he secured a small data chip. He turned to face Kelly, holding it up for her to see. "Mission accomplished." Kelly nodded, seeing the data chip in John's hand. "Let's move out," he ordered, already setting coordinates for extraction on his personal COMM link. As one, they filed out of the command center, leaving behind nothing but destruction and silence in their wake. Their footsteps echoed in unison against metal flooring and then faded away as they disappeared into darkness. After a few minutes they had arrived at a breach in the facility where a Pelican was waiting. Each Spartan boarded the Pelican and took their seats. Once every Spartan was inside, the doors closed and the Pelican returned to the nearby Halcyon light cruiser. Meanwhile, near Harvest, Admiral Cole's fleet had exited warp speed within the system. Immediately upon exiting warp, the fleet of 40 UNSC ships had encountered a Covenant fleet numbering 20 vessels. And one of those ships was massive in size compared to what the UNSC has seen before. To Axel, he knew that this was one of the Covenant's super-destroyers, which would prove to be a problem for the UNSC fleet because of its firepower and its defenses. The other ships in the Covenant fleet consisted of destroyers, cruisers, corvettes, and frigates. And they had already started to turn towards the UNSC fleet, so Admiral Cole ordered the fleet to engage. As the UNSC ships began their assault, the sky lit up with fiery streaks of weaponry, illuminating the darkness of space. The Covenant fleet responded in kind, and soon the celestial battlefield was ablaze with plasma and missile trails. "Target their engines," Admiral Cole barked into his COMM link. "We need to take out that super-destroyer." In response, a volley of Archer missiles away from the UNSC ships, racing towards the massive alien vessel. A brilliant flash marked their impact, but the super-destroyer remained intact, its shields shimmering as they absorbed the brunt of the attack. "Shields are holding," came the report from one of the ship's officers. "Then we need to hit them harder," Cole replied fiercely. "Understood, sir," Axel responded. He was aboard the UNSC Leviathan, preparing for his own assault. He commanded his crew to load up their own arsenal of missiles and heavy artillery. This was the chance for him to show off the new autocannons, which was created as a counter to the Covenant's powerful plasma weaponry. "All hands, prepare to engage that Covenant ship," Axel ordered over the ship's intercom. The Leviathan, a monstrous behemoth of steel and weaponry, surged forward, its powerful engines propelling it straight towards the Covenant fleet. "Fire all cannons," he commanded. The ship shuddered as the new autocannons discharged their deadly payload. An array of devastating energy projectiles hurtled through the void, glowing white-hot against the backdrop of stars and distant planets. The super-destroyer's shielding flickered under the hailstorm of energy rounds but held on doggedly. Yet, a few hits managed to find their way past the shield. "Direct hit," an officer shouted over the din. "Their shields are starting to buckle." Axel didn't waste any time in capitalizing upon this advantage. All ships, he broadcasted to the fleet, focus fire on the super destroyer. It's faltering. Almost simultaneously, dozens of UNSC vessels converged their fire on the alien behemoth. The super destroyer's shields flickered and warped under the relentless assault, but they didn't give in. Launch everything we got. Axel ordered with stern resolution etched across his face. On his command, a barrage of Archer missiles and autocannons tore through space towards the behemoth. For a moment, it seemed as if time stood still, then came another bright flash as countless detonations lit up its shields. This time though, the super destroyer wasn't able to hold on. Its shields buckled and failed beneath the onslaught of Archer missiles and autocannon fire. Unspeakable devastation was wrought upon its hull in an instant. The super destroyer's shields had failed and now it was vulnerable to the concentrated power of the UNSC fleet. Its hulking form was engulfed in a storm of explosions, each one tearing through its once invincible hull. Fires blazed across its surface as internal systems were ruptured and destroyed. "Keep firing, don't let up." Admiral Cole's voice filled Axel's ear, his determined command driving the assault forward. The super destroyer reeled under the unyielding barrage. Another volley of Archer missiles left the firing tubes of the UNSC ships, their fiery trails slashing across space to collide with the staggering behemoth. The super destroyer shuddered violently with each successive impact, each explosion further compromising its integrity. The energy shields held of the counter-attack by the Covenant fleet, allowing the UNSC fleet take the direct hits from the smaller ships. But it came at a cost, as they had already lost 8 ships to the Covenant fleet while they were only focusing on the super destroyer at this time. "Prepare for evasive maneuvers," Axel ordered, his eyes never leaving the screen that displayed the deteriorating super destroyer. He knew well enough that desperate enemies were dangerous ones. The crew obeyed immediately, bracing themselves for violent shifts in momentum as the Leviathan moved to dodge retaliatory fire from the Covenant fleet. "The enemy is returning fire," one of his officers reported, her voice calm despite the chaotic scene playing out before them. But Axel's focus remained solely on the super destroyer. "Maintain fire," he bellowed above the clamor of battle noise filling the bridge. Suddenly, a bright light emanated from within the super destroyer. It quickly grew brighter and larger until it consumed the entire vessel and then some. The light was blinding, forcing Axel and the crew to shield their eyes. The bridge's main screen automatically dimmed to protect the sensors from the overwhelming luminescence. The silence that followed was eerie, only broken by the soft hum of the ship's systems and the labored breathing of its occupants. Then came the shockwave. It hit like a supernova, powerful enough to shake the entire UNSC fleet. The force of the blast threw unsecured crew members off their feet, and alarms began to blare throughout the ship, echoing hauntingly in the stunned silence that followed. Slowly, Axel opened his eyes. The tactical display was a mess of static and disjointed outlines, their sensors struggling to regain footing after being blinded by the explosion. Despite this, one thing was clear: where there had once been a formidable Covenant super destroyer, there was now nothing but a field of debris. "We did it!" One officer spoke up incredulously, his voice barely more than a whisper. "We took down the super destroyer." "Don't get distracted, now all ships focus fire on the remaining Covenant fleet," ordered Axel. His voice carried across the frenzied bridge, a bastion of authority amidst the chaos. The officers obeyed immediately, their focus shifting from the obliterated super destroyer to the remaining Covenant ships. "Tell all ships to maintain offensive maneuvers," Axel ordered, his eyes scanning over the tactical display. "On it, sir," his communications officer replied, swiftly disseminating his orders across the fleet. The Leviathan shook violently as it clashed with the remaining Covenant vessels. Its autocannons roared to life once more, sending a barrage of energy rounds towards the enemy. It appeared as though the Covenant had figured out which UNSC ships posed the most threat and they had started targeting the Leviathan. While the Leviathan was a carrier in name, Axel had retrofitted to be able to stand its ground. Admiral Cole observed in awe as the Leviathan assertively led the battle and motivated the other UNSC ships to keep fighting. Throughout his career, He had never witnessed a carrier taking on such a frontline role, but there it was, happening right before his eyes. With the super destroyer gone, the UNSC fleet led by Admiral Cole managed to win the battle and cause the Covenant to flee. Out of the 20 Covenant ships, only 5 were able to escape, while on the UNSC side 12 ships were lost during the engagement. To Axel these numbers were disappointing as he felt that they could have been reduced to single digits and more lives could have been saved. But this was the price to pay in war, and it was something that he would see time and time again. Chapter 40, Chapter 39. Harvest now looked like a frozen tundra that was incapable of sustaining life. This was the same reaction for the other UNSC ships who saw the planet. Before they were so preoccupied with the battle that they didn't get a chance to really look at Harvest and notice the difference. Admiral, orbital scans show that the Covenant conducted a plasma bombardment of the planet. Any structure or agriculture that was once on the planet is now just a pile of rubble, reported the ship's AI Sekhmet. I am also picking up Covenant activity on the surface of the planet. There's still Covenant activity on the planet, said Admiral Cole to himself. They came back here to take back Harvest and they were still far from their goal. Sekhmet, tell Major Harris to prepare his Marines for landing. We will land away from where the Covenant activity is concentrated and set up forward operating bases. From there we will start eradicating the Covenant presence on the surface. And have the Spartans deploy with the troops as well, ordered Admiral Cole. Yes, Admiral, Sekhmet responded, her digital voice echoing in the control room. The AI figure flickered like a mirage on the holographic display, casting an ethereal glow on the weathered faces of the Admiral and his crew. Understood, Admiral. We'll be ready for landing procedures in no time, Major Harris's voice crackled through the intercom, a sign of determination in his tone. From his vantage point on the bridge, Admiral Cole watched as the UNSC ships began their descent towards Harvest. The once lush planet was now a barren wasteland, cloaked in a veil of ice and snow. It was a chilling sight, but they had a mission to complete. Sekhmet, Admiral Cole's voice was steady as steel. Coordinate with the ground teams, I want updated reports on Covenant movement every half hour. Yes, Admiral, Sekhmet replied crisply, her holographic form shimmering as she disappeared momentarily to carry out her orders. The minutes ticked by slowly as the fleets descended towards the frozen tundra. Occasionally, Sekhmet would appear with updates on Covenant activity and Major Harris would respond with adjustments to their landing strategy accordingly. Major Harris had found an ideal spot to establish a base, and he wasted no time setting up landing areas for Pelicans and other aircraft to land. Long swords flew around the planet and would get caught in dogfights with the Covenant's own banshees. Slowly but surely, the UNSC forces began to stake their claim on the alien-infested land. Tents sprang up, temporary shelters against the harsh landscape. Sekhmet, he called again, his gaze riveted on the holographic display showcasing the ground operation. Get me an update on Major Harris and his men. On it, Admiral, Sekhmet responded promptly. Her image flickered as she accessed the data feeds from the landing zone. Meanwhile, as if to mock their progress, a particularly fierce gust of wind swept across the icy wilderness, carrying with it a flurry of snowflakes. The once peaceful Harvest now seemed like an alien world, hostile and uninviting. As the flurry subsided, Cole's attention was drawn back to Sekhmet, who had returned with the requested update. Major Harris reports successful establishment of a base camp, Admiral. No casualties reported thus far. Good. Keep monitoring all activities closely, he commanded. And update me on our air supremacy. Affirmative, Admiral, Sekhmet began. Our longswords are holding their own against the Covenant banshees. Their superior maneuverability is giving them an edge in these dogfights. The Admiral nodded approvingly as he continued to survey Harvest's surface from above. The harsh reality of their situation was beginning to sink in. This wasn't going to be easy or quick. Continue efforts on all fronts, he ordered, his voice echoing throughout the command center. And get Admiral Woods on the COMM link for me, ordered Admiral Cole. Yes, Admiral, Sekhmet complied, her holographic form flickering as she worked swiftly. After a moment, Axel appeared on the screen. Admiral Woods, Cole greeted, his stern eyes meeting Axel's holographically projected ones. I trust you've been updated about the situation on Harvest. In detail, Admiral, Axel replied. It seems like an orbital bombardment of sorts. They've even left some of their forces behind, Cole added grimly. We've begun landing procedures and have established a base camp. Major Harris is leading the ground effort. I'm not surprised they're maintaining a presence, Axel noted, his face tight with concern. The planet was a significant resource for us, they could be scavenging or looking for something specific. We'll determine that soon enough, Cole declared firmly. For now, our focus is on eliminating any Covenant activity and securing the planet's surface. That's why I contacted you. I hope that you can deploy some MCUs to the surface to assist our Marines in the battle, requested Admiral Cole. He was one of the people who knew about the abilities of the MCUs and hoped to utilize them to limit casualties. I'll send 2,000 MCUs down to assist Major Harris, while I have other matters to attend to on the surface, stated Axel. Thank you, this will be a valuable addition to our forces. I'll inform Major Harris about the reinforcements and won't question your decision to deploy to the surface. Just make sure to stay safe and come back alive, Admiral Cole said gravely, fixing his gaze on Axel. I have a sense that this war is far from over and we need individuals like you to lead the way for humanity. Of course, Admiral, I'll take extra precaution, said Axel as the screen turned off. Admiral Cole was questioning in his mind why an admiral would need to deploy to the surface, but then he thought about how Axel was not a normal admiral. He held considerable power and influence because of his inventions, and he also because of the recent creation of energy shields which has saved hundreds if not thousands of lives during the battle. He was also head of Section 3, which brought on more responsibilities that Axel had to take care of. Admiral Cole also trusted Axel to make the right decisions. Meanwhile on the UNSC Leviathan, Axel was preparing for his descent to the planet. Their destination would be an ancient underground Forerunner facility located somewhere in the northern polar region of Harvest. If Axel remembered correctly, it contained a star map of nearby star systems, and one of those star systems had a Forerunner shield world in it with some useful information that Axel could use. Accompanying him would be a detachment of MCUs, Marines, and Spartan Team Omega. Longswords would escort them towards the location alongside a few Falcons. Axel wanted to set up a defensive position once they arrive so that Axel can have time to research and study the Forerunner structure. If possible, he hoped to find a lot of information relating to Flood and other advanced Forerunner technology. Axel put on his own armor and made his way to the hangar where he boarded a Pelican. Along the way his appearance surprised some of the crew, but they remained professional and saluted him as he passed. Godspeed, Admiral, one of the crew members murmured as Axel climbed aboard the Pelican. Once everyone was on board their respective Pelican, the pilot acknowledged him with a nod as the engine roared to life, lifting them off the deck of the hangar and heading out into the snowy landscape of Harvest. The longswords fell in alongside them, maintaining an escort formation as they too took to the darkness of space. Chapter 41, Chapter 40. Axel was sitting in the back of the Pelican with the other MCUs, Marines, and Taylor, who is now a chief. Taylor had risen in the ranks thanks to his close connection with Axel and his work ethic. Although Taylor was not an officer, his role held a higher level of authority than a typical chief. He consistently took on additional responsibilities beyond those of his position, but he took pride in doing so. Some other people might be a little disgruntled with the fact that they were stuck in the same place with the same person for years, but he didn't see a problem with it and carried out his duties to the best of his abilities. He has learned a lot of skills, gained a lot of knowledge, and he enjoyed his time in the UNSC, so he didn't see a problem with how things were going. When he was a first-class petty officer, he had the opportunity to become an officer. However, at the time, he declined the offer despite the potential for a higher salary. He didn't want to deal with the politics and bureaucracy that Axel often faced as an officer. But now that he thought about it, becoming an officer could allow him access to more information, and allow him to take on more responsibilities to help Axel. Sitting inside the Pelican, Taylor observed Axel sitting across from him. Axel was wearing his personal armor and scrolling through a tablet, most likely occupied with another project as usual. Admiral Taylor called. Axel looked up from his tablet. I know the first time I didn't want to do it, but after much thought I want to become an officer. Axel looked at Taylor and smiled a little since he was finally taking advantage of this opportunity. Well, Taylor, it's about time, he replied, his eyes crinkling at the corners in amusement. You've always had the potential, you know. Officer material if I ever saw one. He paused, gaze growing thoughtful as he regarded Taylor. But are you certain this is what you want, Taylor? You know well the challenges it will bring. Taylor nodded firmly, meeting Axel's gaze head-on. His determination was palpable, it radiated off him, filling the small space of the Pelican. I am certain, Admiral. I'm ready to face any challenge that comes my way. Axel nodded approvingly at this statement. That's the spirit. He looked back down at his tablet for a moment before looking back up at Taylor. Understand this, being an officer isn't just about giving orders or getting a higher salary. It's about leading your people, making difficult decisions and standing by them no matter what. I understand that, Admiral, Taylor answered without hesitation. His voice held a note of firm conviction that reassured Axel. Very well then, Axel said with a nod. I will submit your papers once we get back, and it shouldn't take long until you're going to the academy. Taylor nodded, his expression serious. Thank you, Admiral. I won't let you down. I know you won't, Taylor. Axel's smile returned, a quiet confidence that settled Taylor's nerves. He had seen that look in Axel's eyes countless times before, always directed at a seemingly insurmountable problem that Axel had nevertheless taken in stride. That same look now was focused squarely on him, and Taylor felt a rush of determination. The Pelican rocked slightly as it landed, the low hum of the engines becoming louder as they powered down. Axel stood up and secured his tablet, then put his helmet on. He then turned to August, the team leader for Spartan Team Omega. August, once the doors open, I want you to set up a defensive position around the entrance in case the Covenant try to attack, ordered Axel. Understood, Admiral, August replied, her voice steady over the COMM. The Spartans of Team Omega began checking their weapons and equipment with well-practiced efficiency, their movements sharp and precise in the confined space of the Pelican. We'll create a perimeter and maintain positions until you return, August added, her eyes locked onto the rear hatch as it slowly began to lower. Omega team filed out with their guns drawn and started setting up a perimeter. 2 more Pelicans had landed, carrying Marines and MCUs who waited for further instructions from Axel. Sergeant, take 2 squads of Marines and a squad of MCUs to assist Omega team in securing the perimeter and have the Falcons patrol the perimeter. Ordered Axel. Aye, Admiral, said the sergeant as he carried out his orders. Next Axel turned to the group 6 MCUs and 6 Marines who were standing by for order. Marines, once we open the doors to this vault, I want the 6 of you to guard the entrance and ensure nobody sneaks in behind me, ordered Axel as he noticed a lot of cliffs that the Covenant could possibly use to sneak in. The 6 Marines nodded, confirming his order. Axel then turned towards the doors of the vault and walked towards them, followed by the MCUs, Marines, and Taylor. Once he got close, he put his hand on the door, feeling how different the Forerunner architecture was to the UNSC. Axel traced the unfamiliar hieroglyphs etched into the heavy vault doors, his gloved fingers catching on the strange, angular patterns. That's when all of a sudden, the doors had opened without him even doing anything. All the MCUs and Marines snapped their attention towards the door. Taylor walked up next to Axel while observing the vault doors open. Did you do that, Admiral? Asked Taylor as he was curious as to how Axel opened the doors. I didn't do that, Taylor responded Axel as he took a step forward into the vault. Seeing this, Taylor immediately followed him, and so did the MCUs, while the Marines remained at the entrance making sure nobody tried to sneak in. Meanwhile, Axel continued to walk into the vault, observing the structure. After a few moments, they had arrived at what seemed to be the center of the vault. Axel had noticed 2 light bridges already lit leading to a center console of sorts. He had seen this scene many times playing one of the Halo games in his previous life. So, he stepped on the bridge, which almost made Taylor lose it since he didn't think that they could walk on it. Still, he gathered himself and followed Axel to the center. "Admiral, what is this?" asked Taylor. "This," said Axel as he paused, "is a Forerunner data repository, Taylor. A wealth of information we likely can't even begin to comprehend," Taylor observed as Axel started interacting with the console. He obviously didn't understand what was happening, but he noticed that Axel seemed to be having a conversation with the console itself. Suddenly, a holographic figure appeared before them. It was taller than an average human and possessed an elongated silhouette. Its face remained featureless except for 2 glowing eyes. Taylor watched as it turned its gaze towards them, its luminescent eyes falling on Axel. "Reclaimer," the figure spoke out in an echoing deep voice. "Monitor," Axel acknowledged, keeping his tone neutral. The holographic figure tilted its head slightly, seeming to scrutinize Axel in return. "You are not like other reclaimers." "I suppose I'm not," Axel agreed with a small smile. Taylor watched in fascination as the conversation continued, impressed by how easily Axel seemed to navigate the complexities of this alien communication. The monitor seemed taken aback at first, but then it nodded and stretched out its hands, causing a galaxy map to appear. Axel looked around for a few seconds until he found a particular planet that was glowing and standing out from the rest. Seeing that Axel had found where the map was trying to send him, the monitor spoke. "This will aid you on your quest," said the monitor. "Use it wisely." Those were the last words as the monitor disappeared, and so did the galaxy map. Taylor was too stunned to speak, but was mainly curious at the words that the monitor had said. "Reclaimer," the word kept echoing in his head over and over again as if it meant something. "Well, we got what we came for, so let's go," said Axel as he turned around to leave. But as he did, he heard someone's voice on the other end of the COMM link. "Admiral, this is Viper 1, we have incoming Covenant forces," reported the longsword pilot. "Copy, we are done here and should be leaving in a few. You are cleared to engage the enemy," ordered Axel. "Copy that, Admiral. Viper Squadron, engage the enemy," responded Viper 1 as he ordered his squadron of longswords to engage the Covenant Banshees that were heading towards Axel's location. "Omega Team, prepare for enemy contact," ordered Axel. "Copy that, Admiral, we are standing by," replied August. "And Falcons, I want you to provide close air support to our ground troops." The Falcons responded, confirming his orders, while Axel darted for the entrance of the vault, followed by Taylor and the MCUs. It was fated that the Covenant would find them, and that was fine as it would give him a chance to test his suit on a live battlefield. Chapter 42, Chapter 41. As he emerged from the vault, the sounds of battle had already begun. 3 of the Marines assigned to protect the entrance were firing their weapons, providing cover for their injured comrade being dragged to safety by 2 others. He had taken a hit from a plasma shot and needed immediate medical attention. The MCUs had already started to assist the Marines and provide cover while engaging the enemy who were shooting them from the cliff above them. It was the same cliff that Axel had took note of before, and he was glad that he placed these Marines here to cover their backs, not that they needed it, but it prevented the Covenant from just walking in right behind them and pinning them down inside the vault. Seeing Axel walk out of the vault, one of the Marines grabbed the injured Marine's weapon and handed it to Axel. "Admiral, here you go," said the Marine as Axel grabbed the gun and aimed it at the Covenant on top of the cliff. In his hands was a MA-5B assault rifle that had a 60-round magazine, an effective range of 500 m, and a firing rate of 15 rounds per second when on fully automatic. Axel made sure to put it on semi-automatic to save ammo as he started shooting at the Covenant forces on the cliff. "Once you patch him up, move him to the Pelican," ordered Axel. Admiral, replied one of the Marines as he began to move a little faster. The plasma shot had hit him in his side, penetrating his armor and causing him a lot of pain from the heat. The soldier quickly utilized the med kit and did as much as he could. Axel on the other hand had activated his COMM link. Falcon 2, I need suppressing fire on this cliff west of my position, ordered Admiral. Copy that, Admiral, inbound from the north, said the pilot. A few seconds later Falcon 2 had appeared flying in from the north and began lighting up the Covenant forces on the cliff. August, get Omega Team and the Marines back here, we are leaving, said Axel as the Marines began to move their injured teammate. The MCUs got into a defensive formation around the group as they began to move towards the Pelican. A/N, mistake on my part, but August is a female, not a male. I'll change the previous chapters so that future confusion will be fixed. Copy that, Admiral, me and the sergeant are on our way now, replied August as she shot another Covenant in the head with her railgun. The crackle of the radio brought Axel's focus back to the mission, even as he maintained suppressing fire. Falcon 2, with its twin rotary cannons blazing, had sent the Covenant forces scattering for cover. The roar of their engines echoed around the rocky valley as they swooped overhead. Falcons 1 and 3 were helping the Spartans and other Marines. Falcon 3 soared lower, its nose pointed towards a group of Covenant infantry clustered together for safety. From its underbelly, rockets spewed forth and slammed into their midst, sending hot blue plasma spraying in all directions. The ground beneath the aliens disintegrated in a blink, rapidly replaced with a crater filled with the twisted remnants of Covenant troops. The battlefield was thrown into chaos. Marines and Spartans alike fought back to back, shielding each other from relentless plasma fire while cutting down enemy forces with concentrated bursts of bullet fire and the occasional grenade. Axel, still firing on the Covenant forces on the cliff, felt a sense of satisfaction as he watched the enemy units fall. The added firepower from his Falcons had managed to turn the tide in their favor. But there were still a lot of enemies forced that one Falcon couldn't handle all by itself. Omega Team, status. He barked into his comms unit. We're almost there, Admiral, came the response from August. We've got some heavy resistance but we're pushing through. Good, keep pushing, we can't let them pin us down here any longer, said Axel as his focus turned back to the cliff. At this time, they had already made it to the Pelican where the soldier was dragged into the back to take cover from the incoming plasma fire. Admiral, some enemies made it down off the cliff and are heading towards your location, I'm shifting fire now, stated Falcon 2. Negative, Falcon 2, we will deal with them, just focus on that cliff, Axel responded as shifted his focus to the 5 approaching elites. The MCUs had also turned their attention to the elites and started to open fire on them, while the Marines had provided cover fire from protection of the Pelican. The MCUs had charged towards the Covenant elite as the two exchanged fire with each other. The elite's personal shields had managed to absorb the damage taken as they drew closer. But the MCUs were not normal human Marines who could be knocked off balance, so when the elites tried to engage in melee with them, they didn't stand a chance. One of the MCUs punched one of the elite in its gut and sent it flying back despite it being much taller than the MCU. The other MCUs did similar things as one of them had kicked one of the elites, sending it falling to the ground and then jumping on top of it as it continuously punched the elite in the face until it was no longer recognizable. Axel on the other hand wanted to test his suit out even more, so he took on one of the elites. The elite kept shooting his plasma gun at Axel only for his shots to do nothing as it was absorbed by his suit's personal energy shield. In the suit, Axel looked at the percent of shield and seen that just from a few shots his energy shield had dropped only 5%. Seeing this, a smile appeared on his face as he sprinted at the elite in the blink of an eye. The elite saw this and tried to grab Axel only to be dodged. As he tried to turn and face Axel, he was met with a strong punch to the face, breaking his face armor in one hit and falling to the ground. Axel got on top of the elite and repeatedly punched the face of the elite. As he was doing this, one of the MCUs had approached him. Admiral, Omega Team and the Marines have returned. Axel got off the elite and turned around to see Omega Team and the Marines boarding the Pelicans. All right, "Let's get out of here then," replied Axel as he walked back to his pelican. The sound of boots hitting the metal floor reverberated through the interior as Axel stepped inside. "Pilot, get us out here," ordered Axel. "Copy that, Admiral," replied the pilot as he quickly moved to his controls, his fingers flying across the panel. The engines of the Pelican hummed to life beneath them, vibrating through the metal floor and into Axel's boots. "Strap in," yelled the pilot as he steered the Pelican, the ship lifting off with a sudden jerk. The landscape below began to shrink as they ascended, leaving behind the devastated battlefield tinged with smoke and fire. As they moved higher into the sky, Axel looked down at the battleground one last time from the open ramp. He could see the Covenant forces regrouping already, like ants crawling over a disrupted anthill. But for now, this victory belonged to him. A/N, this chapter was meant to be released hours ago, don't know what happened but I hope you enjoyed. Chapter 43, Chapter 42. Axel had walked towards the Spartan Armory, which is the place where the Spartans go to take off their armor with the assistance of machines, since it is impossible to take it off without the help of machines. Mainly due to the weight of the armor, and how it was built to be airtight to allow breathing even while in space, on non-breathable planets, and so on. While walking to the Spartan Armory, he was notified that the falcons and the longswords were returning to the hangar and would arrive soon. The Spartan Armory wasn't just any armory, but it contained the tools to take off the Spartan armor and store the weapons for the Spartans and provide mobile repair on Spartan armor if needed. A few minutes later he had arrived at the Spartan Armory, where he was led to a designated place by the technicians who were trained and qualified in the maintenance of the Spartan armor. The Leviathan was the only ship with an entire section dedicated to the Spartans because of the designs of the UNSC ships and constant operations. Spartans usually eat, sleep, and drink in their armor while en route to their next mission or between missions. But Axel saw the need to have such a thing on his ship since he didn't want to be stuck in the armor for the entire mission. Once his armor was off, Axel walked to his office on the ship and contacted Admiral Cole. "Avia, get Admiral Cole on the line," said Axel as he sat down at his desk. "Copy that, Admiral." "Getting Admiral Cole now," replied Avia as she carried out her task. A few moments later the hologram of Admiral Cole appeared in front of Axel. "Admiral Cole, I have something to report from my mission." "Axel," Cole replied as it was just the two of them around, so he called him by his first name instead of Admiral Woods. "What happened on your mission to the surface?" Axel clarified, "We came across a Forerunner vault that held a map pointing to another colony called Arcadia. However, as we were leaving, the Covenant attacked us. We believe they had tracked our pelicans. We're not sure if they were aware of the location of the vault before, but now, they are, so I intend to go to Arcadia soon and uncover why the map pointed us there." "Interesting," Cole replied, his holographic image nodding in thoughtful agreement. "I'll see what I can do about sending reinforcements to the vault. We can't allow them to know the location of the colony." After interacting with the computer inside of the vault, it deactivated shortly after, so whether or not the Covenant would be able to use it is unknown at this moment, but the technology we can gain by studying the vault would also be vital, stated Axel. "Whether or not they can interact with it is not a risk I would like to take, so I'll have to send some troops immediately, and once we gain control of the vault, we could set up a research facility and send some scientists and engineers down to research the technology inside of the vault," said Admiral Cole. "Also, Admiral, if you can keep this knowledge about Arcadia between the two of us, that would be greatly appreciated," said Axel, as he didn't want people like Admiral Parangaski to start poking her nose in his mission. "I trust your judgment, Axel, so I will keep Arcadia out of the report and just mention the vault," said Admiral Cole, as he trusted Axel's decision to keep it a secret. Admiral Cole himself thought it was a good idea as well, since if Axel finds something amazing on Arcadia, then he would be the one who found it. However, if he was to report it, then Admiral Parangaski probably would try and get to it first to reap the benefits. Cole didn't like Parangaski because of her personality and character. He also thought that she had a superiority complex and abused her power sometimes. "Thank you, Admiral. I'll stay in contact to let you know the results of what I find on Arcadia," stated Axel. With that, the connection between the two admirals was cut. "Avia," he called out, not wasting a moment. "Divert the Leviathan towards Arcadia at maximum speed." "Affirmative, Admiral," came Avia's response quickly from overhead. "Plotting course to Arcadia now." As the ship moved in response to her command, Axel felt a lump of anticipation rise in his throat. He glanced out the window of his office for a moment, watching stars streak past as they jumped to warp speed, each one potentially hiding dangers untold. A war that humanity must win was unfolding before them, and every minute mattered. The Covenant could send another fleet to harvest at any time. Or they could start attacking more human worlds within the outer colonies. He already had plans in place to deal with many situations regarding the political situation of the UNSC. If need be, he could do things the hard way and force a takeover, but doing that early on would result in a split. However, if he waited until things started to intensify, then he could just swoop in, promising victory in the war and take over the UNSC and start to reshape it. Or there was a third option: he could literally just split off from the UNSC and form his own faction, much like the insurrectionists did. Though it would be quite ironic for him to become an insurrectionist after years of fighting against them. These were his options, and he was heavily considering choosing one of them sometime within the next 10 years. Chapter 44, Chapter 43. It was built to research large space-based objects such as black holes, heavy gravity events, or objects where vessels could not normally go to. The station only had a hangar for smaller vessels such as Pelicans and a few smaller transport ships. The research station wasn't why he came here, so he didn't pay it no mind and just prepared to head down to the surface. In the hangar of the UNSC Leviathan, 3 Pelicans lifted off and started their descent towards the planet's surface. Their location was on the far side of the planet from Perth City within the jungles. Axel had remembered that there was an ONI facility located near the Forerunner ruins, but orbital scans couldn't detect it, nor was it listed in any official ONI records. Seeing this, he knew that ONI must be keeping the facility a secret. As the Pelicans sliced through the planet's misty atmosphere, Axel scrolled through his tablet, reviewing the information about the planet's history. Arcadia was established in the year 2429, where the planet was established as an outer colony. The planet didn't require any terraforming because it was already suitable for human habitation, as the planet had a plentiful supply of resources needed to support human settlement. It quickly became exploited for agricultural and recreational reasons, becoming both a farming world and a tourist destination. The surface was barely explored by the colonists since its establishment, leaving much of the world to be unexplored. The Pelicans flew over the top of the massive jungle with their ramps down, giving the Marines and Axel a nice view of the jungle below. He had decided not to wear his armor since he didn't expect to go into battle anytime soon. The 3 Pelicans flew side by side as they approached their designated target. But as they got closer, the COMM link for the Pelican had gone off. "Unidentified Pelicans, you are in restricted airspace, turn around immediately," ordered the voice on the other line. A second later, 4 Falcon gunships had appeared surrounding the 3 Pelicans, with ONI soldiers aiming their guns at the Pelicans. Seeing this, Axel activated his COMM link. "This is Admiral Woods, tell your men to stand down now, we are on a classified mission," stated Axel. The voice on the other end was silent for a moment until another voice came on the line. "This is Lieutenant Commander Bradley, we have orders from ONI to allow no unauthorized personnel near the base. We would have to get permission from ONI to allow you any further." Meanwhile, Axel checked his tablet and a red dot had popped up revealing the location of the ONI base. Axel transmitted the coordinates to the pilots. "Start heading to this location now," ordered Axel as he switched his COMM link between the pilot and Lieutenant Commander Bradley. The 3 Pelicans had changed their heading, causing the 4 Falcons to follow them. "We are landing at the facility anyway, Lieutenant Commander." Meanwhile, on the other end, Lieutenant Commander Bradley had turned his head to look at the hollow projection of Admiral Parangaski. "Admiral, he keeps ignoring our warnings, what should we do?" asked Bradley. "Because he can't just blow them out of the sky, or else he could be severely punished for blowing up an admiral, especially Admiral Woods, who was popular." Allow him to conduct his so-called top-secret mission. I have a feeling that he has discovered something, and I am interested in what he has discovered, so allow him to do whatever it is that he needs to do," said Admiral Parangaski. She had read the recent report about Axel's engagement with the UNSC, and she felt that not everything was in the report. Now that she was informed about this, she wanted to know what exactly he had discovered. "Copy that, Admiral," said Bradley as the hologram vanished. Within the next moments the Falcons had simply followed Axel and his Pelicans towards the location of the ONI facility. The Pelicans, trailed by the Falcons, continued their journey, weaving over the dense jungle canopy. Axel could make out shapes in the distance that confirmed they were nearing their destination. Massive structures peeked out of the greenery, their metal surfaces reflecting the planet's bright sun. Within the next moments the Pelicans had landed within the facility's hangar where Lieutenant Commander Bradley was waiting on them. "Lieutenant Commander, there's no need for pleasantries, just lead me to the Forerunner ruins so I can complete my mission," stated Axel. The Marines and MCUs had stepped out of the Pelicans. Bradley nodded, his face losing its initial sternness, and a hint of respect flashing in his eyes. His orders echoed in the sterile hangar. "Alpha Squad, escort Admiral Woods to the ruins." The soldiers moved with disciplined precision and began escorting Axel and his group to the ruins. As they guided him out of the hangar, through the maze-like structure of the facility, the corridor lights cast long shadows, emphasizing the cold, clinical atmosphere of the ONI facility. As they journeyed deeper within the facility, Axel examined their surroundings with an analytical gaze. The halls were pristine and soulless, reflecting the gleaming and calculated vision of ONI's secrecy. Finally, they reached a large steel door guarded by 2 additional soldiers. They stood to attention when they saw Axel and opened the gateway with a nod of acknowledgement. Beyond was a massive cavern that contained Forerunner-like architecture. Alpha Squad had remained at the entrance, while Axel and his group went deeper into the ruins to search for anything that looked to be valuable. A few minutes into the search, one of the MCUs discovered a door which was connected to what appeared to be a main structure. Axel had walked over to check it out, and once he did, the doors had mysteriously opened once, similar to what happened on Harvest. Behind the doors was a path which led down towards an underground complex. Axel followed this path, leaving 4 MCUs and all the Marines to guard the entrance and prevent anybody else from entering behind him. Inside the complex, Axel found himself in an expansive hall that was eerily familiar. The metallic walls shone with an unearthly glow, and the floor was made of the same strange, luminescent material. Faint hieroglyphics, almost invisible to the eye, crawled across every surface. As he traveled deeper into the structure, a sense of quiet anticipation filled the air. Walking at a cautious pace, they ventured deeper into the alien structure. The halls were a maze of intersecting corridors and pathways, while each turn they took revealed breathtaking scenery, vast chambers filled with glowing artifacts and pieces of mysterious technology that hummed with dormant power. Axel paused momentarily to study a massive Forerunner console displaying holographic symbols that jumbled and reformed like an endless anagram. He reached out his gloved hand to touch it. As soon as his hand made contact, the console glowed and displayed a set of coordinates. Axel copied these coordinates down and touched the console again to see if there was something more that he could get, but instead something else happened. A holographic projection of an alien, unlike any he had ever encountered, materialized in front of him. "Reclaimer," the being said urgently, "I don't have long, but I commend your efforts and determination to advance humanity. I believe you will accomplish even greater things in the future, and perhaps we can meet face to face one day. But for now, I implore you to aid the humans in claiming the Ma." The transmission abruptly ended. Axel was left staring at the spot where the hologram once stood, its final words echoing in his mind. He turned his gaze back towards the console but found it lifeless and unresponsive. The entity that had communicated with him was gone. What was she going to say, thought Axel as he was interested in hearing what she was going to say. He knew she was a Forerunner, but he didn't recognize who it was. As he was lost in thought, one of the MCUs had reported something. "Admiral, Lieutenant Commander Bradley and his men are at the entrance demanding entry into the structure. Axel snapped out of his daze. Let's go, we got what we need from here, he said as they started to run towards the entrance. A few minutes later when they got there it was a standoff between Lieutenant Commander Bradley's forces and Axel's Marines and MCUs. Admiral, what are you hiding from us? Demanded Lieutenant Commander Bradley. But instead of a response Axel looked at the men with a serious face as this was the last time that he was going to allow him to speak that way. Lieutenant Commander, I have been quite calm with you since you were just doing your job, but if you continue to disrespect me, then I will have you punished and thrown out the military, stated Axel. Bradley bristled at Axel's words, staring defiantly into his eyes. The tension in the air was palpable. I am just doing my job, Admiral. As you said so yourself, he retorted icily. There was a momentary silence as the two men squared off against each other, their respective forces on the brink of aggression. Then Axel broke the silence, his voice disconcertingly calm. And as I said, Lieutenant Commander, Axel began, your job does not involve trying to undermine my authority or intervene in affairs that are beyond your comprehension. The atmosphere between them grew even colder, the standoff more unnerving. Bradley's forces seemed a hair's breadth away from opening fire. I don't have time for this, said Axel as he began walking forward through the group of soldiers. In front of him his two MCUs maintained a defensive position, clearing a path, while behind him the remaining MCUs and Marines followed behind him while keeping their weapons aimed at their fellow UNSC brothers and sisters. Lieutenant Commander Bradley didn't try and stop them but had instead let them go. Once they had walked past the doors, Lieutenant Commander Bradley turned towards his men. Go and see what's inside and have the researchers come and explore the inside, ordered Lieutenant Commander Bradley. Meanwhile Axel had returned to his Pelicans and departed the ONI base. He knew they were under orders from Admiral Parangaski, but Lieutenant Commander Bradley constantly ignored rank and just tried to carry out his orders. If he wanted to, he could have continued to argue with him, but he didn't want the situation to turn into something else, because if he did have a gunfight with the Lieutenant Commander Bradley, then he would have probably been called for treason and hunted down. Luckily, he simply ignored the Lieutenant Commander and knew that he wouldn't open fire first, which is why he just walked past them and left. But ignoring that matter, he now had some coordinates to investigate, and if he was correct then they should lead him to a Forerunner Shield world where he would find some powerful new technology, and possibly something else that would help him in the future. Chapter 45, Chapter 44. Though some computers such as the one that Axel used were inactive and no longer usable. And for the one that could be used the researcher had never interfaced with a Forerunner compound, so they had to figure out how to work the consoles. Admiral Parangaski was informed about the later altercation between Axel and Lieutenant Commander Bradley, which made her a little disappointed that Lieutenant Commander Bradley would take such rash actions. Yes, she did tell him to make sure that he finds out what Axel was looking for and if he found anything to report it to her. But she did not expect him to carry out her orders in such a manner that he disregarded the 2 stars that Axel had on his uniform. Still, the Forerunner compound that they had discovered was a huge find for the UNSC. So far, she has been watching Axel's career and she has tried to stop his influence multiple times, but he was just too popular. Whether it was within the UNSC or within the colonies, his name was known by billions. The people of Harvest had referred to him as the savior of Harvest or the hero of humanity. And he was also smart, so doing anything directly to him would not be ideal. But he would not always be protected by fame and his intelligence, and when that time comes, she will strike him down directly and force him into submission. For now, she would appear like she supports him on the outside, but on the inside, she would always be scheming to take him down and protect her current position. Leaving aside Admiral Parangaski and her plans which are doomed to fail, Axel had plotted a course to the coordinates that he received from the compound on Arcadia. The place in which they were going was an uncharted space, meaning that humans had not explored that area of the galaxy yet. The trip was to take 2 hours in warp, which meant that the planet was far from any human-charted space. As he was in warp, he had received a message from Admiral Cole stating how he was promoted from Vice Admiral to an actual 4-star Admiral and was placed in charge of defending the outer colonies from the Covenant. He had split the fleet up to operate within various systems across the outer colonies, while the Forerunner Vault on Harvest had been successfully taken before the Covenant could do any research. Also, the Covenant had not returned to Harvest yet and had been quiet since they were defeated the first time. As the Leviathan continued its warp travel, Axel immersed himself into the ship's logs and strategic reports, focusing his prodigious mind on possible defense tactics against the Covenant. Each strategy was calculated, examined, discarded, or archived for future use. With the help of the onboard ship AI Avia, Axel was able to run through thousands of simulations and scenarios, finding the best course of action for each one. The ship's bridge had turned into a chaotic war room with holographic screens projecting maps of star systems, naval formations, and Covenant attack patterns. His team worked tirelessly to provide the necessary details and information for his calculations. Axel continued to strategize until finally, the Leviathan arrived at its destination. They were several light years away from charted space, in a system untouched by human exploration. Unknown celestial bodies floated around them as they navigated through uncharted territories. In front of them was the location where the coordinates had led them to. "Admiral, we have arrived at the coordinates, but I don't know where we are exactly," reported Avia. "That's fine, we are somewhere in uncharted space, so naturally you wouldn't know. For now focus on scanning the surface of the planet," ordered Axel. A few moments passed before Avia chimed in with her findings. "I have completed a planetary scan, Admiral, and the readings are quite erratic." Axel sighed. "It was to be expected," said Axel to himself. He did not remember the name of the planet from memory, but he did know that it was a Forerunner shield world. On the outside it was overrun with the flood, which is the crazy readings that Avia is getting. While on the inside was where the Forerunner installation was located. And since much of the planet's surface was overrun by the flood, that would prove to be a problem. And this was not some video game where he could train squads and send them to die against the flood. But the presence of the flood was interfering with orbital scans, preventing him from finding where the Forerunner installation was located. It was a tough decision to make, but he wanted to see how they would do against the flood and see how bad the surface looked. "Avia, deploy troops to the surface. We need to find out what's happening on the surface and set up a base," ordered Axel. "Aye, Admiral," said Avia as she prepared the Marines and MCUs for deployment. The ship was buzzing with activity as the Marines and the MCUs began preparing for deployment. The MCUs, towering machinations of war purpose-built for these types of hazardous offensives, were set to deploy first. They were to establish an initial defensive perimeter on the surface and assess the situation before human troops arrived. One by one Pelicans and transport ships left the hangar of the Leviathan escorted by longswords. Once they breached the atmosphere, the camera feeds displayed from the Pelicans revealed the surface of the planet, which looked highly volatile. As they were flying looking for a clearing to land, some strange creatures had appeared flying at them. "Pelican 2, are you seeing this?" asked the pilot for Pelican 1. "Yeah, I'm seeing it. What should we do?" responded the pilot for Pelican 2. Before Pelican 1 could respond, Axel had chimed in. "You are free to engage. Viper team, light them up and protect the Pelicans," ordered Axel. Viper team acknowledged and had shot their 120mm ventral guns at the flying creatures. At the same time, the flying creatures had shot their own projectile at the Pelicans before they were shot down, which penetrated the hull. "This is Pelican 3, my windshield has been cracked by a projectile from the creatures," reported the pilot for Pelican 3. "Understood, Pelican 3, maintain formation and be cautious," Axel responded. Shortly after that, the Pelican approached their location and started to unload the MCUs, while the transport ships had come in and dropped off some warthogs. A small team of MCUs had broken off from the main group to start scouting the area. Axel had multiple screens up watching the situation on the ground. "Admiral," came Avia's voice, her tone slightly strained. "The surface is more hostile than we anticipated. Detecting multiple concentrations of those strange creatures around our landing position." "Continue with the mission, Avia," Axel ordered without hesitation. And once the defenses are set up, deploy the Marines so we can figure out a way around this interference. The second wave of Marines prepped for deployment. The ship's hold was soon filled with the clatter of armored boots and the whirring sound of weaponry checks. Meanwhile, Viper team continued their engagement with the flying flood forms. Projectiles blasted through space around them, and they returned fire with their 120mm ventral guns. So far things have been going well for them. Or so he thought until the next report came in. Admiral, I am picking up large creature structures all over the area. It's similar to hive structures and large amounts of creatures are converging on the base, reported Avia. Deploy all aerial vehicles and get us within the planet's atmosphere. The 2 destroyers and cruiser will maintain position in orbit and provide fire support, while the 2 frigates will accompany us to the surface, ordered Axel. Acknowledged, Admiral, Avia responded, her voice as cool as ever despite the increasingly dire situation. The Leviathan rumbled as it directed its trajectory towards the planet's atmosphere. Axel watched as the feeds from the Pelicans displayed an escalating conflict. The creatures were converging on their position in waves. The MCUs were holding their ground, but for how long, that was unpredictable. The Falcons and more longswords were deployed to the surface for close air support, but they would take some time to reach the MCU's position. The Marines were the same, as they were en route, but would be a few minutes. Still, the MCUs had managed to hold their own with the limited defenses that they were able to set up. Viper team, status report, Axel ordered. He continued to monitor the battlefield on his holographic screens, his mind already calculating strategies and countermeasures. We're engaging the enemy, sir. They are relentless, but we're holding our position, came Viper 1's response amidst the background noise of gunfire and orders being barked. Keep at it, Viper team. Your objective is to buy some time for our Marines to land on the ground, said Axel. And Avia initiate surface pattern Alpha 9. Affirmative, Admiral. Avia proceeded to issue out orders, her voice echoing throughout the ship. The frigate pilots gunned their engines, escorting the Leviathan as they pierced through layers of clouds and mist into the planet's atmosphere. The descent was turbulent, the alien planet's atmosphere buffeting their ship and its escorts. Axel braced himself, eyes never leaving the screens displaying the progressing battle below. The rain of fire from the cruiser and destroyers in orbit was lending some much-needed support to the embattled ground forces, but he knew that it was not enough. Admiral, Avia reported, her voice cutting through the chaos, Marines have landed and are deploying. They have split up with some MCUs and are now pushing east from our landing zone towards what appears to be clusters of these hive structures. Good, Axel replied. He squinted at the feeds, analyzing the movements of both his troops and those of the enemy. We need to find a way to disrupt these creatures, break their momentum. We could try to target the most concentrated areas with an orbital Mach round, Admiral, but we would need the Marines to designate the target, Avia suggested. Do it, responded Axel. Avia, send a notification to our ground units. Designate the most concentrated areas for an orbital Mach round. Affirmative, Admiral. Avia's fingers danced across her controls, relaying the orders. Viper team, I need you to cover our Marines, Axel commanded. His eyes flickered over another screen that showed Viper team's longswords weaving between hives and enemy fire. We're on it, Admiral, came Viper 1's response. The next few seconds were a blur. The longswords dipped and darted in an aerial dance of death, drawing enemy fire away from their ground troops. At the same time, Marines and MCUs pressed on through the teeming swarm of alien creatures, their objective clear: mark the enemy's hive clusters for orbital bombardment. Admiral, came a voice over the comms. It was Sergeant Major Hawkins, leader of the Marine detachment. We've designated several of the hive structures for Mach strikes. Understood, Sergeant Major, Axel replied, his gaze intently focused on a representation of the planet shimmering in front of him. Avia, prepare to fire Mach rounds on my mark. Dots began to flash upon the holographic map, targets designated for destruction. Fire, ordered Axel. Mac rounds firing in 3, 2, 1. Avia's voice counted down, as the cruiser and destroyers in orbit had fired their Mac rounds at the designated target. The holographic screens showed the Mac rounds piercing through the planet's atmosphere like fiery meteors, their trajectory unerringly aimed at the marked hive structures. The moments ticked by with a tense silence until impact confirmed, Admiral, Avia reported, her tone carrying a note of triumph. Multiple hits on target. I am not picking up a strange signal, Admiral, on the far side of the planet, announced Avia. Copy that, recall all ground troops, and plot a course for that location, said Axel. The flood structures were interfering with their scanners. But destroying them had weakened that interference, allowing them to pick up the signal from the Forerunner installation. Now it was time to go and claim the rewards.